in the week, but he's always here for the Premier League. It's Lee Phelps. Lee, good afternoon. How are you?
Really looking forward to this. I am predicting goals.
Goals on talkSPORT goals.
Goals.
We didn't have that last week, did we?
Yeah,
we had no goals on talkSPORT goals. Now, Lee, I'm sure you agree with me, but whoever is to our left-hand side, we're very blessed. We've got a lot of different types of talent that come on talkSPORT goals. But this today feels like a big-time show. Kwaku Afari, and whenever the Marcus Speller, loan from the Football Ramble, was sat in that chair, you know we're in for a big afternoon, right?
Absolutely, yeah. This is going to be our best show of the season so far.
Big claim.
No pressure, boys. Kwaku, Marcus, good afternoon. How are you?
All good, fella. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. Let's get straight into it then, because Liverpool-Everton has just kicked off. That is the Premier League game at 12:30. This fixture has seen the most red cards in Premier League history, so perhaps that could be a popular bet. We'll come to you, Lee, shortly on that. 11 of those being for David Moyes' Everton across 24 games, 11 red cards in 24 games for David Moyes' Everton in this game. I'll run you through the two teams. For Liverpool, Alexander Isak on the bench. So too is Florian Wirtz. There's Alisson in goal, Bradley, Konate, Van Dijk, Kirkes the back four. It's the trusted midfield three that are reunited together at Anfield with McAllister, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, Salah from the right, Ekitike leads the line. It's Gakpo from the left. For Everton, Pickford in goal, Mikalenko, Keane, Tarkowski, O'Brien is the back four, Garner and Gay the midfield two, and then it's kind of the midfield, the three behind the striker that seems to be the three that Moyes likes. Grealish from the left and Dye from the right. Dewsbury Hall will play behind Beto. Barry once again not in the starting 11. Also 3 games as well in the Championship. QPR versus Stoke. QPR very up and down so far this season. The 7-1 capitulation at Coventry made it 13 goals conceded in 4 games in all competitions, but perhaps that was a turning point because QPR recording back-to-back 3-1 wins over Charlton and Wrexham either side of the international break. Also Birmingham versus Swansea, just 1 point separating these two sides in the early proceedings in the Championship. And Leicester versus Coventry, 2 sides that have had decent starts to the Championship. Coventry alongside Middlesbrough and Bristol City are one of 3 sides in the Championship who are still unbeaten after 5 rounds of fixtures. However, though, it is back-to-back draws for Coventry after drawing to Norwich and Oxford in the last couple of weeks. 3 games in League One: Blackpool, Barnsley, Bolton, Wigan, Lincoln, Luton, Cambridge, Fleetwood, Harrogate, Shrewsbury are 2 games in League Two. Lee Phelps, 12:30 game, Merseyside derby. How are William Hill pricing this one up?
Yeah, Liverpool, not surprisingly, they're 4-9 favourites to win this, as they tend to do in these Merseyside derbies. Won the last 4 without conceding at Anfield. The draw 16-5, Everton 5-1. This was the most popular final one standing pick of the weekend across all the various leagues. Over 31% of players picked Liverpool, and they're far and away the biggest favourite this weekend. In fact, the closest to Liverpool are Arsenal against City. They're just a 51% chance of winning that game as Liverpool come on the attack. But you mentioned about the cards there. Yeah, this is the most. The fixture that features the most red cards. It was 4-1 for a red card in the game before the game. So yeah, have a look at the live odds there. One thing that we've been talking about is, Isak being on the bench transforms the concept of impact sub. The idea of this concession that we give, where if you back a player, he goes off, the player coming on carries on your bet. It means if you're backing, right, you're having to predict that he's coming on for Ekitike, let's say. But whoever he comes on for, if he comes on for Salah or Ekitike and they haven't completed that bet, I mean, what a player to go off the bench.
Not bad.
Fresh against an Everton side who will have been defending for 70 minutes potentially. So that's a really interesting way. I think I also like goals in the Championship. 3 games: Birmingham, Swansea, Leicester, Coventry, QPR, Stoke. The both teams to score treble is over 5-1 live at the minute. I like it.
Good stuff. Kwaku, big headline team news for Liverpool. Alexander Isak not starting, but I think we expected that, having played now in midweek. But Florian Wirtz on the bench. What are your thoughts on that?
Understandable. This is going to be a physical game. And Florian Wirtz, I think, is better suited at this moment in time to the Champions League, where it's a little bit more technical. I don't think it's an indictment on him. I think the reports on his demise has been overstated and maybe a little bit too premature.
Demise feels a big word after 4 league games, doesn't it?
People are very quick to point out the price tag and the fact that he hasn't really hit the ground running. But when you see him on the ball, you see his technical quality, there's a player in there. It was always going to take him a little bit of time to settle to the Premier League. But I don't think this should be a concern, the fact that he's not starting the Merseyside derby. And like you mentioned, the tried and trusted midfield of Szoboszlai, Gravenberch and McAllister, when they're all fit and firing, it's arguably the best midfield in the league. So it's going to take Wirtz a little bit of time to get up to speed, but I understand the decision.
Marcus, with Everton, they've had a decent start to the season, haven't they? 7 points from 4 games. They did lose the first day of the season to Leeds, but since then, a couple of wins, and we watched them draw to Villa here last weekend, and probably should have won had they better the chances. Do you think this is a different type of Everton side to the one we saw under Sean Dyche? I mean, just look at the three behind the striker in Grealish, Dewsbury Hall, and Dye. Quite technical players. Grealish and Dye, very skillful. I think got someone like a Tyler Dibbling to bring off the bench. Have you noticed a difference in this Everton team to the one that the Moyes took over from Dyche?
Yes, because they score goals, quite simply. I mean, they're a much more attacking threat under Moyes. I mean, you saw that when he came in. The stats back that up. I mean, Dyche seems like a long time ago now. He was Everton manager, even though it wasn't. And look, he put a shift in there. It was a tough assignment with all the points deductions and whatnot. But Moyes coming back, I know some were a little bit concerned, or they weren't sure, or should you go back in football, all that kind of stuff. But it's working out very, very well. And Everton, I think, a lot of people would be surprised if they were in a relegation scrap. I don't think they're going to be in a relegation scrap at all. I think that they're looking up the table. Good start to the season. And they do look much more dynamic up front. You mentioned those players. Grealish is the one, isn't he, who came in and adds a little bit of stardust. But, I mean, Dewsbury Hall as well. So it's interesting that Lee was saying that a lot of people have got Liverpool as favourites. It's been the most popular bet. Obviously, I can see that. I don't think that's foolish at all. But there's something about this that I think Everton have got a chance to. I think a draw would be a great result for Everton because they're so often beaten in Merseyside derbies. But the fact, what you were just saying there, that more understandable Isak on the bench, but the fact Wirtz is on the bench, Quaker was saying he's gone for it's tried and tested. He's going for it. It feels like no nonsense.
Well, that was the midfield three that was kind of together for the majority of last season. And
exactly, and won them the league, or was a big part of them winning the league. So it feels like that Slot is respecting Everton and saying, I can't mess around. We need to be solid today. You mentioned the physical battle. And I'm absolutely intrigued. Everton, this is what they're going to do. They're going to sit deep. And if you remember the Merseyside derby at Anfield last season, I think Liverpool won 2-0, I think it was. In that first half, Beto has a great chance. He hits the post. And they gave a good account of themselves. But this dynamic now where Everton are on the edge of their box, here they go and break Grealish with the ball out wide. Grealish knows how to hold up the play. He's a lovely footballer in doing that. I think Everton, they've got players that can hurt Liverpool today. It's an intriguing fixture. And I might fancy the draw for this league.
My problem with it is
go on.
They have to score 2 goals minimum to beat Liverpool, I think.
I'd agree with that.
And I just don't think Beto is a clinical enough finisher at the moment to be able to. They're going to have to break well, and Beto's going to have to finish. If he gets 2 shots on target, he needs to finish them both, probably, or at least one of them. I just don't see that happening with Beto, unfortunately.
As Marcus says, 7 minutes into the game, Liverpool nil Everton. There would be no surprise that the pattern of play is Liverpool with the majority of possession outside pretty much Everton's box with 11 men behind the ball. Kwaku, Beto's been at the club, hasn't he, for a few years?
Yeah.
And I'd say I just don't think he's good enough to be a Premier League centre forward. I think his touch is poor. He's inconsistent in front of goal. They did bring in Thierry Barry in the summer.
Yeah.
He looks like Beto is still the number 9 for Everton at the moment. Are you surprised that Barry hasn't been given a run in the side, given Beto's inconsistencies?
No, because Beto, since David Moyes come in, has been a different player. He scores 6 goals in 12 games.
Yeah.
And so that's not bad for a Premier League striker. He's not consistent enough to maybe lead the line for a side that wants to challenge for places in Europe, and that might be something they address. And they did try and do that in the summer, but Barry's still yet to fight his way into the starting 11. But I think they've got enough creativity in behind him for him to just kind of do his job and occupy defenders. And I don't want to write him off completely, because I was the man who completely wrote off Mateta, and now I'm being told that he's one of the best strikers in the Premier League, which I still disagree with. But sometimes it takes players a little while to find their feet, and managers can kind of unlock the best in certain players. And I definitely think we've seen a different Beto under David Moyes. But yeah, that's probably an area that hasn't really been right at Everton since the heydays of Dominic Calvert-Lewin 5 years ago, right, where he was scoring loads of goals and he was playing for England. So I think
in a particular season,
under Ancelotti, where people comparing him to Inzaghi, like it was an interesting season. And part of it was during lockdown as well. But I just really like the dynamic of the 3 behind him. Obviously, we talked about Jack Grealish. I said that Iliman Ndiaye is the next one up in terms of these top clubs looking at players who are playing for teams outside the top 6. And Dewsbury Hall was playing for Chelsea last season and won number of trophies. So I think the rest of the team are really strong. What's really interesting to me about this game, though, is the fullback areas. And we talk about...
Ndai Kirkes immediately feels like Everton on the counter-attack. Ndai's got to get a Kirkes, hasn't he?
100%. But even the fullbacks for Everton, right? We talked about the departure from the football that Sean Dyche played, but Jake O'Brien is a 6'5" centre-back playing at right-back. Mikalenko is a weighty and hefty full-back as well. So they've gone really, really big in their back line. And I saw initially Van Dijk screaming at Gakpo. Ooh!
Oh, what a goal that is.
Wow.
10 minutes in, Liverpool take the lead. Liverpool 1, Everton 0.
Fabulous goal.
It's a fantastic goal. We were saying in the week, right? Yeah. Gotta be. I mean, I know Salah gets all the goals, Van Dijk at the back, but possibly the most important player in this Liverpool team over the last year, 18 months. Not signing Moises Caicedo was probably the best thing that could have happened to Liverpool. No, don't laugh, because Gravenberch comes in as the 6. And this is something we've seen this season, him adding to his game, that ability to carry the ball, run with the ball. Everton wanted a free kick in the build-up to Liverpool's goal, but Cody Gakpo there makes a really, really good challenge on Ndai. He gets the ball in midfield, out to Dominic Szoboszlai. He works it out to the right-hand side. Mo Salah plays a lovely, lovely ding ball into the box. Gravenberch makes the late run, and it bounces right in front of him. First time finish. He almost just hooks the ball into the far corner, beats Jordan Pickford. That's some finish, isn't it?
Oh, the ball from Salah, that's his patented kind of ball, chipped ball over the top. But the fact that Gravenberch, who's supposed to be your number 6, is making those runs into the box, makes it very dangerous. And I think this is what Liverpool were going for, right? They started on the front foot. They were very aggressive because they know what Everton want to do, right? Sit deep in the low block and frustrate them. And the longer the game goes on, the more frustrating that becomes. Now Everton have to come out, and now we're going to see Liverpool's wingers come to the fore, Gakpo and Salah, where there's going to be a little bit more space in behind. But that's a great start for Liverpool. They've been really, really good to start this game.
What about the pass of the ball, though, from Mo Salah? Because he has to. It's a hard pass to make when you've got someone running in. Go on, Lee. How's that changed things?
Well, I'm just going to say the epic boost today was Mo Salah to score or assist at even money. So one of our bosses today was telling me that this week has been the worst results from William Hill's point of view that he's seen in 30 years in the Champions League. That's not going to make the mood any better in the trading rooms at William Hill, that's landed so quickly
Where's the sports bar violin that they use?
I brought one in here. I brought one in.
Do we have to? But can you, on a serious note, what this week in the Champions League made it such a bad? I'm guessing it was just the favourites.
So many favourites winning, so many teams scoring.
Sorry, chance of Liverpool. Oh, that's really, really poor and died as well. Cody Gakpo had so much space to run into. Salah to his right, Katiko to his left, but fair play to William Ndai. He did really well to come back in and win the ball back.
So many goals being scored by so many teams. I mean, Napoli not scoring saved it. Probably something that was cataclysmic, to be fair. But, again, keep the violins under the desk. And then last night, even on a pretty innocuous night of football, every team pretty much scored. We had one punter who had a 50p, 16 game, both teams to score Acker and won 12 grand to kind of put it into context. So that's landed straight away. So if you're one of the tens of thousands who've had that epic boost, Salah to score or assist, he's done it. That's the 5th game he's done that this season already. So it's a nice epic. But last week it was Gyökeres to have a shot on target. Remember, landed easy. We had Ollie Watkins, the epic booster, first Saturday of the season that landed on the 12:30 game. So yeah, if you're on those epic boosts, you're doing well. But it's really interesting to see that was one of the first Everton attacks. It broke down and Liverpool caught them straight away, didn't they? So as you said, now they've got to come out. This could be anything. This could be dangerous for Everton now, couldn't it?
Yeah, early goal just changed the dynamic.
How do they score now, Everton? They have to come out.
By the way, as well,
what a finish.
The finish is excellent. He runs onto a Salah ball and it just takes a big bounce right in front of him, Marcus. And that technique, kind of running onto it from a tightish angle and kind of hook the foot and wrap your foot around the ball and beat the keeper in the far post. I mean, if one of the top centre forwards in the world scored that, they'd be pretty chuffed with that one, wouldn't they?
Any player would be happy with that finish. It's delightful. And it's such a blow to Everton that what they've got to do now, in a sense, is kind of like just keep doing what they were doing, because the pass from Salah and the finish, it's a world-class goal from Liverpool. And if you get done by a goal like that, sometimes you just have to hold your hands up. But what Everton can't do is suddenly go, right, oh my goodness, we're chasing it, and they leave the back door open. But the thing is with this Liverpool side is you think, okay, Wirtz is on the bench and Isak's on the bench, and I do think that's a mark of respect or acknowledgement of what Everton are doing and can do this season. But every single player even this Liverpool side. I mean, we saw what Kirkish could do when we've got a side of goal for Bournemouth last season, and Van Dijk did in midweek. But how many times have we seen McAllister ping one in? He's got a great shot on him. He can hit them. Salah we know. Szoboszlai, that fantastic free kick.
Yeah.
Gakpo, Ekitike, Gravenberch as well. They are all goal threats, and not just. I mean, that finish. It's such a blow for Everton, because can you imagine a defensive midfielder for Everton doing something like that? Very few, or any other side. It is. When you see the quality they have, it's a reminder of, blimey, we are really up against it today. Lads.
They're in the danger zone right now because Liverpool. This is the best I've seen Liverpool start a game.
But
they are.
I was about to say,
definitely.
it looks like a Liverpool team that are just looking to press and be a bit more aggressive higher up the pitch. Like, talking about Liverpool this season, I think have been at times a little bit laborious, lacking control of the game. But we just saw there was Garner had the ball down the right hand side, and you saw first Kirkish try and nail him. Then you saw Gakpo try and nail him. Salah. Oh! Well, for a player of his quality, possibly he should be scoring there. And how often, though, do you see Salah just get the ball to feet? This time, he's sort of to the right-hand side. It's almost vintage Salah, the way he opens up his body and tries to just curl it in the top right-hand corner. Pickford's beaten. That's almost a vintage Salah goal, isn't it? In the box, on that right-hand side, trying to beat the goalkeeper in the far corner.
Yeah, this is because last season we saw a bit more of a considered Liverpool, and the press just like
a bit more patient, maybe at times.
A little bit more patient,
extra touch, extra pass.
But even off the ball, right? It was like the press wasn't as intense. But this game, they are pressing. You talked about in some other players. I saw McAllister pressing up in the corner, and they won it back. They're on it today, Liverpool, and I feel like they know that they haven't rode their luck because they've won their games that they deserve to win, because that's just what champions do. Sorry, the cliche, but like this is the Liverpool who are playing really, really well. And like you mentioned, Everton just need to stay in it. Everton can't concede another goal in the next.
The interesting thing about Everton, and we've watched Everton a few times on talkSPORT Goals, and I thought they've been more aggressive. They've been first to it. They seem a little bit off today. They've been shoved off the ball a couple of times. Even with the goal, the chance, Jai went down a little easy, didn't he? He was looking for the foul a couple more times in the last 2 minutes. They've just been pushed off the ball by this Liverpool side, and Everton need to kind of really get going. There's an interesting live price boost, which is Liverpool to win, Everton to have the most cards, and Liverpool to have the most corners at 5-2. I'm not really sure how that doesn't land at the minute, because I think Everton will get frustrated and if they are a little bit off it and they start to leave a leg in, then the cards will mount up. We know this game is features ill discipline, and Liverpool most corners. Well, they're going to attack more. So you'd think they'd get most corners. 5-2 looks like a decent bet with Liverpool. One up.
But yeah, definitely. I mean, Everton have got to stay in it now. But if you are David Moyes and the Everton players, you've got to think to yourself, okay, well, they started very well against Atletico in midweek and went 2 goals to the good. And it was a great header, but they needed a very late winner. So, yes, they've started poorly, Everton, and Liverpool are, their tails are up. Stay in the game. Because I do think that this Liverpool side, I mean, maybe today is the day they work it out, but they're not as defensively solid as perhaps they were last season, which is, again, I think why he's chosen this team and this personnel, Arne Slot. But that's the thing that Everton need to do, stay in it, because if they go 2-0 down now, it is a long, long way back. And as you said, Lee, Everton would need probably, definitely need 2 goals now, maybe even at least 2 to try and win this game. That would be it for me, is just kind of keep doing what you're doing, really, and not get fazed by the occasion.
Everything feels, Quaku, just a little bit more crispy. There was a nice pattern of play there where Van Dijk had the ball. He quickly shifted into Gravenberch, who quickly shifted onto Szoboszlai, and Liverpool did get it in behind Gay and Garner. So everything does feel a little bit more. Do you almost think Arne Slot's, 4 wins from 4 and winning the Champions League, but a little bit of, come on, lads, we're Premier League champions. Yeah. We need to be better. We need to be dominating and controlling games more.
Yeah, well, he's never the manager who's going to read you the right act, especially after your team wins 5 games. And people also forget, Liverpool probably had the toughest start to the season, where you think about
Newcastle away, Arsenal at home.
Well, even Bournemouth at home. Bournemouth have been great. The only game Bournemouth have lost this season was against Liverpool.
Bournemouth have been very good.
They've had a really tough start. I think Atletico midweek, and they've won all of those games.
Chance for Bradley on the right-hand side. The Liverpool worked it nicely to McAllister. Took a good touch inside the box with a shot with his left foot, but it was cleared, Quaku.
Yeah, but this is a Liverpool team that are just playing with a lot more pace. On David Moyes, of course, he's done such a great job as Everton manager since he's come back, but he never wins at Anfield. I think he's managed there 20 times in the league and never won there.
He's never won 20 attempts at Anfield, never won a game in 20 attempts. Yeah, Everton's record at Liverpool is they've won 2 This is not Anfield. This is just in general. They've won 2. They lost 29 Merseyside derbies, and that's including at home. That's.
Well, remember the one they won in 2021? It was the year where
that wasn't COVID, was it?
It was off the back of it, where like Liverpool just losing all the time at home. It was Liverpool going through that.
Okay, remember you're Fulham rocking up at Anfield in that time and putting 2 past Liverpool.
The record in this game is atrocious. So, like Marcus said, just stay in it because Liverpool get another goal, then it could be absolutely anything. And like we mentioned before the show and on the show, Liverpool's bench is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
If Isak and Wirtz come on at the same time, I mean, that's £200 million worth of players.
It's outrageous.
I mean, that would be the most expensive double substitution in the history of football, wouldn't it?
It'd be absolutely insane. I like the fact he's gone Conor Bradley in this game as well. I know the Frimpong obviously
is that for the just a bit more of a safer option in a game of this magnitude.
And also, I've never believed that Frimpong was an actual right back. Like I know maybe he can convert to that, but he was a wing back, and at some points for Leverkusen last season, he was a winger. And so I think in the game,
Man United should have signed him. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe he would have fitted the system perfectly under Amorim
and been absolutely ruined. Thank goodness for his sake, he's at Liverpool. Yeah,
but I like the fact Conor Bradley's playing like. The emotion of this game, right? And you kind of have to ride that and acknowledge that. And I think it was a good option in terms of the fullback options because he could have gone Robertson in this game, which I was expecting. But given Kirkes run out, who has struggled in parts, he's shown some flashes, but also struggled.
You are not having Kirkes at all, are you? There's a vendetta, Marcus, from
well,
Quaku
no, but I think Quaku makes a fair point, though. I mean, he's
4 games into the season.
No, but he's saying so. But that's what you got to go on. He doesn't have a crystal ball and he can see 20 games.
But you could also go on his form for Bournemouth over certainly last season.
But he's not
standing for Bournemouth.
Indeed, which is why Liverpool signed him, but he's not playing for Bournemouth anymore. So look, Kirkes has not had the best start to the season. It is early days. You have to always have that caveat in there. But he's gone for him today, and so far so good. I mean, Everton have got the ball in Liverpool's final third here, and they've got a few numbers up. And they very sloppily give the play away. It's those moments where you have to do a bit more, and you have to make sure you get it into Ndiaye, not play him. Well, he didn't even play the pass; the ball had already gone out of play. So a lot of pressure on Everton. But I do think though that so far this season, this Liverpool side, they have given up a little bit as the game's gone on. A few more chances and a little bit more room and space. Maybe you're right, Sam. Maybe today is Arne Slot saying, right, lads, let's put a marker down. I want, 60+% possession. I want, obviously, a few goals, a victory, clean sheet, no messing around, and no territory. Nobody getting a foothold anywhere on the pitch. They have the players that can do it. You look at the back line. Okay, Van Dijk's not a young man anymore, but he's still one of the best defenders in the league. First got a corner.
Well, not chance, but it could have been a chance. Yeah, and Ndiaye played a dangerous ball through to Beto. Well, I maybe thought for half a second, it was actually Gay who played the ball into Beto. I thought maybe half a second he could have got something on that, but in the end it just ran a little bit ahead of him. Konate came around and covered, came off Konate, corner for Everton, and of course, corners. It's a big Everton team, isn't it? The likes of Tarkowski and Beto. So these are important moments. The 22 minutes gone. First corner of the game for Everton. It'll be an in-swinging corner from Kieran Dewsbury Hall. And looks like it's going to be, Beto's going to pretty much try and stand. In fact, all of them are going to pretty much stand on the top of the goalkeeper, Alisson. This is going to be whipped right on top of the goalkeeper. And Alisson comes and punches, not too convincingly. Tarkowski wins the header, and Virgil van Dijk will manage to clear. Can Everton recycle it back into the box? They go back out to Gay. Stand this up to the back post? No, out to Grealish. First chance now, Grealish has got to maybe try and get at Bradley, but Gravenberch for company. Gay's got space here. He did have a crack, but Szoboszlai did well to come and block. And now Liverpool could be on the counter. Salah does well, gives it to Szoboszlai. He's got Salah to his right. Ekitike and Bradley making runs into the box. Salah's cross to Gakpo. Oh,
that was a chance.
It was blocked. It looped up to Gakpo, who just ran onto it perfectly. But a scuff finish into the ground, and he possibly, given his quality, could have done better with that maybe.
No, should have done better. But that's the danger, right?
Yeah,
Everton have a corner right there, and straight away Liverpool attack, and that's the risk you're going to have to take, unfortunately. This is a Liverpool team that are great in transition. They're great at everything. I know you always get at me for kickoff time, Sam, but for Liverpool being the first game of the weekend and for the last game of the weekend...
Are you being paid by someone to say this every show?
No, it's just an observation. But last game of the weekend...
If Jurgen Klopp's not saying it, Quaker's
exactly.
This is more than Klopp.
But the last game of the weekend, which bookends this great weekend of football, is Arsenal versus Man City. If Liverpool win this game, pressure's off, right? Put your feet up and you wait for what happens in that game. You don't really, obviously you want a draw in it, but it doesn't really affect your weekend. Whereas Arsenal will be looking at this game and Man City will be watching this game, praying for an Everton result. Whereas
you think already 5 games into the season, teams are praying for other teams to drop points?
If Liverpool win, and
maybe
City,
not praying,
if Liverpool win, City
hoping,
but if Liverpool win and City lose, City are 9 points behind Liverpool.
So how many games did Liverpool lose in this Premier League season? 4? Did Liverpool lose 4 games this season?
And City would have already lost 3 if they lose them.
Yeah.
It's
the 5-4 favourites to win the title now.
What a sitting.
Before that, 15-2 were they?
15-2.
And they've shortened a little bit. Remember we were talking the other week about 13-2 they are. They were 13-2. I think Chelsea were 15-2. Well, Chelsea have drifted out to
Chelsea in the top
14-1. But City kind of but they closed in, didn't they? Early
What
on,
Chelsea finished top 10, Lee?
Top 10.
Massive odds on. Massive odds on.
Look, I'm a Fulham fan, but you are talking about the world champions.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Have some respect. Have a bit of respect.
The world champions. Yeah, you didn't have the world champions getting smashed up by Bayern Munich in the week.
We're still unbeaten in the league.
Yeah.
Quick one on the Championship. Birmingham Swansea. Birmingham 23-20 to win this game. I'm not really having that price. I think Swansea at 14-5 are a decent bet. The draw 17-10. We've already had 3 shots from Vipotnik, who's scored 6 in his last 7 games, scored for his for club and country. He's been in great form. 3 shots already, and he's just under 3-1. So just over 3-1 now to score in this game. I think that's a decent price for Vipotnik, who's got, like I say, 3 shots, none of them on target, admittedly. Jay Stansfield's also had a shot on target in that game, so hoping to see goals in that one pretty soon. Leicester Coventry also 0-0. Not too much going on in that one. QPR Stoke. The QPR are having shots galore here.
26 goals involved in QPR 6 games this season.
Yeah, and Richard Kone, fantastic, hasn't he?
3 goals in 3 championship games coming in from Wycombe. I think everybody sort of thought he was going to be a pretty good championship signing there.
His story, by the way,
amazing.
Is
homeless, that's unbelievable. Yeah.
But QPR, who have got back-to-back wins, up against a Stoke team who've had a pretty decent start to the season. Grealish,
Chance for Everton.
out of absolutely nowhere. Grealish gets played in down the left-hand side. He picks the right pass. He just slides the ball into Kieran Dewsbury Hall. And from a tight angle, he's just got Alisson coming out to him. It is from a tight angle. Could he maybe play the ball back across goal to Beto? Possibly. He tries to beat Alisson at his near post, Kwaku. And in the end, I tell you what, and Grealish does really well to get past Gravenberch. Ball was played into him. Just let the ball roll across him. Gravenberch, a bit naive, comes in to make the tackle. Grealish goes past him. Should Dewsbury do better there?
He should, and that's what Everton needs to do. Get the ball to your best players, because where Liverpool are pressing, it's only technical players going to beat the press, right? And that's what Grealish did right there.
There's your first yellow card.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Everton.
Yeah,
there we go. That bet there 5-2 seemed an absolute.
Although they've gone one up in the corner count, haven't they? So it's
sure.
Liverpool to have most corners to win.
Kirk just got past Ndiaye and he kind of clipped his ankles. That's always a yellow card, isn't it?
But yeah, get the ball into Ndiaye, get the ball into Grealish, because they can beat the press. A little turn, a little swivel, and then you're through. But you have to be brave with it.
How? Because that's so clever from Grealish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ball comes into him, he sees what Gravenberch is trying to do, drops the shoulder, bang, he's past him.
Yeah,
that assist, that bet on him to have an assist. You could make that bet most games.
He's going
to have opportunities. They've got to score them, obviously, but it's always going to go to him.
Yeah.
And he's going to be the one who's got to unlock it. What I was going to say about Beto earlier on was when we saw them score, and Jai and Beto scored, was it 3-2 win against
Brighton?
Wolves? Was it? I think it was Wolves. And what we saw then was the ball in front of them. If you put a ball in front of Beto running onto it, he will score. He doesn't have to take a touch. He just hits it into the net. But how are they going to get into?
I think you guys rate Beto high more than me.
Well, what I'm saying is, giving him that kind of service, but how are they going to get that much service?
Ekitike's in 1-1 with Pickford. He scores! Liverpool 2, Everton 0, 28 minutes scored. No Isak today, no problem. Ball through to Ekitike. Took a really, really good first touch. Pickford comes out. He slots the ball past Jordan Pickford, and Liverpool go 2-0 up. You feel like that Dewsbury Hall chance. Everton have got to take every chance that goes their way. Possibly there, Kwaku looking at a replay. Does it go through Jordan Pickford?
Yeah, I'm just having a look at it. It just seemed like a good finish, man. It was just. That's Liverpool at the best. That's Liverpool expect to see at the beginning of the season. Just they win the ball back in midfield. They play it around. The ball gets played into. Is that Gravenberch? Gravenberch with a golden assist already in this game.
Are you surprised from Everton how at times it has been maybe a little bit too easy? for Liverpool to be able to, like, you look at, before the ball gets played to Ekitike, it was like Gravenberch and Szoboszlai like times markers in those pockets have got lots of space to open up their body and play those through balls.
Quality though, the speed.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy, but
that's so what's happened there is, what are we 29 minutes in? And Liverpool, how they started the game for the first 20 minutes or whatever it was, you can't play 90 minutes like that. It's just not humanly possible. And so you just had a little bit of a lull, although I say that in sort of inverted commas, for Liverpool, where Everton did have the ball a tiny bit more. They got a corner. They had an effort there from Dewsbury Hall, which he might have done better. I don't know what the XG would be on that. It wouldn't have been an easy one to score, but it certainly hit the target. And Everton thinking, okay, right, we're just feeling our way back into this. And Liverpool go, well, no, you're not, lads, because in doing that, you've come out a little bit. And boom, absolutely. Superb goal from that. I mean, again, just how well the goal is worked, the passing, the one-touch, the movement. So hard to deal with. You are looking at one of the best teams in Europe right now. And that's what Everton are going up against. As you mentioned before, they have terrible history in this fixture. Really, really bad. Liverpool are a superior team to Everton, but today it looks like, with slot selections, that he wants them to really press home that superiority, of which they have against virtually every other side on the continent, you would say, maybe barring, a couple. So it's incredibly difficult for Everton. What do? Do you just roll over and die, or do you just think, all right, we'll try and take a little bit here and there? But in doing that, they're like a boa constrictor. As soon as you make that little movement, boom, they're on you. So I have all the sympathy in the world for Everton and Moyes, but my goodness, all the praise in the world for Liverpool and Slot.
So 30 minutes gone then in the early kickoff in the Premier League. Liverpool 2-up at home to Everton. Gravenberch and Ekitike with the goals. No goals yet in the Championship. It's QPR 0, Swansea 0. QPR 0, Stoke 0, I should say. Stoke 12 points from their first 5 games. Mark Robins in the squad doing everything really to suggest they can remain as the surprise package of the division. 4 wins from 5 games, aside from losing 1-0 at home to West Brom before the international break. They've been absolutely perfect. Victories over Derby, Sheffield Wednesday, Southampton and Birmingham. Talking of Birmingham, they're at home to Swansea, goalless in that game. Birmingham, after a record-breaking points tally and promotion from League One last season, learning they're not going to have it all their own way in the Championship, with Saturday's hosts losing back-to-back away matches either side of the international break. Swansea starting the day a point ahead of Birmingham in the table, and it's Leicester versus Coventry. Coventry, one of 3 sides that are unbeaten in the Championship. As for Leicester, surprisingly dropping points last weekend away at Oxford, they were down to 10 men for a lot of that game. Leicester good at home so far this season, winning all of their 3 matches at the King Power, including a 2-0 success over promotion rivals Birmingham late in August. So all goalless in the Championship, then 2 goals, 3 goals in League One. Bolton 2 up home to Wigan, Lincoln 1, Luton 0, and in League Two, both games are goalless. Cambridge 0, Fleetwood 0, Harrogate 0, Shrewsbury 0. Liverpool 2, Everton 0 then in the Premier League. Lee, just on the Championship, I think you guys suspend outright betting, don't you, during the game? But sort of 5 games into the season, we've seen some of the promoted teams like Southampton and Ipswich in particular get off the slow starts. Middlesbrough, Stoke, Coventry having really good starts. Do you see a kind of a big shift early in the season? If you see a team like Stoke go 4 wins from 5, are you guys quite, because always there's a surprise package in the Championship, are you kind of quite quick to shorten them, or do you kind of sort of say, hey, it's only 5 games?
With some, I think it depends on the team, really. I mean, Stoke are 16-1 to win the Championship title, 5-1 for promotion, so obviously it has been clipped in a fair bit. Ipswich, 11-4 favourites to win it, 8-11 promotion. Then you've got Coventry, they've been the big movers, I think, 8-5 for promotion now, because we've seen them smash goals. I mean, the goals have dried up a little bit. Interested to see what they do today, but they had those 12 goals in 2 games, didn't they?
Drawn the last 2 games.
Yeah, and then drawn the last 2 and not scored that many. Then Southampton, 2-1 for promotion. Middlesbrough, another team who really impressed, obviously, winning last night and top of the table before the weekend. The Saturday and Sunday games started. 2-1 promotion. Birmingham, 9-4. Birmingham were the ones that I think it's the size of the club and the investment in the club is dictating that. But again, interesting to see what they do today, but I think they're a bit of a false favourite in some of these games. I don't think they're the type of team who can necessarily should be as short as they are against a team like Swansea.
I think before a ball was kicked, the 4 favourites, Ipswich, Southampton, Birmingham and Sheffield United.
Yes, yeah.
Again, I was very early, but all 4 of those sides have a tricky start to the season. I know it's early, but it makes it very, very exciting, doesn't it?
And it makes it difficult, doesn't it? Because you've got to be playing catch-up. Fascinated to see what happens with Sheffield United today with Chris Wilder coming back.
They're in Mallorca.
Yeah, and like they're 12-1 for relegation. It's not changed much with Chris Wilder, but a torrid start to the season for both Sheffield clubs. But Sheffield United, maybe with Wilder coming in, will rejuvenate them a little bit. I'm just interested to see how that game goes. I mean, look, probably the perfect, other than them playing, Sheffield Wednesday, maybe, probably the perfect opponents in Charlton, because they've been pretty poor as well at the start of the season. So
Liverpool 2, Everton 0 then is our Premier League game. 35 minutes gone. Gravenberch and Ekitike with the goals. Liverpool losing one of their last 28 home league games against Everton in all competitions. That was in February 2021. Marcus, for Liverpool, we know they've won every game this season, but not playing particularly well. But a different performance in Liverpool today.
Well, totally. I mean, Everton just have got it's snuffed. Everton have got had the ball there in Liverpool's final third, and it went out to the supporting fullback behind Ndiaye, and he looked up and thought, well, Beto's in the box on his own, so I probably won't swing it in there. What do? We'll kind of recycle possession. Liverpool had all 11 players back behind the ball. They're such a unit this side. And we hear a lot more now of managers talking about starters and finishers. Well, Ekitike can bust a gut to get, not that he's busting a gut there particularly, but he can get back, he can do his doggies. Because if he gets a bit tired, we'll bring on Isak.
Yeah.
We've got Wirtz on the bench. I mean,
incredible.
The likes of, Quaker said it a minute ago, if Manchester City, who I personally don't think will end up challenging for the title this season, but if they want to do that and Arsenal want to do it again, they have to be pretty much perfect, because this Liverpool side, yes, they've scored late goals so far, and you saw in particular in the Newcastle game when Newcastle were down to 10 and they were really getting at Liverpool. We saw that they've been slightly, for their own standards, a little bit shaky, although it seems odd to say that because they've won all their games. But like last season, if you remember, they didn't have the most blistering start to the season, but they were just going about it. They were just plodding their way through games and doing it. If Liverpool really turn the screw and start playing the kind of football we know they can play with this personnel and the squad they have, my goodness, you're going to have to be perfect if you want to challenge.
Oh, a chance there for Everton. Liverpool tried to play out from the back. Alisson played a really, really loose pass. It was given to Iliman Ndiaye on the right-hand side. It was sloppy from Alisson. He tried to pick out McAllister. Gave it to Ndiaye, who did really well to go past McAllister. From the right-hand side, he whips in a really good, dangerous ball. And I don't want to just have a go at the guy, because I'm not saying this is an easy chance.
Correct.
But it's the finish of a man that's out of form, isn't it? It does come into him quickly.
It flicks. I think it maybe flicks off Van Dijk's head and just kind of goes behind.
But it's an awkward finish, isn't it, Kwaku? I'm not really sure what he was trying to do. I think was he trying to take a touch? Was he trying to hit it first time?
He's just not the most natural finisher. Ball's whipped in, and it wasn't the easiest, but it wasn't a great finish. But that's what Everton has to do: capitalise on mistakes. Any mistake Liverpool make, Everton has to try and get a goal off the back of it, because, like Marcus touched on, Liverpool purring right now, and this is the part of the game where they've maybe taken their foot off of it a little bit, because you can't go hell for level for 90 minutes.
No, they're sparring at the minute. If it's a boxing match, they're just sparring.
They're
not. They're not trying to knock the
well ahead on points.
Just coasting through. It's Crawford playing with Canelo a little bit at the minute.
Yeah. But get the ball to your best. Get the ball to Jack Grealish. Get the ball to Ndiaye, and try and make some magic happen, because they'll fancy their matchups. But
they back off as soon as Grealish gets it. They do back off, don't they?
And that's a really good defensive header there from Milos Kerkez. Who says he can't defend a Kwaku? Wonderful ball whipped in from the left-hand side, and Ndiaye running in towards it. Man, Kerkez holds his ground. He wins the header, and he's doing it on a Saturday 12:30 as well, not Saturday 3 p.m. Live on talkSPORT Goals. If you can do it live on talkSPORT Goals, you can do it anytime, can't you, right?
If he can head the ball away when there's no pressure on him, then...
No. Iliman Ndiaye was charging in from behind. One of the tallest players in the Premier League, Iliman Ndiaye, charging in from pace from behind him.
There we go.
Look,
Kerkez is a fine fullback. That's why Liverpool have bought him. He'll only get better.
You should be grateful we bought him, by the way.
Why should I be grateful?
Because it would have been your left back if it wasn't Milos Kerkez, perhaps.
Still injured then.
He didn't start last week. I'm terribly grateful, sir. Thank you very much. And is that the trickle down economy for you? You give us a few crumbs, and we're greatly appreciative of that. Go back to Liverpool Everton though. You're right. When Grealish gets the ball, they just think to themselves, okay, let's just drop off a little bit. Because Grealish is not the type of player to hit one from distance, really. He prefers an assist than a goal, you would say. He's much more familiar with that. So you give him a little bit of room, but make sure his options are cut off. And again, so far, so good. And I think that's it. Again, defensively, Liverpool looking
comfortable.
Good. I mean, because this season, would you say it's fair, chaps, that Liverpool, they do look like they look a tiny bit more vulnerable at the back. I'm not saying they look vulnerable per se, but again, from their high standards, you saw the game against Atletico Madrid. Again, go back to Newcastle, blah blah blah. They've not been as airtight as I thought they might be.
No, they haven't. They have, but then it depends, right? Because then the best team they played this season was Arsenal. And Arsenal didn't really like scoring.
But I think one of the key reasons why I think from that Arsenal game on, Liverpool have been better is because Gravenberch and McAllister were reunited. Gravenberch didn't play in the first game of the season.
Good point.
Bournemouth, and McAllister didn't play at Newcastle. And I think that Arsenal game was the first time they've been on the pitch together since Liverpool won the league towards the end of last season. I think them two together work really well, and you feel a bit more safe with them as a two.
It also says something about Arsenal's lack of desire to go and win that game.
I do agree with that.
Sure. But Bournemouth took the game to Liverpool, didn't they?
Well, it did, yeah. And you'd say the emotion of the whole affair, which was obviously, very, very raw, and my goodness, it would have touched anybody. That kind of gets Liverpool through, obviously, the quality they have and so on. But I think with that Arsenal-Liverpool game, it felt like both coaches set up, right, we're not going to lose today, and we're going to rely on a bit of a moment of magic. And, of course, with Liverpool, they got that moment. And Arsenal didn't really look like producing something. So I know what you mean. I wanted a bit more from that game from both sides. Since then, you would say that Liverpool have kind of provided that. Arsenal, to a lesser extent, I think Sunday is a really interesting test for Arsenal, because Arsenal... So, it's great to beat Leeds 5-0 at home, and Ange Postecoglou's first game in charge of Forest, they won 3-0. You expect Arsenal to put those games away now. What are they going to do when they face the big sides? Are they just going to be flat-track bullies, or are they actually going to take the game to Man City? We saw them batter them there last season, and I give them all the credit in the world for doing that. But in those big games, when those are the games, if you can win them, that's when people really take you seriously as title contenders. Can they do that? So Sunday, I think, it's a good test. One that they passed with flying colours last season. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%. This is a huge weekend, because if Arsenal don't win and they've watched Liverpool play like this, there is going to be
people will start saying it's over already.
Yeah.
I thought that was your line there. The title's done on game day 5.
I'm not going to give them that.
Well, no, but that little thought will creep into people's heads.
Sure.
No one will say it, because it would be ridiculous on one hand, but on the other hand, you don't
want that gap to start.
Exactly.
Liverpool, do you? Quaker, did you notice? Was there a coming together between Van Dijk and Tarkowski?
Yeah,
your attention.
I loved it. So
a little bit of needle.
Yeah, there was a little bit of needle.
The friendly derby.
It started with a long throw coming in from Jake O'Brien.
Yeah.
And they were just in the box tussling. The referee had a word with them, and they were just chirping to each other. It seemed good natured. But then the ball was played through. Van Dijk shielded the ball. Alisson came to collect it, and you saw Van Dijk's reaction afterwards. He screamed, said, "Come on!" and stuck his tongue out.
Yeah.
And I was like,
To Tarkowski.
Yeah, to Tarkowski. I never really see that from Van Dijk. He's normally very cool and calm and composed.
After last season, a Tarkowski last-minute equaliser, maybe a little bit of that coming.
I saw the Van Dijk interview afterwards and said that's their cup final, basically.
Yeah.
Like, he kind of demeaned what Everton are as a football club. So there is, call this a friendly derby. But
it is a derby, isn't it? Hey, look at the red cards in this game. Most ever red cards in Premier League history, 25.
And they know what it means, right? It's Everton's biggest game of the season. So yeah, I like to see that from Van Dijk. I like to see a bit of needle between players as well.
Yeah. Bolton 3-0 up at home to Wigan Athletic. What a first half for Bolton in League One. By the way, Lee, you mentioned a bet which I thought we all liked the sound of, the 5-2 or Liverpool to win most corners and Everton to have the most yellow cards. Everton with their second corner of the game.
0.
Liverpool have 0. There we go.
Well, they don't really need them, do they?
Overrated corners, aren't they?
I'd say so.
It is an Everton corner, though. 2 minutes to go to half-time. What a chance.
Come on, Everton. For the neutrals.
For the neutral, there we go. Mark Costello wants an
For the
Everton
neutrals
goal.
and Evertonians.
And Evertonians, most importantly, yeah.
That would be nice.
They work it short to Grealish. Back to Garner. He gets a shot away. Comes off Ekitike. I don't sound like an old man and a dinosaur. But if I'm Everton and I'm 2-0 down in a game where the opposition have 75% of possession ballpark and you get a corner, get the ball in the box.
I don't think it's a ridiculous shout, because, as you say, they've got some big boys in there. More likely to get a scrap or something than have a 25-yarder fly into the top corner. Yeah, well, look, here's a chance for them. And here's a chance for a long throw. Apparently, they're well back in fashion now.
Yeah, they are.
They didn't even do that.
No. What? If I'm James Tarkowski, I'm thinking, tell me before I go up if you're going to launch it, if you're going to launch it slow.
Brakes on.
Szoboszlai's Pickford should come and collect this, shouldn't he? And yeah, Pickford, it's not the best ball from Szoboszlai. And Pickford is going to work his short. So 44 gone, Liverpool 2 Everton. When you look at the Everton bench, Kwaku, possibly a chance for Tyler Dibbling to come off the bench. Obviously from Southampton, he had a great season last season.
We're not quite the same as Florian Wirtz.
Yeah.
But look, you're right.
But still, they've got to make
he's an exciting young player, and absolutely no disrespect because
That sounded disrespectful, Marcus. I'm being honest with you.
Well, it was more. I was more in awe of Liverpool's bench, I suppose you would say. But yeah, look, Tyler Dibbling, a good signing.
People were saying was there a £100 million price tag put on Tyler Dibbling at one point last season?
Only by certain Southampton fans, I would have thought. Yes, but look, yeah, you're right. An exciting young player to bring on, which. I don't know whether we'll see him or not as the game goes on. I mean, maybe just in sort of desperation, perhaps with the last 15, if nothing's changed, or even if Liverpool are ahead. But I mean, a cauldron of an atmosphere to bring the young man into.
Got to say, guys, cannot wait for the 3:00 games as well in the Premier League today. We haven't mentioned final one standing yet, have we? So as we approach half time. Quaker, you're in the original final one standing, aren't you, with William Hill? So you've 4 game weeks in, and you've backed 4 winners so far.
Yeah.
City, Liverpool, Chelsea and Arsenal.
Yep.
So you've got a big decision to make today then.
Yeah.
Or this weekend. Who have you gone for?
Crystal Palace.
Do you know what? It's the obvious one. I thought if he does not say Crystal Palace right now.
But that's only because I just don't believe in West Ham.
I was about to say, it's because of who they're playing.
It's because West Ham are pony, right?
And yeah, if you look at the contrast of the managers, right? I feel like Graham Potter, I don't want to insult him. He's a very good tactical manager. I feel like he's lost himself a little bit. Everton.
Make it count. Make it count.
That's
Back
football.
to Gay! Oh, he should do better. Everton, and for all of Liverpool's dominance in this half, there have been moments down that left-hand side in particular where, once again, Kieran Dewsbury makes a really good run down the left-hand side. He gets played into the box. This time he does pull the ball back, and it's a good ball to Gay, who runs onto it.
Yeah.
He never really filled you with conviction, did he, Marcus?
No, he never.
Shot, easy saved by Alisson.
But again, look at Liverpool defending there. I understand, Everton have got in, but McAllister and Kirkesh both made it so that Gay would have had to have done something special to put that in the back of the net.
Yeah.
They closed off the space where he could have just slotted it home, and he would have needed to really stuff it into the corner. So even at last ditch, Liverpool defending in numbers. So a little sniff for Everton, but this is the thing.
They're living off sniffs, aren't they?
Exactly. Liverpool have the quality. Yeah.
Got to finish them. Got to finish. That's that's one shot on target Everton have had.
Yeah.
Liverpool have had 2. Scored 2 goals.
It is half-time. Liverpool 2, Everton 0. Gravenberch scoring after 10 minutes. Hugo Ekitike scoring after 29 minutes. Liverpool, for just the 3rd time in Premier League history, looking to start the season with 5 wins from 5. So far, so good. Liverpool 2, Everton 0 at half-time in the early kickoff in the Premier League. We're back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. Good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Kwesi Wafari, Marcus Bella and Lee Phelps and William Hill with you until around 5:15 this evening. In the Premier League, Liverpool 2-0 up at home to Everton in the Merseyside derby. Gravenberch and Ekitike with the goals for Liverpool. 3 games in the Championship, all at half-time, all at 0-0. It is Birmingham 0, Swansea 0. Birmingham, really good record at St Andrews over the last 18 months, with the second city club losing on home soil in the league just once. That last time was all the way back in April 2024, but at home to Swansea today and drawing by a 0-0. QPR 0, Swansea 0. Surprisingly, no goals in the QPR game. 26 goals in QPR's 6 games this season in the Championship, and also Leicester 0, Coventry 0. Leicester, another team good at home this season, winning all of their matches at the King Power Stadium. Last weekend, disappointing draw away at Oxford. In League 1, Blackpool 0, Barnsley 0, Bolton 3, Wigan 0, Lincoln 1, Luton 0. In League 2, Cambridge 0, Fleetwood 0, Harrogate 0, Shrewsbury 0. And again, a reminder, in the Premier League, Liverpool looking set as things stand to go 5 wins from 5 in the Premier League, which is the 3rd time in their history in the Premier League era. But for the next 5 or so minutes, while it's half-time in the early game, let's have a look at some of the odds with William Hill for the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League, Lee Phelps. Where do you want to start?
Let's start Burnley against Forest, shall we? Because I think there's a lot of pressure suddenly mounting on Ange straight away. Because the media love him so much that they're just waiting for him to fail, I feel. You know,
Pressure?
I don't think the media love him. I think they
2 games.
They love the drama that he brings.
They love the quotes, yeah.
So suddenly, if they don't beat Burnley, they'll be all over him again. Losing in the week in the cup. I think Burnley 23-10 they are. The draw's the same price, and Forest are 23-20. So fairly close to even money. I think that if Burnley play the same way they did against Liverpool, they can beat Forest in this game. I think they were unlucky to get a draw, to not get a draw against Liverpool in the end, weren't they? Late. They were unlucky not to get a draw against Manchester United as well, Burnley.
That's true.
But they need to find goals from somewhere, Burnley, and they need to play that same way they played in the Championship. They need to win this 1-0 and shut Forest down. It's just whether Ange can get Forest purring, and whether, we'll see if Chris Wood's in the side, if they've got the goals to be able to do that. They scored, obviously, against Swansea. Can they score against Burnley? I like the draw in this one, 23-10, but I just don't like Forest at the price. Brighton, Tottenham.
I'm sitting on the fence with this one. I'm going for a score draw here.
I know what you mean, and it's very hard to predict, but I think on a pure price play, when you're talking about the odds, I cannot back Tottenham at a short price against anyone, but when they're nearly 2-1, I think Tottenham are worth a look. Because,
I'd say so, yeah.
Because you said earlier on, we wouldn't be surprised if we saw the results at the end of it and Tottenham had beaten Brighton 2-1 or whatever, or 4-2, whatever. So I think at nearly 2-1, I think Tottenham are definitely worth a look. Brighton will pass the ball in front of them. Will they come on to Tottenham enough for Tottenham to hit them on the counter? I think Tottenham have been better away from home, haven't conceded a goal this season. So I will go with Tottenham. I'll chance my arm at Tottenham at 19-10, just under 2-1.
How do you guys see that game going? I mean, Brighton feel, Marcus, like a really inconsistent team.
Yeah.
They can be really good one week and then can also be quite not so good the week after.
These are the games that Spurs have got to win to show that they're a Champions League club. They've had a really good transfer window. They've got a good, solid manager in there. Because Spurs, when Spurs do play the likes of Arsenal, thank me for saying this, but Arsenal, Liverpool, well, they've beaten Manchester City already, but the bigger games, if they lose those games by the odd goal and so on and so forth, you say, well, okay, they're a work in progress. New manager, new players, etc., etc. But the Brighton, that sort of mid-table pack of sort of Brighton, Bournemouth, although they have started very well, but Fulham as well, those teams, those are the games I think people will judge Spurs on more this season, because they're the ones I think that they've got the quality, they've got a better squad of players than those kind of middling teams. Yes, it's always Brighton are a good side. There's no give and go in there. But I think Spurs, that's where Thomas Frank will be saying, let's show we're bigger than these boys. Do you know what I mean? We've got more quality. Go and prove it and show it. Don't just think you're only in the Champions League because you got fluky in the Europa League last season. Go and show your dominance. You've got some big players in there now. And by and large, he's got them firing. So I fancy Spurs for that game.
West Ham Palace, another game at 3 o'clock. Palace favourites this one, Lee, I'm guessing?
Yeah, 13-10. Then West Ham 2-1, and the draw 9-4. Fairly tough one to call, but I think we all probably like Palace. Quaker's got them in final one standing. I think if West Ham, it's almost like when West Ham are completely written off, that's when they're probably the most dangerous. And
against Forest.
Yeah, if they come out and attack Palace, they could shock Palace. And we know they've got goals. We said it before. We know there are goals in that West Ham team. I think there's goals in this game. I think West Ham will have to come out and attack Palace and go for it, which could leave them open. I think it's a tough game to call, but I would go with Palace. I mean, I'm waiting. Well, I said it last week. I'm waiting for the new signing, Cristantos Uche, to come on and get a card, because I told you last week they've signed him from Getafe and had more yellows than he did goals last season. 8 yellows, 4 goals.
I was going to say, but yeah, if you got 25 yellows and about 20 goals, yeah.
I always find it interesting when teams bring strikers in, and you look at the record, and there's not many strikers who are prolific. There's not many who get double figures in the world. So he's one of those where it'd be interesting to see if he start. I don't think he'll probably start today, but I mean, I'm sat on the fence in this game, if I'm being honest.
I'm surprised you sat on the fence.
Yeah, I'm going Palace in this one.
Yeah, but the thing is, you look at all these fixtures, right? And if you just reverse who are the home team, who are the away team, they'll be clear favourites. If Spurs are at home against Brighton, you clearly pick Spurs.
Yes.
If Forest are at home against Burnley, you clearly pick Forest. And if Palace are at home against West Ham, you clearly pick Palace. But the fact that they're playing away from home kind of levels it up a little bit. Even the last game, Leeds against Wolves or Wolves against Leeds, if Leeds are playing at home, you probably fancy them against the Wolves side who are yet to pick up a point this season. So I just think the games are levelled out by who's playing at home and who's playing away.
And very briefly, Lee, Wolves-Leeds is the 4th 3 o'clock game. Wolves still searching for their first point of the season.
Yep, draw.
It's talkSPORT goals. We're live on talkSPORT. Can I add to that? Can I go for a 0-0 draw as well?
Can we have a score draw? 3-3 draw.
No.
Let's have a 3-3 draw.
Leeds scoring 3 goals away from home.
Come on.
No way.
Let's have it.
This is talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Kwesi Wafari, Marcus Speller with you until around 5:15 this evening. 18+, gambleaware.org. Take one more very quick break. And then when we come back, we will be watching the second half of the Merseyside derby. We love a Saturday afternoon, don't we? Live on talkSPORT Goals. Yeah, very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are absolutely live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also as well on your smart TVs. talkSPORT Goals is with our very good friends, William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. I'm Sam Ellard, Quakey Wafari, Marcus Speller laughing like a couple of chill. What's the joke here?
Wait,
Share it with us, please, Marcus.
Saturday afternoon, I'm in talkSPORT Towers. I'm surrounded by men of fine accomplishment. I cannot believe my luck.
Oh, that's why we love you, Marcus Speller. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps also with you this afternoon until around 5:15, taking you through a busy day of football up and down the country. Then we hand over to the phone show. So in the Premier League, Liverpool 2-up at home to Everton. Gravenberch and Ekitike with the goals for Liverpool. Also in the Championship, no goals yet. In the Championship, it's Birmingham 0, Swansea 0. Swansea, since the opening weekend defeat to Middlesbrough, they've enjoyed a 7-game unbeaten run across the Championship and Cup. 4 of the last 5 meetings between Birmingham and Swansea have ended in a draw. We could be seeing another one this afternoon. It's also QPR 0, Stoke 0. QPR coming to this game on the back of back-to-back victories after a tough start to the season. Perhaps Stoke City, the surprise package of the Championship so far. They did lose to West Brom, but have won 4 of their 5 games in the Championship, and also Leicester 0, Coventry 0 as well in the Championship. In League One, Blackpool 0, Barnsley 0 is Bolton 3, Wigan Athletic 0. Bolton have drawn 4 of their last 5 games, but cruising at home to Wigan, who went into the game today unbeaten in their last 4. Blackpool 0, Barnsley 0, Lincoln 1, Luton 0, and in League 2, Cambridge 0, Fleetwood 0, Harrogate 0, Shrewsbury 0. And Quakey, at half-time in the Merseyside derby, a change for Everton?
A change for Everton. You have been vindicated. Beto off, Tiano Barry on. Wasn't a great half for Beto. Didn't really get involved in the game. Apart from that half chance, the ball whipped in, and he just couldn't really make anything of the finish. But we'll see what Barry can do, right? This is an opportunity to make a mark, especially in a Merseyside derby. So let's have a look. Why are you laughing?
And Marcus is laughing.
No, I'm laughing because you can't believe how you've called that. You're slagging off Beto.
Also, sorry,
he's been
no, do you know
hooked
what?
at half time.
It's not a hot take that Beto isn't a convincing Premier League striker. We've watched him for a couple of years. Never really do it for Everton.
I mean, he had a little purple patch when Moyes turned up, but yeah, fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't judge him on.
I'm not sure either, Marcus, that Moyes maybe fancies the new guy either. So here's a shout for you. You know, they've got Dibbling to come into the team.
Hey.
Could possibly one of Ndiaye or Dibbling go as a false 9, possibly moving forward? Do you think a Moyes team would want a bit more of a target man in the team?
Yeah, it's unlikely for a Moyes team. Although when Ndiaye was playing for Sheffield United in the Championship, he did play basically as a striker, and I think he was top scorer in the division. So that
could be an option anyway.
He can do that, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it depends what he feels like is more likely the route to goal. Is it going to be from a big striker up there who's going to hold it up or get his head on the end of something, or is it maybe a nippier guy like Ndiaye who's going to try and get in behind? I mean, really,
who do you think Van Dijk would rather defend against, Beto or Ndiaye?
I don't think he would care personally. I think he would deal with either of them, because
that's probably true.
You know what I mean? Probably the bigger guy, maybe, but I mean, again, I don't think Van Dijk would have been particularly concerned going into this game about those players. I think it's more the wide players, Ndiaye when he's in his better position out wide, and Grealish, that they were more concerned about. But again, the way Liverpool have attacked this, I don't think any Liverpool fan is in the least bit concerned, really.
I think we've just, you mentioned in the first half, Marcus, the long throw is back in. Liverpool going with a long throw.
Yeah.
I think that's the last time we're going to see Conor Bradley take a long throw. That was absolutely pathetic.
In the culture club, long throws ain't for you.
It barely beat the guy on the edge of the box.
Yeah, that was poor. That was really poor.
They need practice. I mean, it wasn't me who said long throws are back in. It was England manager Thomas Tuchel.
Wow.
As always, I'm just getting in
just copying
getting in the England manager's wake. Yeah. Look, it's a funny one. I mean, I think that was it last season? I think the average amount of long throws into the box was like 1.2 or whatever it was a game, and now in this small sample size we have this season, it's like 3 or something.
Is it 3 a game? Wow.
So
it was a lot.
I mean, tactics they come and go, as we know, and I think it's probably people just thinking, do you know what? People probably haven't faced one of these for a while. Let's just chuck it in there and see what happens. And it only takes a team to get a bit of joy here and there, and suddenly everyone goes, "Oh, actually, I forgot about the long throw."
Conor Bradley, do you fancy launching this one into the box?
But Liverpool themselves had a long throw coach, didn't they? Or a throwing coach, yeah. Maybe for years of Jamie Carragher, not getting it quite right, with the foot in the air, or was it over his head? I think there should be a rule change in football, and I think a lot of people would like to see this. Is if you get a throw in, you should just be able to throw the ball any which way you want.
You can't you?
No, you have to be behind the head.
I thought you meant
like launch it.
You could, maybe keep
so
two hands
like coming into have a bowl.
Yeah, but
launch it like you're bowling.
Possibly. Yeah, whatever. Maybe if you want to stick a little bit more to tradition, 2 hands on the ball. But that whole business
you could roll it in front of you.
You could do a rugby, you could chuck it like you're like throwing a rugby ball or something. But the whole business of, oh no, the ball has to be like, it was, you threw it and the ball was in front of your head and all that kind of stuff. Do you not
like something different?
But do you not think it's like nitpicking nonsense?
I do like. I actually do like that because the thing is, it's football first of all. So throw-ins are kind of nonsense.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And so both feet have to be on the ground, and you have to have both hands behind your head, and you have to. It's like okay, but it's football. So just get the ball into play. Like you should be able to say you want to take a quick throw, just underarm. The fact that you have to take a quick throw by getting the ball behind your head and then throwing it like a meter ahead of you.
But the angle as well. Like if you've got the ball there. And you release it here, that's a foul throw.
So
that's not a foul throw. That's nonsense.
How much further? If someone could launch a ball like that, do you think it get silly and they can end up launching it?
No, so hence I said 2 hands on the ball then.
Okay, all right.
So, little by little.
So you're changing it already, Marcus?
Well, I did say that a few moments ago. You got very excited there. But
Producer Jamie shouting in my ear how much he hates your idea.
Cheers, Jamie. Why does it? No, I don't know.
I know what you mean because it just seems like nonsense.
But it's more the angle. I think the thing that really annoys me is that angle of if you've got 2 hands on the ball.
But we've seen rule changes that have been brought in to kind of get the ball into play quicker and get people playing football as opposed to just launching there. Like with the goal kicks, right? You used to have to stand outside the box as a defender, but now you can just pass it short.
Yeah, I mean, that was a daft rule.
It was a silly rule.
Yeah.
It was a silly rule.
Totally silly rule.
And I'll get the throwing thing as well.
You know what?
The rules of football are good. They're very, very good. Hence, it's the most popular sport in the world, right? And when you get, FIFA and IFAB or, whatever, trying to kind of really sort of make big rule changes. Like, no, you don't need that. But once in a while, you think, actually, a teeny little tweak does help. And I think that you're right. With that one you just said, I think it would be...
Well, remember the kickoff rule? You had to pass it forwards before you had to go back.
Again, stuff like that. You don't need it. You don't need it.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you.
Grealish has got the ball in the box, though. Given away.
Come on.
And that's what we're saying about Everton. Yeah, it's just so sloppy. Do you know what? He's got it back, though.
Yeah.
He's got another bite of the cherry.
Yes. But he's such a good footballer, isn't he?
I mean, a wonderful footballer, which is why, those kind of moments, they've got to make the most of. And they're giving it away again.
It's just not good enough.
Easy to say when I'm sat here, Lee. I understand that.
It's just not good enough against Liverpool, is it? It's like, against any other team, you might get away with a few of those.
But here they come again. I mean, Liverpool seem to be just having a little rest.
Yeah, they are.
At the moment.
Taking the round off, haven't they?
But the reason why they're having a rest is because it's not affecting the game at all, really. It just they'll get a bit more breath in their lungs, and then suddenly you watch in the next sort of, I don't know, 5 minutes or whatever, they'll be firing at Everton and pinning them back.
Well, in the next 5 or so minutes, possibly maybe with a slow start to second half, I want to ask you guys about Ruben Amorim, because Ruben Amorim has doubled down on his controversial playing system and claimed even the Pope could not persuade him to change his Manchester United formation right now. He's been criticised for his refusal to switch from his rigid 3-4-3 lineup, which has yielded 8 wins from 31 Premier League games since he took charge at Old Trafford 8 months ago. They finished 15th last season, the lowest place for 51 years. But Amorim won't change system even for the Pope, Marcus Speller.
He obviously respects the Pope. I mean, I would have thought someone a bit more physically imposing. Like, would you have, like an angry Duncan Ferguson, would you change it for him?
Yeah,
do you know
he
what
was
I mean?
pointing his finger in my face, possibly. All jokes aside, though, Marcus, 8 wins in 31 games. Man United finished 15th.
How can I put jokes aside when we're talking about Man United?
Yeah, true. Okay, just talk to him about this. Honestly, are you as baffled as I am that it's 8 wins in 31 games, and yet this man seems to just keep on doing the same thing over and over again?
I remember saying a while ago that I thought he might be the first Manchester United manager post Ferguson to walk rather than get sacked. And it's got to the point now, it was getting to the point, and I think for a lot of people it's probably at the point now, where Amorim's own personal brand, if you like to use corporate language, is being damaged. And that's because he talks about this system and everyone's like, well, it's early days. Well, of course it was in November or whenever it was last year when he got the job. And you think, okay, got to have time. Well, he doesn't have the players. All right, okay. But I mean, he's not trying to get them to play 1-1-8, is he? Do you know what I mean? It's a back three. Maguire playing a back three for England. They're not. This is not some alien formation he's trying to get them play. Then he has a full summer, spends a lot of money. And the results and the performances have been largely the same. Little bits here and there, little flickers where it's been better, you might say. But ultimately, it's the same. And the Grimsby Town performance, my goodness, that will go down in history. So I find it ridiculous that, say, we mentioned Thomas Frank there. Thomas Frank, every few days that Spurs, it'll be every few days now they have fixtures. Every few days, he seems to manage to get his team to play in a different way and with different personnel. Sometimes he brings João Palhinha in as a destroyer in midfield, and other times he goes, actually, no, we don't need him today. We're going to play with this. And he gets, by and large, a pretty decent tune out of them. Amorim has had so long now to work with these players that still they look like they don't know the system. The manager has to take some blame. I understand the club's a bit of a madhouse at the moment and so on and so forth. But right now with Ruben Amorim, it is now the attention's beginning to turn to him a lot more than it has done. And all these quotes he's coming out with, I'm not going to change, I'm not this, that and the other. I think that for a coach who was one of the hottest prospects in Europe, you might argue when his team was firing. I know he nearly went to West Ham, by the way. But now you think to yourself, get out of there, mate, before you lose your love for the game.
But he's not going to walk, though, is he? Managers don't walk nowadays, Marcus, do they, when they got big payoffs around the corner?
They don't, but for the sake of your, even your mental health, man, do you know what I mean? Or whatever, for the sake of your pride or your status, he's not going to be short of a few bob, is he, in football? He'll still get, he will go on and do good things in the game. I just think that you can't ignore his role in this now. Because how long has he had with these players?
9 months.
How can he still not get tunes out of them? And the fact that now, how many Man United players have either gone on loan or left the club? Even Rasmus Højlund in his first game for Napoli scored.
Of course.
You see Marcus Rashford midweek. It's if they all went, even Anthony at Real Betis last season, if they all went and were poor, Scott McTominay's the best player in Serie A. What's going on here? So, yes, the club is all over the place. The players have got to take a bit of the blame themselves. Now, absolutely, I think it's done under Amorim, and he's on borrowed time.
Salah with a chance for Liverpool. His shot is easy saved by Jordan Pickford. Still Liverpool 2, Everton 0. Quaker, the system thing I find baffling. He's the head coach of Man United Football Club, and he is setting them up in the same way, game in, game out. I don't think it takes a tactical genius to look at Man United play with 2 central midfield players. One of them, by the way, who wants to be a 10, and the other one who's normally Casemiro isn't, the most mobile of players now anymore. They are outnumbered game in, game out in that midfield, and it is absolutely baffling to me how a coach who, as Marcus rightly says, comes with such a big reputation, literally sets them up every single week in the exact same way, and you are seeing the same patterns of play develop game in, game out. 8 wins in 31, and is coming out here and now saying that he's not going to change. He's the head coach. Surely his job is to work out a system in a way that brings out the best of these players. It's scandalous, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. I actually don't know if I agree with that definition of insanity. I think there's other markers for insanity, but it's not the mark of a man who's going to succeed in the Premier League, right? You've got to be adaptable, and you've got to be able to recognise the personnel that you have, and even on that point, you had the chance to bring in personnel that you wanted to, and in the summer they failed to address the midfield position. And now you're at a point where a player like Kobbie Mainoo, who we still saw start a final of the Euros for England and look seamless in that midfield and scored a goal in the FA Cup final, is potentially on the out because he doesn't fit your system. And Danny Murphy made a point about it, and I do to an extent agree with it. There are certain teams that shouldn't be playing 3 at the back. Xavi Alonso's system works incredibly well at Bayer Leverkusen. He went to Real Madrid and they told him, you're playing 4 at the back and you're getting the best players on the pitch. Unfortunately, there are some teams that it just doesn't work right. And when I watch Manchester United play at Old Trafford and I'm seeing 3 centre-backs and I'm seeing them make changes that don't... Oh, chance here.
Chance.
Oh!
Yes! What a goal!
Good goal.
Woo! That's an outstanding goal. Liverpool 2, Everton 1. It comes down once again the left-hand side. Jack Grealish does really, really well. He gets a cross into the box. There's a deft touch to Gay. And his first time finish, he whips it. He beats Alisson, and fair play. It's been a bit of a sluggish start to the half, but Jack Grealish, everything good Everton are doing, comes down the left-hand side. He too easily just rolls past Bradley, stands the ball up to the back post. Ndiaye does really, really well. First-time touch into the path of Gay, inside the box, and his finish, he just wraps his foot around it and beats Alisson. And I'll be honest, I think on the basis of play, since Liverpool went 2-0 up, I think you've got to say Everton have been good for this goal.
That touch from Ndiaye was absolutely beautiful, and that's it. Get your best players on the ball, and they can make things happen. And considering Gay had a chance the first half, he kind of scuffed. That was a beautiful strike, and now they're back in the game. Like they need to get the next goal, but since half time, they have been a lot better than they were in the first half, and now it's game on, Sam. It's game on.
Well, I said, didn't I? I said, the next 5 minutes Liverpool probably go at them, and they haven't done it. I was just sitting here thinking, Everton have to score now if they're going to have a chance. You've always got to score, especially when you're the inferior side. You've got to score when you're on top because you don't have the quality like the superior side would to just suddenly do something, which Liverpool obviously do have. And what did we say? Again, minutes earlier, Grealish had the ball down the flank and he just sloppily gave it away, and it happened again. Well, this time he beat his man, as we've been seeing him do so often, which is why he was player of the month, and flighted the ball in, and it was a quality touch, and what a finish. We said it needs to be world-class against Liverpool. Everton produced something world-class.
Yeah, it's a great goal. And Liverpool about to bring on a couple of substitutes. Curtis Jones fit again, is going to come off the bench. So too is Florian Wirtz, and
not too shabby. I mean, Curtis Jones, I think, is a lovely player to often bring off the bench.
Yeah,
he's a great footballer.
Yeah,
but when he comes off, he often does make a difference.
He does. I would like to see them move Sabozla to right back and maybe put one of those two players in midfield, and Conor Bradley comes off.
My guess are really interesting. I thought it would be like for Jones on for Sabozla. That would have been my guess. That would have been my guess.
Jones on for Sabozla and
Wirtz comes on for Gakpo and comes from the left, perhaps.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Well, I tell you what. I mean,
I think Grealish is getting success against Conor Bradley, and that one there, it was a bit easier. I mean, Grealish does well. He rolls the ball past him, but it wasn't like a great bit of skill, was it? No. Almost maybe felt, from a Liverpool point of view, I maybe want my right back to be a bit more aggressive and then maybe do a little bit more. It was almost like Bradley was like it's almost like he was happy for him to knock it past him and stand the ball in. Do better to get to him and stop. That's your job. Stop the cross. Game.
Like every time Grealish gets the ball, you see Bradley just kind of ease off of him. It's been like that since minute one. So I agree with you. You should have got a bit more tight to it.
You might be right. It might be supposed to right back. You might be right.
But this is Grealish that is a little bit more freer than he was at Manchester City. Look, he played very well for Man City. He won a treble there. So I don't want to be too silly with this. But yeah, okay, so there you go.
Wirtz for Gakpo, I think, is the first one that I called. And then I thought Jones for Sabozla, but possibly Quaker could be right. I think this makes sense. Wirtz to come in from the left-hand side. Say, obviously not going to take Salah off, are you? And the second, McAllister's coming off. He's done that a few times. Wow. I don't know whether there's a fitness issue with McAllister, but like last season, he would never really substitute McAllister. No. It'd almost be the one that would guarantee to finish. So yeah, like for like in terms of Jones into midfield for McAllister. Bradley will finish a left back. But from an Oz point of view now, Lee, I'd love to know, did anyone have a go at Everton at half time for a draw even at 2-0 down?
Yeah, there'll always be someone having a little bet on it. The 4-1 now for the draw, 18-1 for Everton to turn this round and win it, which seems outlandish. 1-5 Liverpool. I mean, Liverpool were pretty much unbackable. Mo Salah to score at any time in the game has just been boosted from 4-1 to 5-1 live now. So if you think Salah could get on there. Just talking about Ruben Amorim, by the way, second favourite in the next Premier League manager to leave his post, 9-4. And you feel like while he's there, he's just going to hover around that favouritism mark. Graham Potter, obviously the favourite as we record this before the game today at 4-6. But then Amorim 9-4, Vitor Pereira 5-1, Daniel Farke 8-1. What I don't get about Amorim is that, and I've said it before when we've talked about him, he doesn't seem to be able to hold his tongue and keep his counsel. He always gives the media something. The Pope thing, it starts it again. He also said in the same interview, if I'm a player and I have a coach with a lot of pressure on and he changes the system, then I will look at him in a different way. Why?
I would go.
What your players think.
Also, on that comment, I would go the other way. And if I'm a player and my manager is setting me up in the exact same way, game in, game out, where we're often exposed in midfield and we're losing games of football, and he doesn't change, I'm then as a player looking at that coach thinking, again, you want us to play again with the same system today against Chelsea?
Well, go on.
Well, my mind is completely flipped on that because Sam, we did loads of shows on this last season.
Russell Martin was a prime example,
and I said stick to your principles, right? But then I looked at the reality of the Premier League, and we're talking about Man United team. I'm not over exaggerating the point. Since he's come in, the 17 teams that remain in the Premier League, Man United have got the worst record, 31 points from 31 games. This is relegation form. We're not no longer talking about a team that's maybe challenging for a place in Europe. We're talking about a team that if this carries on, they could be in the relegation battle. So you do at that point need to change your philosophy or change the way you're doing things, because you are taking the team in one direction. And I was always of the school of thought, stick to your philosophy, stick to your principles, but this is the Premier League, right? It's a results-dependent league, and if you're not getting results, then you're going to lose your job in short order.
You as a head coach have to adapt to make sure you give your team the best possible chance.
I've come around to that, because I was always
glad I could have that influence on you.
No, you did. And we've done many of these shows, and I was very stubborn with the Russell Martin thing, but when it's not working and everybody can see that it's not working, and you are, like Lee said, giving quote after quote after quote after quote. I saw an interview you did the other day where he said, I expect to be here in 12 months. It's like, do you, mate? Do you actually?
And he also in the press conference joked about getting a new contract yesterday, and I'm like, not the time, mate.
You know, say, oh yeah, sometimes I love my players, sometimes I hate my players. It's like, brother.
The one quote last season was, he said, sometimes I was on the bus going to games knowing we were going to lose. It's not a great thing to say, is it?
It's absolutely outrageous.
It's nonsensical, and
I mean, some of it is lost in translation, and I'm sure, like, you know,
it's too many. There's too many.
Exactly that.
You give someone the benefit of the doubt. He's speaking the second language, and for us, English people, that genuinely is to be admired, because of we're dreadful with that kind of thing. But I think with Amorim, the trouble is that this job is clearly too big for him. But by the way, I think it's too big for anybody. I think. The Man United, if they're not already, are fast becoming the unmanageable club. And it's a really, really poor state of affairs. I wondered if Spurs were in that bracket, but Frank's come in and has shown really good early signs. But, that Spurs and Man United are not, other than the results last season, not really comparable, because Spurs are in a much healthier position financially and so on and so forth. So with Amorim, yes, I remember when he first came into the job, and he was saying, wow, like this is, media frenzy, this is all over the place. And much like the man who's in the Everton dugout today, Rio Ferdinand said, didn't he, that when David Moyes first joined Manchester United, went on pre-season, he saw him slumped in his chair on the flight home or something and just went, oh, this is a big club, isn't it? It's a behemoth of a club. What are they, still the most profitable club in the world or something like that, despite all this stuff that's going on? Honestly, I think they might have to, depending on how he does with Brazil, it might just be like, Mr. Ancelotti, can you come in for a bit and see how you get on? It has to be.
No, but see, I think.
But even then, I mean, but the idea of someone with a philosophy coming in and sticking to it, you can't.
You can't. I think we're past the idea of a manager coming in and returning Manchester United to their former glories. That's always been the MO, right? When Moyes came in, he was the chosen one. Well, I remember the big hoo-ha when Van Gaal came in his first press conference. Then Jose come. Like
this is Ferguson's legacy, by the way.
This is
Ferguson's legacy is really poor.
But Man United are.
It is.
They're an institution, right? And they are a behemoth. But I think we need to get away from this idea that the man who comes in and fixes Manchester United is the man who returns them to their former glories. There needs to be a man who comes in and returns them to being a respectable football club. Someone like Nuno, Man United fans would turn their nose up.
No,
the position the Forest were in when he took over, it's not too dissimilar to where Man United are right now. They need someone who could just return them to being a respectable force. But I talk to Man United fans, they're like, Nuno, and laughed at the idea. I said, right. he shouldn't take the job. If I was him, I would actually run a mile from it. But the fact that Man United fans still to this day think that they should get someone like an Ancelotti, I think it's preposterous. They are so far removed from where they should be. And you made a great point. Man United are a great football club, right? But that football club was built off the back of two managers. And the time in between those two managers, I would argue very, very unsuccessful. Matt Busby, of course, and the Busby Babes and what he did, and Alex Ferguson. But prior to Busby and after Busby, and prior to Ferguson and after Ferguson, Man United's history is not listed with glory. It's not listed them winning league titles. And so they're a club and a fan base that are used to having these tenured managers that bring them glory, but get away from that idea. Bring in a manager that could just settle things down a little bit.
Yeah, step by step. I mean, by the way, when I just said, Ferguson's legacy is a poor, and what I mean, obviously, what he did, one of the greatest managers of all time, but in terms of post Manchester United, he and the club or whoever is to blame have just, it's fallen off a cliff. And that idea of having the old school manager who is essentially Ferguson-esque. It's not even like that with Guardiola at Man City.
No,
they need to get
I think what happened with Ferguson is that he ran such...
And Dice, quick feet, edge of the box. He's got Grealish to his left-hand side, inside the box. Grealish against Bradley. Grealish stands one up to Gay. Oh, and Gay does go back across goal. It came off Jones, and then Alisson does well to punch it away. And Barry, in those situations, any sort of contact with the goalkeeper, unfortunately, always gets given as a foul. But once again, that was Iliman Ndiaye. Really, really quick feet, edge of the box, found Grealish, gate at the back post, back across goal. Jones' clearance was awkward, but came high on Alisson, and he does enough and well in the end to punch it away. And yeah, maybe Barry does lean in towards him slightly.
Come on, that's never a foul.
Possibly not. But 68 minutes gone, Liverpool. No, I'm with you on that one, to be fair.
Everton are in this, though.
Yeah. But Isak, by the way, he's just come on for Ekitike in the second half. 68 minutes gone.
They'll have to watch him, yeah.
Yeah. Liverpool quake you in the second half, as Marcus rightly says. Poor. Yeah. Everton are having decent spells of possession here and pressure.
It reminds you of the Atletico game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Get them back into the game. And I thought this would be a different game, right? When they went 2-0 up, I said, it'll be 3 or 4-0. But they've let Everton back into it. And there is just something a little bit different about Liverpool. But if they increase the tempo and play how they're playing in the first half, there's no reason why they can't go and get another goal. They've got quality players. They've got enough.
They've got a front three of Verts, Isak and Salah.
I mean, that's one of the best front three.
I tell you what, I think Ndiaye has been absolutely fantastic all
really
game.
well.
Once again there, just really, really quick feet in midfield, gliding past the player. He's given it to Grealish, who is going to win a foul. And I think that could be a yellow card for Sabozlai. I think that's, do we call that a blatant yellow card?
We're now Liverpool winning. Both got one card, 2-2 on corners.
On Everton. Everton more corners.
2-2 at the minute.
2-2.
Okay.
I thought you said 2-1. Okay, so that possibly could, that 5-2 bet could come in, couldn't it? Who knows?
Only one leg of it is actually winning now.
Sorry, can I ask? Was it Uli was talking about Amorim before that moment or something, or Manchester United?
No, I was going to say we're talking about Ferguson.
Yes,
and I think the issue with Ferguson was that he governed with such an iron fist.
Yes,
and through fear, in a lot of ways. I think after that spell, I think there was a collective dropping of the shoulders from the club. It was almost like, oh God, he's going, but kind of thank goodness he's gone, because it's like. And once you relax away from that, even if it's a little bit as a unit, whether that's at work or as a football team, I think the club has struggled to get back to those levels again. They can't get back to the levels that they had under Ferguson.
And we're still talking about Ferguson.
Yeah, because
12
Mourinho
years
came
on
in.
or whatever it is.
Mourinho came in.
Quaker said Van Gaal. I mean, he's not.
Van Gaal, yeah, exactly.
Maybe
So,
past their best, but still.
Yeah.
But this is the thing with it. They tried everything.
Yeah.
They've tried everything with the kind of more sort of solid Premier League manager, Moyes and maybe one or two others. They've tried the big names. And this Amorim appointment was, let's get our guy in with this philosophy, with this playing style. And it's not worked
and that interview,
in the slightest.
The interview we're quoting Amorim from, when he did that interview, he sat in front of the massive honours board of Manchester United. There's a shadow hanging over every manager who goes there. You've heard in the past of managers taking down pictures on the corridors.
Yep.
I think Brian Clough famously did it at Leeds United.
Wow.
Incorrectly, but I'm not saying that they do that, but how do you live up to that? How do you live up to that honours board that is behind him when he's doing his interviews? He's almost like taking the mickey out of him as he's doing it.
Everton corner, Konate with a really, really good defensive header, and Liverpool don't clear. Ndiaye still got it. Good tackle from Isak. Can Liverpool counter now? They got 4-on-2. Salah's in. He's got Verts to his right, Isak to his left. He goes to Verts, who's through. He cuts back in.
What a tackle.
You're right, Tarkowski. Verts' touch I thought was good. He came back in on his left foot, but Tarkowski did so well to come back in, wins the tackle, and it's going to go out for a Liverpool corner.
He was like, I am getting the ball, and if I get a bit of the player.
So Liverpool 2, Everton 1, 72 minutes gone. Liverpool 2 up and cruising really in the first half an hour. We've got a fly in the house here. But Everton scoring just before... just after the second half, and it's 2-1. But Everton are well in this game.
Everton
well
are on
in this
top,
game.
and
yeah.
If there's a chance for them for David Moyes,
but you say that they're going to create at least another chance or two in this game, aren't they, Marcus?
Well, I can't believe this. In the first half, we were sort of tentatively saying, obviously Liverpool haven't been superb starting the season, but they've.
Konate wins ahead of Grealish, clears it not too far from the goal line, Marcus.
Yeah, so we were sort of saying, because Liverpool started so well, and they looked like they really, really were at the races today. And of course, they were in that first time. You thought, well, okay, we're unlikely to see a bit of the drop off that we've seen, like against Atletico and Newcastle and one or two others. But it's followed the same pattern. I wonder if is that. I mean, concern might be too strong a word, but it's certainly something that Slot's going to have to tighten up as the season goes. I mean, even on this form, Liverpool may well still be good enough to win the Premier League title.
They're still winning games despite not playing.
Indeed. So one has to acknowledge what's going on. But this is the type of game where at half-time, I don't think too many Liverpool fans will be thinking, oh, yeah, there's a few moments where we're a bit nervy.
You probably think you get a third in the second half.
Yeah,
It
exactly,
becomes a training session for the final sort of half an hour. But also, Quaker, let's give credit to Everton because is David Moyes getting enough credit for the job that he's done since coming in last season in terms of taking them away from the relegation zone? And, this is an Everton team now that we're probably not guessing are going to be fighting relegation this season. An Everton team that might be competing for top half football.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's been given the credit because of the job he's done at Everton, and also you look at what's happened at West Ham as well. He juxtaposed those two football clubs.
He does pick them, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he does pick them.
Yeah, he does. He does. And
Man
he should go back to Man United.
but let's not forget, this is the man that led. I know they lost their qualifying games, but in the 04-05 season they qualified for the Champions League ahead of Liverpool. So
20 years ago.
That was
fair play. It did happen.
Yeah, but he's.
Support's live with a free kick from 30. He hit it well, didn't he? But it just very similar to the position against Arsenal.
Hey, even Pickford was having a little laugh at that one.
Just looked like the epitome of a Liverpool player from the mid 2000s. The hair, the Alice band, the long black hair, Luis Garcia.
That's a great shout.
Aquilani.
Great shout.
There's been so many Liverpool players.
How many more can we name with headbands on? Burger, good shout, Bill.
There you go. A little bit earlier, but yeah, okay. Yeah.
But yeah, he's I just think that David Moyes is just a solid. He's a safe pair of hands, right?
Is he better than solid?
Do you know what? Go back to Manchester United.
Solid is respectable.
He's a better coach than a solid coach.
He'd been given more time at Manchester United.
Here we go.
I know he followed. It was very difficult.
I don't know.
Maybe.
No,
I don't think so because
Isak going away from goal. Goal kick. Carry on, Lee.
No, I think that look, it's not been good post Ferguson. Obviously, they have won trophies.
He was Fergie's pick.
He was Ferguson.
And again, that really reflects badly on Ferguson. But I think, Man United have won trophies since Ferguson. They've won the Europa League. They've won FA Cup, League Cup. So it's not been all kind of doom and gloom. And that first season under Ten Hag, it wasn't too shabby. I think that the funny thing is that right now it's the worst it's been post Ferguson, which seems quite extraordinary, really. But you're right when you said about Nuno being available. Like Nuno to the end of the season would stabilise them a bit, I think.
Yeah.
It seems remarkable that they are in that situation, but yeah, sounds ridiculous of me touting, the manager of the football club that I support, Fulham, but I think Marco Silva would be a good choice for Manchester United.
There's quite a few managers in the Premier League that are doing really. I think the job Areola's doing at Bournemouth, they're punching well above their weight. Glaston's had great success at Crystal Palace.
The problem for Areola is Areola clearly has a kind of style of play and philosophy and all the rest of it, which is very, very good. What Marco Silva is good at, yes, he does have a bit more on the front foot. He's got a lot about him tactically, but Marco Silva, and this is why I think he'd be perfect Man United, but I hope he stays at Fulham because I'm really enjoying life under Marco Silva at Fulham. It's the type of manager who goes in there and sort of repurposes and repackages players who have had maybe former glories or they've been not quite fulfilled their potential or they're not as playing as well as they previously have been. He is brilliant at doing that. You look at some of the players that have gone to Fulham and they're playing, I would argue that one or two of the Fulham players are playing some of the best football of
Alex Iwobi.
Iwobi, yes, exactly. I couldn't think of his name for a minute there, ridiculously. Iwobi would be a great example of that. And so I think if you had him to go into Manchester United and say, right, okay, let's be a little bit pragmatic, and pragmatic is not a dirty word. It doesn't have to be in football because I think people often assume that as being boring football and whatnot. I'd say Thomas Frank was very pragmatic in his approach.
Just being well organised and having a team set up.
Yeah, and knowing the opposition, dealing with the opposition, but also showing a bit of your quality as well. That wouldn't be too shabby at all.
No.
And also getting some of these players who have played some great football over the years and have had moments and are clearly better than what they're showing right now, because it's not a terrible squad that Manchester United have. It's not a title challenging squad, but
it should be a team going for the Champions League places, shouldn't it? The top 5, 6.
At least the Europa Conference League sounds, you know what I mean? And so I think that you need a manager to go in there, and I think Frank would have been, now that we've seen him at Spurs, he would have been a good appointment. So I think if you're Manchester United, and by the way, Lee, with regard to the odds on Amorim, I think that there's something in the contract that if he goes within the first 12 months of his contract, he gets a hefty payout. Well, come November, when he's,
Can he survive 3 more months?
Well, I think he will, for financial sake. I don't think the club can be seen as sacking him and paying the 12 million or whatever. I think they'll wait another couple of months to see if he can turn things around, which I doubt he will. The 12 months finishes, it will be less of a payout. There's an international break coming, maybe. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something.
But my issue with them is they're such a reactive football club, right? Like,
But they were trying to be proactive with Amorim, though.
No, but they were paying for their previous sins. The minute,
I do agree with
after the FA Cup final finished between Man City and Man United, which Ten Hag won, should have said, thank you for the memories, we're moving on.
Like Van Gaal.
With Ruben Amorim, the minute after the Europa League final, they lost against Spurs, should have said, thank you for your work, but we are currently 15th in the Premier League. Yeah. It's not going to work. But now they're paying for those sins, and now another manager's going to have to come in halfway through the season.
Not halfway through a season. 4 games into a season. He hasn't got any new signings to come. He hasn't had a pre-season. And then you feel whatever manager comes in will have to encounter the same problem that other managers have had, where you come into a team that isn't your team, got to implement a new system. That's a 5:30 today, Man United v Chelsea. Remarkably, Chelsea.
Looking forward to that one.
Chelsea haven't won at Old Trafford post Sir Alex Ferguson, which is
big chance
unbelievable.
I've captained Cole Palmer in my fantasy
There
team.
we go, good man. 78 minutes gone, Liverpool 2, Everton 1. Big goal in the Championship, 75 minutes in, 3 games at 12:30. Just had our first goal. QPR 1, Stoke 0. Stoke 4 wins from 5, going well, a goal down. QPR have won back-to-back games and can go 2 points behind Stoke with a victory. Who on this goals panel earlier said both teams to score in all 3 Championship games? Could have been a good shout, couldn't it?
One of the worst tips ever.
One of the worst tips ever, and that was one of the poorest free kicks I've seen for a long time. James Garner, I'm not sure whether he tried to shoot there from about 30 yards out or that was an overhit kind of cross into the box, which he overhit. So score updates as we approach the final 10 or 15 minutes in our 12:30 games in the Premier League and EFL. Liverpool 2, Everton 1. 80 minutes gone. Everton giving it good as they can get. They have had a couple of decent chances, bringing one back in the second half. Again, the only goal in the Championship is at QPR. QPR 1, Stoke 0. Leicester 0, Coventry 0. Coventry have drawn the last 2 games, one of 3 unbeaten sides in the Championship. Birmingham looking to get back to winning ways, drawing at home to Swansea, who are unbeaten since the opening day of the season. In League One, it's a good afternoon for Bolton Wanderers. They're 4-1 up at home to Wigan. Goalless Blackpool, Barnsley. Lincoln 1, Luton 1. Just 2 games starting at 12:30 in League 2. Cambridge 2, Fleetwood 1, Harrogate 1, Shrewsbury 0. Going to bring you some team news very shortly. In our games in the Premier League at 3 o'clock, I tell you what there, look at how aggressive Everton are here. Alisson played the ball short into Curtis Jones. He's offside there. There's a couple of Everton players pressing really, really high up the pitch. They win the ball back, and then it was Barry who just strayed into an offside position. But with 10 minutes to go, Everton are well and truly in this game. How aggressive was that, Kwaku, there, trying to win that ball high up the pitch from Everton?
I know, it was great, and they have been great in the second half. They just need that one chance. Need that one chance.
Are they going to get one chance?
They'll get the chance. Whether they'll take it or not remains to be seen, and whether Liverpool won't score as well. Because you think if Everton go and get an equaliser, what's the odds on that?
Oh, here we go.
Well, you know what did I say just before the kickoff? I said, I fancy a draw today.
You did.
I looked rather ridiculous at half time, and to be honest with you, I could look ridiculous in a moment. But the fact is, 15 minutes or whatever it was into the game, I think if you said to Evertonians, in the last 10 minutes, you'll still be in the match. I think they've probably taken it.
I think they would have taken that. Yeah.
5.5 to 1 at the minute. The draw.
They're winning the ball back from. I mean, there you go. I mean, that should be a yellow card.
That will be Verts to just yank back.
But that shows
Yinneman and Jime.
That's almost like the story of the second half of microcosm. Liverpool come forward, Everton deal with it, break, and then Verts has just had to pull him back and get a yellow card. Yeah. In almost a bit of desperation.
Bit of panic, isn't it? Because he was away there on the counter attack.
It absolutely is. Yeah. Why would you take a clear cut yellow card for your team?
I feel like I'm mentioning Tyler Dibling's name maybe more often on the show than what I should do. But is anyone slightly surprised that someone like Tyler Dibbling hasn't come on to give them that extra option in attack? Fresh legs, perhaps?
No, because I think Grealish and Njai still look
fresh.
Actually.
Grealish has been fantastic.
He has,
by the way.
Yeah.
I mean,
Salah could be in. Oh!
Again, they snuff out the Liverpool attack. I mean, in the first half, that's a lovely through ball, and they probably, create something from it, don't they? Yeah. But yeah, by the way, on the chat of Grealish, surely he's got to be considered by Tuchel for that.
How did I know England was coming?
You know me. I've kept pretty quiet up till now. I've waited to the 81st minute to bring it in.
No one's got more assists in the Premier League this season than Jack Grealish. He's got 4 assists, and also he won't get that assist for the goal, but he got an assist for that. Got the pre-assist. That's the one.
I know what you mean. I mean, England have got a lot of options down the flanks and so on, but Grealish, big game experience.
I've also seen someone like a Marcus Rashford go away to Barcelona, score in the week. Sort of 2 players. I know Rashford was in the last squad, but 2 players that have in the last kind of year or so, maybe fallen slightly out of favour with
pressure for Anthony Gordon to up it.
Yeah, for sure.
Rashford carries on that kind of form, and Grealish as well.
But also Madueke, Szoboszlai, Salah could be in. Pickford does really well. Szoboszlai just overhit the pass, but Pickford really good. He's always off his line, isn't he, quite quickly, and managed to snuff out the danger there.
Handball, surely a handball.
I've got a theory. Can I give you another theory?
Is it to do with kickoff times?
No, it's to do with strikers.
Okay, that's
to do with chemtrails.
We don't. No, that's for something. Yeah, that's for a different time.
Can I ask what that is?
No. Conspiracy theory.
Okay. I have no idea what that is.
The Inside Conspiracy Theory podcast.
Yeah, it is.
That's a new podcast Marcus is pitching to the boss on Monday morning at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. We see less. Like there's not the era of like nippy strikers, right? Remember back in the day, you don't get like a Michael Owen or a Jermaine Defoe. You don't get those strikers.
So a bit smaller, play off the shoulder of the defender.
And of course that's down to formations because 4-4-2 they used to play with big man.
They're farmed out wide. Those players.
They are farmed out wide, but also with the emergence of
Verts inside the box to Szoboszlai on his right foot. Really good blocking by Gay and Jack Grealish.
He's been brilliant
to
this
help the
second
ball. Yeah.
But yeah, with the emergence of goalkeepers coming off their line, you know that ball that got played through by Szoboszlai to Mo Salah? Back in the day, that's a chance because the keeper's not coming off his line that far.
Sure.
Yeah. And so those strikers that thrived off living off on the last man, those strikers don't really exist anymore.
Who is the most that type of striker nowadays?
Julian Alvarez, probably.
Julian Alvarez.
Would you say that in the 90s, Eddie Nketiah would have been a player?
Oh, he would have been a player. He would have been a player in the 90s. And we talk about
him and Mateta up front, right? That's what it would have been. Yeah,
That's exactly what it would have been.
In the knockdowns.
Yeah, but that doesn't exist anymore. And I think obviously the goalkeeping positions increased and then improved tenfold since like the 90s or the 2000s. But in terms of strikers, you don't really get those opportunities anymore where the ball's played through and you're through 1-1 on the keeper because the keeper's out.
The goalkeeper's on the halfway line pretty much for some of the games.
You know what, though? It's interesting you mentioned that about two up front is that it does happen from time to time, but tactics are kind of cyclical, right? And you're always trying to gain the advantage. Yeah. I wonder if, because defenders now, 4-3-3 is the standard, as it was in the 90s, 4-4-2. Yeah. Defenders from I don't know how many years now going back are schooled in two centre-halves dealing with one striker.
Yeah.
Well, depending on who you if you've got a very, very industrious midfield who are very mobile.
Oh, Sally's in! Oh, Tarkowski again. Isak does really well.
Offside,
Isak played a really good ball through. You're absolutely right. He was offside. Tarkowski wasn't to know that. And it was a really, really good last-ditch tackle from Tarkowski. Isak did well to hold on to the ball, playing Salah, but Salah just drifted offside. 85 gone. Liverpool 2, Everton 1.
Yeah, so the defenders now so used for two centre-halves dealing with one striker. If you've got a very mobile and real quality midfield and you don't mind having maybe one less, you don't mind having a body less in there, if you can do it. Yeah. I mean, we've seen Simeone over the years have kind of played with two up front. I know Griezmann is that link man, he can do so many things. But if you can do it, to give the defenders something to really think about. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that coming back in.
You need a superhuman midfielder, though. You do.
You need
obviously you need like
João Palhinha.
A Palhinha or like an N'Golo somebody can cover an incredible amount of ground because they'll be coming up against a free. But if you can find the balance, I like the idea of two up top. I've always liked the idea of two up top. It's just what it is. But that's football. But yeah, it's I do think there is space for variation, right? Because we'd always see teams pack out the midfield with three midfielders. But if you've got a midfielder that can cover enough ground, I'd love to see a return of the 4-4-2.
Yeah, we like a strike partnership.
I love a strike. What's the best strike partnership of all time?
Oh, Arthur Scargill. Oh, sorry. I mean, well, it wouldn't be Premier League, but Shearer and Sheringham for England was great.
Okay.
Yeah. That was a great one. Although, I mean, at times...
How great was it, though?
Oh, it was... I mean, obviously, there's not win a trophy, but very, very good.
Yeah.
I mean, Euro 96, there was some moments there. I mean, even I'm trying to. I mean, Cole and York is one that we remember very fondly. I mean, didn't they have a competition about who could score the most bicycle kicks or something? A fabulous. So, and then you even had Solskjaer and Sheringham.
Yeah.
So you had that strike partnership. So that was. I mean, yeah. Sorry, Man United fans, to remind you of those days, but they did happen. But even at Arsenal, I mean, Dennis Bergkamp and whoever else was there, whether it was Anelka or Ian Wright, of course, that was a partnership. Furlong and Steen back in the day for Chelsea, trying to speak before your time. I'm struggling to remember
before
them.
my time.
How old are you, Marcus?
Good Johnson and Hasselbank for me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There you go. More contemporary example.
Everton have made a couple of changes. Tyler Dibbling is on for Iliman and Dye, and Alcaraz is on for Mikalenka. That's also perhaps a nice place for Everton to be, where they can turn to the bench.
You've been calling these subs, haven't you?
Well, I just thought fresh legs. Chancey now. Jack Grealish got the ball 25 yards out. He plays it to Gay inside the box, left-hand side. It's not a great ball in. He does give it back. I just think they needed some fresh legs, and I thought someone like Tyler Dibbling could give them something a bit different. That is once again really good from Milos Kerkez. Dangerous ball whipped in from the left-hand side. Hopefully Marcus won't criticise my analysis here. But it looked like O'Brien was coming in towards the back post, and Kerkez had to get himself set and ready and managed to head the ball away.
I mean, credit where credit's due. Tyler Dibbling has seen how low Jack Grealish's socks are. And thought, all right, okay, I can go even lower, mate.
And also, 88 minutes in, another long throw here.
Liverpool fans look nervous. And
I'm not surprised. Liverpool been terrible in the second half. Really put long ball into the box. Kerkez wins the header. I mean, would it be fair to say, Lee, that Everton deserve a point here, or perhaps not? Ball into the box. Tarkowski. Liverpool don't clear. They've still got it. Alcaraz.
Oh, that was the wrong one.
And Liverpool are hanging on here, Lee.
Oh, they're pinned back.
Yeah, literally. It's never behind the ball at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I agree that they deserve a point, Everton. I mean, they've had more of the ball in the second half, but they haven't been particularly incisive, have they?
No clear-cut chances since scoring.
Liverpool, you could argue Liverpool have just been keeping them at bay and waiting to try and hit them on the break. But Liverpool haven't been great. And I think, Grealish has been the best player on the pitch in this second half.
And I think
easily the man of the match for Everton, for Everton's side of things. He's, the shot that they had earlier on, saved it on his chest on the goal line almost. And he's such a great outlet. And
they're working it out to him.
He also gets it and takes pressure off the defence. Here he is again.
Yeah, I'm surprised Liverpool haven't given Conor Bradley more support. I mean, Szoboszlai eventually comes over to help out his mate. Grealish whips a dangerous ball in. And Kerkez there, I tell you what, he's had some stick this season. Another really good ball into the box.
It's definitely an
And he just, all I'm saying is in front of the world watching, he's put in another really good defensive header with big O'Brien, big player, coming in behind him. But Marcus Bella, it is a corner for Everton with 30 seconds to go of normal time.
Oh, Pickford, get up there. Stop sitting in your own half, man. I'll tell you what, though, there's a chance. But those flighted balls to the back post that Grealish has been playing have been really working. It's out to Grealish for the volley.
It's 2-1 Liverpool. 2-2 cards, 4-4 on corners. It's going to the wire. It's 5-2 back.
I also don't want to have another moan Everton corner, but again, with 30 seconds to go, losing 2-1, are Everton more likely to score by putting a corner on the goalkeeper or by trying to pick out Grealish to the back post, who then has to take on a first-time volley and score?
Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, maybe they thought to themselves...
3 minutes added on, not a lot either.
Maybe they're thinking that Alisson has dominated his box, so... to be honest with you, yes, trying to hit Grealish for a volley and pull an absolute worldie, I think was quite ambitious, and so it showed.
Yeah, that felt like.
But Grealish, though, as Lee said, has been brilliant for Everton in this half, and the way he just keeps sort of floating down the line, sticking those balls into the far post. That's where you need the likes of Barry or somebody coming in at the back to get their head on it, because if they can find that, they've got a chance. But to be fair to you, Sam, Kerkez has dealt with that pretty well so far.
I think he's been really solid.
Been a little bit last ditch, but that's the nature of the beast at the moment.
I think, God, you guys are hard taskmasters, aren't you, on left back?
I just gave him credit there.
Yeah, but there's a but there, wasn't there? But, I think he's done well. I think he's done a good job. I think he's done a solid job. We've got 2 minutes then for Liverpool to try and see out this game. What do you think, Kwaku?
3 minutes isn't long enough, which sounds crazy because like 10 years ago, that was actually quite a bit. But
that was the one, wasn't it?
It doesn't feel like... They've got one more opportunity on the ball. Let's see what they do with it. But again, it's not been the most convincing win for Liverpool if they do hang on. But a win's a win. A win is a win.
Isak to Szoboszlai, right-hand side, inside the box. Liverpool take the corner kick.
Yeah, I mean, we're more likely, because of the quality Liverpool have, obviously, for Liverpool get a third, even if it's against the run of play. Because Everton, they do need something special, because that Everton goal was a beauty. Yeah. It was a great, great finish.
It was a great goal.
We've had 3 lovely goals. I mean, the first one was, my goodness, what a goal that was. So, yeah, Everton need to I mean, is Tyler Dibbling even wearing shin pads? It used to be a bit of a violation when I used to play on a Sunday morning.
Not often, and also a bad time for an Everton player to get cramp and go down and have to have some assistance with 90 seconds to go on the clock. That's a Liverpool corner, by the way.
I want the referee to extend this time.
For an Everton player time wasting in 30 seconds.
I'd love to see an equaliser.
I think you would do. I know you would do. From a neutral point of view, I'd love underdog Brentford to beat Fulham tonight, Craven Cottage. What a great story that would be. Everyone's tipped Brentford to go down and struggle.
Yellow card?
Fulham bringing in £40 million. Oh, is that a yellow card? No way.
It's a yellow against Salah.
Is this going to come in this 5-2 bet?
Surely that's a yellow. Come on,
yeah,
Raf.
it's not a yellow.
It's not yellow. I'm joking. He nudged him out of play. It wasn't yellow. Unless he moans so much.
Yeah.
Say something.
Grealish here is coming over for a chat. He's going to book Grealish.
Come on, Tucker.
Is he going to book Grealish here for having a moan up?
That is, the socks being that low is crazy.
Yeah.
Are they wearing shin pads?
He was. But they look like,
small shin pads.
Little mini. They look like
Miniature shin
crackers.
pads.
Do you know what I mean? They were tiny, weren't they?
Honestly,
they're like little
the
custard
support
cream.
line is the same though.
No, I suppose that's more reasonable than Dibbins is a violation.
I do find it. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
The violation of what? Old school football. I'm doing a podcast with Sam Ellard on Wednesday on kind of like the new nuances of football, all about this kind of like,
You ask him about
woke
the
stuff.
shin pads.
Shin pads is no, that's utter woke.
Tippy tappy.
Yeah, tippy tappy. I think that's something I'm going to ask Sam Ellard about, the low cut. I bet he wouldn't have his Bolton team, would he? Have low cut socks on. Ivan Campo and crew. We have played over 3 minutes then in the added time in this second half. Liverpool 2, Everton 1. The ball is in Liverpool's half. Van Dijk, they will go back. It was a bad back pass, which Alisson ends up knocking out for a throw. Now, surely this is the time. Don't go short now. This is the one to launch
Get it in, Grealish.
Grealish cross. Jones heads away. Where is the full-time whistle? He looks at his watch. Oh, Dewsbury Hall, and there is the full-time whistle. And Liverpool, for just the third time in Premier League history, go 5 games in the Premier League, 5 victories. Not the best of performances. A handshake from Slot and David Moyes. Liverpool, really good. The best spell in the game was in the first half, where they went 2 up after, half an hour. We saw a lovely goal from Gravenberch. We saw a second goal from Ekitike on 29 minutes. I think we all at that point thought that Liverpool were going to cruise to victory. Not so the case, because Everton were really impressive, in particular in the second half. Gay putting a goal back on 58 minutes. Everton had moments, but just weren't able to create any clear-cut chances. Kwaku, Liverpool have played 5, have won 5, and are yet to play well.
Yeah,
for a whole game anyway.
Well, it's just what they do, man. And if you're an Arsenal fan and you're a City fan, you now take off your Everton shirt and you wait until tomorrow to see if your side can get the business done, because it's just what Liverpool have done. They've managed to get through games and win and win and win and win. And you can argue they've had the toughest starts to the season. Grealish having a bit of a back and forth. He got booked as well for Grealish, having a back and forth with the referee.
Your bet's coming.
Yellow card, Lee.
Was that yellow?
So, yeah, it was a yellow card shown to, I don't know if it was Grealish, but somebody was showing a yellow card.
Was it an Everton player?
Check.
I'm assuming it was.
Check.
There we go. Lee mentioned that 5-2 bet, didn't he, of Liverpool to win.
Yeah.
Most corners to Liverpool and most bookings for Everton. It was level bookings, but I think possibly that might, Marcus, is there any scenario where you can see Liverpool not winning the Premier League this season?
Yeah, it's going to take a huge effort from Arsenal, of course, but to try and spin, this in favour of, say, Arsenal, I think are the only side who could realistically challenge Liverpool. That first half, Liverpool looked frightening, and they have done. In the same way in the Community Shield at times, they look frightening. And even if you go all the way back to there, a similar pattern has emerged. The second half, they can be got at. And Palace found that, Atletico Madrid have found that, Newcastle United have found that, Everton have found that as well. Bournemouth have found that. Pretty much every team they've played has found that about Liverpool. Now, they're winning games. That's all that matters. That is how you win titles. But it's not been particularly convincing, and I think that Slot is still trying to work out. He knows he has very good players at his disposal, and whatever 11 he puts out, it's going to be good. There are still a bit of a jigsaw to figure out, maybe with Wirtz in there and Isak as well. So the thing I think Arsenal fans may just kind of hold a tiny bit of hope is they don't look bulletproof, Liverpool, like they have done in previous years. They're still winning, but I think as the season goes on, surely by the law of averages they will drop points. The only trick is Arsenal have got to be perfect pretty much.
Liverpool 2, Everton 1 then is the full-time result in the early game in the Premier League. Liverpool 5 wins from 5. Everton with their second defeat of the season. Everton now won just 2 of their last 30 Merseyside derbies. David Moyes never won a game at Anfield in 21 attempts. We are approaching the final few minutes in our games in the Championship. QPR 1, Stoke 0. Stoke had won 4 from 5 going into this game. QPR look set to make it 3 wins in a row after a tricky start under their new manager, Julian Stéphan. The 1 full time in the Championship, Leicester 0, Coventry 0. That means Coventry remain unbeaten in the Championship. One of 3 teams to do that. But Coventry have drawn their last 3 games now in the Championship. Leicester had won every game at home this season, not today. So they've drawn today after drawing away at Oxford last weekend. I think mentioned at the top of the show, it does seem interesting that the 3 teams that went down last season not having it their own way. Sheffield United were a team many thought would do well. We know they've had a tough start to the season, yet to pick up a point in the season. Birmingham 0, Swansea 0. That game yet to be full time. In League One, there was a late winner for Blackpool at home to Barnsley. 98th minute, Jordan Brown scoring the goal for Blackpool in that game. Bolton have had a really nice afternoon at home to Wigan. They're leading by 4-1. Luton had pulled a late goal back against Lincoln, but Lincoln with 2 late goals. They're beating Luton by 3-1. And in League Two, Harrogate Town have beaten Shrewsbury by 2-0, and Cambridge are 2-up against Fleetwood, yet to have a full-time whistle there. We will take a very short break on talkSPORT Goals, and when we come back, we'll build up to our 4 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League on talkSPORT Goals. Yeah, very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also coming to you as well on your smart TVs. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. To my left-hand side, Quakey Rafari and the brilliant Marcus Speller. With you until around 5:15 this evening. Lee Phelps and William Hill is also here as well, taking you through a busy afternoon of football. So some results then in the Premier League. Liverpool have 5 wins from 5. They beat Everton by 2-1. We now turn our attention to some of the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League and some tasty 3 o'clock games as well. Brighton versus Spurs is a 3 o'clock kickoff. Brighton did the league double over Spurs last season. It was the only time they've won back-to-back games against Spurs. Spurs, though, a good start to the season, 9 points from their first 4 games. Burnley versus Nottingham Forest is also a 3 o'clock kickoff. Scott Barker's side have had let's say, a challenging start to life back in the Premier League. 3 defeats and only 1 victory, 17th in the table, but they've had a tough opening run of fixtures. Faced Spurs, Man United and Liverpool. Their sole victory came against fellow promoter side Sunderland. And Postecoglou, well, he's lost his first 2 games at Arsenal away in the Premier League last Saturday, and they were top against Forest in the Carabao Cup, ended up losing that game. They are out of the Carabao Cup. West Ham versus Crystal Palace. West Ham winless in their last 7 home Premier League games. Palace have lost just 2 of their last 17 away Premier League matches. That's some record, isn't it? Wolves versus Leeds. Wolves looking for their first point of the season. They are winless in their last 4 Premier League meetings with Leeds. Leeds struggling for goals this season. Haven't scored since their opening day win against Newcastle United. Chelsea, a 5:30 game. Fulham, Brentford, an 8 o'clock game. Marcus Speller here until 5 o'clock with us. Then straight down to the Cottage. What a guy that is. By the way, a late goal in the Championship. Birmingham are 1-0 up against Swansea. Lyndon Dykes in the 94th minute. So Birmingham coming into this game not in the best of form. They had lost back-to-back matches either side of the international break. Birmingham won, Swansea 0. Swansea haven't lost in the Championship since the opening day of the season. Birmingham won, Swansea 0. Still not full-time, though, in that game yet. The 2 full-times in the Championship, Leicester 0, Coventry 0, QPR 1, Stoke 0. Julian Stefan has a tough start to life as QPR manager, but he's now gone 3 wins in a row. So late goal at St Andrews. Birmingham 1, Swansea 0. In the Championship at 3 o'clock, Blackburn versus Ipswich, Derby versus Preston, Hull versus Hampton, Preston Sheffield Wednesday looking for their first victory of the season. Norwich versus Wrexham. Been some talk, some speculation the Wig to Phil Parkinson is under pressure as Wrexham manager, and Bramall Lane, I'm sure, will be perhaps an emotional place today after 5 games, 5 defeats. Ruben Sellers sacked the Sheffield United manager. Chris Wilder, who was their manager in the Championship playoff final last season, which they lost, is back at Sheffield United for a 3rd spell.
Some managers need to stay at football clubs. Just stay there. Just stay there. That's your football club.
Yeah. In League One, Blackpool 1, Barnsley 0. Did I ask for opinion? Bolton 4, Wigan 1, Lincoln 3, Luton 1. That Blackpool goal came, by the way, in the 98th minute. And in League 2, Cambridge 2, Fleetwood 1, Harrogate 2, Shrewsbury 0. Shall we do some teams in the Premier League? And shall we start with Brighton versus Spurs? The Brighton team is Bart Verbruggen in goal. The back 4, Veltman, Van Heck, Dunk, Kadigoglu. The midfield 2, Ayari and Belabor. Minter from the right, Mitoma from the left. Gruder will support Ruter. As for Spurs, Vicario in goal. Porro, Romero, Van de Ven. Udogi is at left back. No Spence at left back today for Spurs. Udogi gets the nod. The midfield 3, João Palhinha, who didn't start in the week, comes into the team today. Either side of Bergvall and Bentancur. The front 3 for Spurs is Kudus, Richarlison, and perhaps surprisingly from the left-hand side, it's Wilson Odegaard. Kwaku, how impressed have you been with Spurs' start to the season?
Very impressed. Yeah, he's done a good job, Thomas Frank. Maybe it's the Big Six cartel snobbery within me when he was doing a really good job at Brentford, but I wasn't too sure how he translates to Spurs. But he's done a fantastic job. And he's a proper manager. He just comes in, he feels like he's owning the situation. Maybe his job's made a little bit easier now that Daniel Levy's not there. We'll see. That remains to be seen. But I think he's a manager that just instills confidence in his players and brings the best out of every single player. And I look at a player like Lucas Bergvall, who is special regardless.
What a goal against West Ham.
Oh, great goal. Great with the header.
Yeah,
great header. But he's just a manager that brings the best out of everybody. I think I look at this Spurs
Spot on, mate. Spot on.
They're a team that when you shine a different light on them, you start to look at them completely differently. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh wait, they have got Romero and Van de Ven. Yes. Romero, World Cup winner. Van de Ven, when fit, one of the best centre-backs in the league. Yeah. And Jamie O'Hara got laughed about it, or laughed at it for it, if I can try to say
Do that again?
Jamie O'Hara got laughed at for espousing this opinion. There we go.
Yeah.
Does that work?
You mentioned Jamie O'Hara. He just got pulled into the nonsense.
But he said that they're the best centre-back partnership in the Premier League. And you laugh at it, but Only Saliba and Gabriel and Van Dijk and Konate.
And you could argue, based on this season's form, Konate and Van Dijk haven't looked as solid as previous seasons.
And Spurs only conceded 1 goal this season. So I really like what he's done with this team, and I think they've got a great chance of finishing in the Champions League places. I look at Chelsea, who I think at the beginning of the season had way above Spurs, and there being a huge gap. I don't know if there's too much difference between Chelsea and Spurs this season.
Yeah, I think so.
Spurs have lost their last 2 away games against Brighton, but this season they've won both their away games by a 5-0 scoreline. Not since November 2020 have they won 3 in a row on the road. That was when Jose Mourinho was manager. So despite Spurs having a really good start to the season, but Brighton just the favourites to win this game.
5-4. Yeah, well, not even just. I mean, pretty healthy favourites.
If I'm honest.
Healthy favourites, Brighton to beat Spurs.
Yeah, Tottenham 19-10, so just under 2-1. The draw 12-5. Among the price boosts is Richarlison to score, Tottenham to win, and both teams to score at 8-1. Now, Richarlison started off. We were in this studio, weren't we? And we watched him. Fantastic performances.
Yeah, in the Super Cup final.
Yeah.
The Burnley game.
And that game as well, though.
Yeah.
Really good.
But the Burnley game was really.
That was the Burnley game when somebody backed Burnley in final 1 standing on the opening weekend of the season, right?
We've not mentioned that before, have we? Was it?
Possibly. He doesn't like to talk about it.
So the question is, can he re-find that form? Because now all of a sudden you're looking at the amount of games that have passed since he actually did anything good. You're looking at quite a few. If you take the international break in there as well, he's played 4 games for Tottenham, including 1 in the Champions League, and he hasn't had hasn't really troubled the goal. So they need him to kind of step back up again here. Richarlison, interesting. If you fancy that 8-1, both teams to score, Spurs to win, and Richarlison to get on the score sheet. But yeah, I'm with Tottenham. Like I said earlier on, I think if Tottenham are a short price, avoid them. If they're a decent enough price, back them. 2-1's right.
I'm sitting on the fence for a draw in this one. Burnley versus Nottingham Forest. Burnley have the highest expected goals against total of any side in the Premier League this season. For Forest, Ange's first game was a defeat away at Arsenal. They were knocked out of the Carabao Cup on Wednesday despite being 2-0 up against Swansea. The teams in this game, let's start with the home side, shall we? They got Dubravka in goal once again. Walker, Egdal, Esteve and Hartman is the back 4. Luis and Laurent the midfield 2. Chuana, Cullen, Jaden Anthony supporting Lyle Foster. For Forest, Sells in goal. A first league start for Zinchenko at left back. Morato, Milenkovic and Williams make up the back 4. So no Murillo for Forest. Saw him limp off, didn't we, last week against Arsenal. Anderson and Douglas Luiz is the midfield 2. And Doy, Gibbs, White, Bakwa will support Chris Wood. Does Ange get his first win, Marcus?
Well, it's a fixture that would have been quite a welcome one, a newly promoted side, etc., etc., etc. I think this is probably the toughest one to call today. Maybe some people might think Wolves v Leeds, but Burnley have not been too bad. I think they've been a little better. The results haven't, but the performance have been a little better than what people thought. They still created a few chances in that game against Spurs, ultimately beaten. Manchester United, desperately unlucky not to get something out of the game. Even against Liverpool, just a silly handball cost them right at the end. It could be a frustrating one for Forest because we know that Burnley can defend, and that defensive performance in the Championship last season, much to the credit of everybody involved, and Parker in particular, it kind of has translated by and large. Yes, they haven't won games and they're shipping goals. Well, not shipping goals, they're conceding goals. It is the Premier League in its early days, etc., etc. But if you're a Forest fan, you'd look at that team, look at that midfield, Elliot Anderson, Douglas Luiz, Morgan Gibbs-White. On paper, that's a quality midfield. And you'd think to yourselves, right, lads, go out and play. We know Postecoglou likes to play on the front foot. It still, remains to be seen how much of his time in that second season at Spurs he'll have learnt from. Probably very little. We expect them to really go for it. Can he get a tune out of them? Because from Nuno Espirito Santo to Ange Postecoglou, it is quite a gear change. They have the players who can express themselves going forward. They'll have a chance against Burnley because you would imagine Burnley would cede a bit of possession and ground to play more defensively. A tough one to call, but I think both sides will go into this thinking, we've got a chance here. And for Burnley at home, to a side who have their concerns, as I've just sort of said, with manager change and whatnot, I think Parker has to say to the likes of Cullen and Foster and Anthony going forward, lads, make it count today, because a win for Burnley would be enormous.
Any prices jump out, Lee, for this game?
I think I tend to agree. I'm not that confident in Forest. So Burnley at 9-4 at home, I mean, look, it's going to be tight, isn't it? You'd imagine them keeping it tight. The draw's 9-4 as well. Interesting to see, if you're on Wood Watch, interesting to see how they start.
Yeah.
To see, and if Forest are going to be limited to, a few chances, then he is the kind of man that you want on your side, because we know that he doesn't need many chances to score his goals, and he's 13-8 to score any time. If there's only going to be one goal in this game, for instance, he's 15-4 to score first in the match, which is interesting.
Motivation against his former team as well.
Absolutely.
And motivation that if, as we think, the manager doesn't fancy him, he'll want to put in a performance.
Woodwatch sounds like a lovely day out in the Cotswolds or something.
Yeah, it does.
I wonder where you're going with that, Marcus.
Come on, it's a family show.
Honestly, I was thinking something different to you. But
I know
anyway,
you
there
were.
go.
I know you were. Like a sewer you have.
West Ham Palace is another 3 o'clock game. Palace unbeaten in their last 6 Premier League visits to London Stadium. And I mention that one more time. Palace have lost 2 of their last 17 away Premier League matches, keeping 9 clean sheets in their previous 15. That's a remarkable stat. I think I'm right saying they've also got the longest unbeaten record still in the Premier League as well. West Ham just 3 points on the board so far. They have Areola in goal. The back 4 is Walker-Peters, Mavropanos, Kilman, Malik Diouf, Ward-Prowse and Fernandez will sit, Bowen, Paqueta, Somerville, and they are going to play with the number 9 today, and it's going to be Callum Wilson who gets the start for them. The big news for Palace, there's no once again. He didn't play last weekend against Sunderland. They didn't score. There's no Ismail Assar once again today for Palace, which feels like a blow. We know they haven't got Eze. Henderson in goal. They will play with the back 3 of Richards, Lacroix, Gahey, Mitchell, Walton, Hughes, Munoz across the kind of midfield and wing back. So it's going to be Daichi Kamada and Pino, who did look dangerous last weekend on his debut, who will support Jean-Philippe Mateta. I know you back Palace in final one standing, and all the stats point towards a Palace win.
Yeah.
I just think with Palace, we know they haven't got Eze, and with no Sarr, I just wonder, are they going to lack a bit of quality in the final third? Perhaps they couldn't break down Sunderland last weekend.
Yeah, possibly, but it's just a remarkable job the Glasnow's done. And if you look, they've played a lot of games this season already, and they're unbeaten in all competitions. I think they've played in 4 competitions already, if you include the Community Shield, the League Cup, the Conference League, and the League, and haven't lost a game in a single competition. They are flying right now, and like you mentioned, Sam, that's without Eberici Eze, who was their best player last season. And I think when I picked my one for final one standing, it's more about West Ham. And if you look on the West Ham side of things, it's not only the fact that they're losing games, it's how they're losing games. 3-0 against Sunderland, 5-1 against Chelsea, 3-0 against Spurs. They're getting battered. And obviously the outlier was when they beat Nottingham Forest, and we were here celebrating the Lucas Paqueta celebration, and it felt like they needed that. But West Ham are really, really poor. And when you hear links with new managers, it seems like the writing's on the wall for Graham Potter. And I just really like the composition of this Palace side. They've got a proper manager. It's almost like you can juxtapose Graham Potter and Glasner in terms of like the backbone that these managers have. And again, I don't want to down talk Graham Potter because he is a good manager. But Glasner said, I do not want you to sell Mark Gahey. And Steve Parish had to acquiesce and say, okay, cool. And I know there was other things that went on, but Glasner really pushed that deal to not happen. Whereas you listen to Graham Potter talk, and again, he's not helped. I think we, when we were in the media, we sometimes criticise the West Ham manager and the West Ham fans a lot for wanting to play the West Ham way. But the board haven't helped either. The board have been an atrocity for the last 10 years.
Financially, they're not in a good place.
They're in a terrible place. And the man that's on our screens right now, David Moyes, papered over those cracks for years and years and years and years. But now we're seeing it rear its ugly head. The board aren't good enough. The fans are frustrated. The manager's not good enough. And take on the Palace side, who I think will just have a little bit too much for them tonight.
And the final 3 o'clock game in the Premier League is Wolves versus Leeds. Having beaten Everton 1-0 the opening weekend, Leeds and have failed to score in their last 3 Premier League games. They went 4 without a goal. Last went 4 without a goal in March 2020. For Wolves, there's no Jurgen Strand-Larsen again, but he is on the bench for Wolves. They've got Jose Sarr in goal. The back 4, Agbadou, Mosquera, Gomez. Across midfield is João Gomez, Kretschin, Rodrigo Gomez. The front 3 will be Bellegarde, Gonzalez and Arakadare. For Leeds, it's Darlow in goal, Bogle, Rodon, Strout, Goodmanson's the back 4, Longstaff and Ampadu will sit, Aronson from the right, Okafor from the left, Stack supports Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who leads the line. Marcus, both teams struggling. Did you expect, could 2 of these teams, realistically, do you fancy 2 of these teams to be in the bottom 3 coming into the season? I do.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, Wolves would be one of maybe 2, possibly 3 teams that the fans of promoted sides would think, can we reel them in? Brentford was one because of the manager change. They've changed players before they've had big players leave, but they've always been okay. But it was they're changing the manager now. What will happen there? So far they've done okay. Wolves, I think, would be another side with Vitor Pereira in charge. Pereira, he's an experienced manager. He can be a bit fiery. Maybe in his older age, he's calming a bit. But my goodness, he had some flashpoints in years gone by. And with Wolves, I think getting Strand Larsen in and staving off the bid from Newcastle was big. I mean, like an important player for them, obviously not starting.
Just on new contract.
Go on.
Does scream to me next summer, player goes on strike. New contract with no release clause. I'm just like, that just screams disaster.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point. I mean, again, you look at some of the operators Wolves have got. They've got some decent players in there. We know this. But Wolves, I think, in sort of, certainly last year, they've got some flashy players. I think someone once described them as they're that team who rock up on a Sunday morning when you're playing against them. They've got all the fancy boots on. They've got some nice touches. But when they try and play as a team, they sometimes argue among themselves. It's not as cohesive, and you can get at them. And I think that with Wolves, yes, Pereira has made them better and slightly tougher to beat, but there are still question marks over them. Leeds themselves, again, have not been brilliant. A good start, a win's a win, as they got against Newcastle United. But they are one of the promoted sides, therefore pressure's on them. They go into this game thinking, right, okay, this is one of the teams, Wolves, that we would think, can we reel them in?
Get points off them.
And you look around the side, and they've got some good players in there. I mean, I saw them against Fulham last weekend at Craven Cottage. And what I was quite impressed with, and this is going to sound like a sort of a backhanded compliment. I really don't mean it like that, but I was really impressed how they restricted Fulham completely. Leeds didn't look particularly likely that they were going to score. You would say until Kevin came on for Fulham that they had a few more sort of half-cut chances, if you like, against Fulham. But they were solid in there, and they really did restrict what is a better Premier League side. You are going to have to win games if you want to stay up, but I thought Longstaff and Ampadu in particular were decent in there. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, can you chip in with some goals? Is the big question there.
It is talkSPORT Goals. We are 15 minutes away then from our 3 o'clock kickoffs up and down the country in the Premier League and in the EFL. We'll take one more very quick break, and then when we come back, we'll continue to look ahead to our 3 o'clock games. And then at 3 o'clock, we'll get to watch the games with you. Yeah, hello and welcome to talkSPORT Goals with William here, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Kwaku Afari, Marcus Speller and Lee Phelps and William Hill. Taking you through all of our games at 3 o'clock. We've done some team news, some preview stuff. So while we've got 10 minutes to go until the 3 o'clock game starting, Lee, we thought we'd do something a little bit different as a team here at talkSPORT Goals. We like to talk about final one standing and have a little laugh with that, but we thought maybe we try and put together a bet builder for the Brighton Spurs game.
Oh, why not? Yeah, sounds.
You happy with that?
Sounds good. Yeah,
Try to sound a bit more enthused.
I'll do the workings out, shall I? And you guys.
Yeah, I hope so.
So what should we do? We can go goals, corners, cards. If you want to do it. So we've got to go basically on. If we start with goals, for instance, you've got anything over 0.5. This is both teams combined. Over 0.5, over 1.5, over 2.5, etc. So what we're thinking, Brighton. I mean, personally, Tottenham haven't conceded away from home, have they?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
But I think they concede here
I think over 1.5 seems all right for me.
for the match.
Yeah, I could see both sides. Yeah, I could see. But over 1.5 goals, so I could see.
What do you think the result will be, by the way?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work this out. I think I could see Spurs 2-1. I could see 1-1. Something like that, but I could see over 1.5 goals.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm reluctant to say over 2.5. I think that may be pushing the boat out a little bit too much.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay,
Yeah.
over 1.5 goals.
You having that, Lee?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I might push it to over 2.5.
Should we? I mean,
but
look, my arm's
over
there for the
1.5
twisting.
corners.
I reckon that's safe.
It's safe.
Over 1.5.
Are you thinking?
I was thinking more over 2.5.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's goal. My prediction.
Look, this is all right. We'll do it as a consortium.
Oh no, but are we doing it? Marcus gets that one then. Marcus.
Yeah, fine.
Or is it? Go on, do 1.5. That's Marcus's one.
All right, 1.5 then.
Boring fella. Right, so Marcus has gone over 1.5 goals. Kwaku.
I'll go bookings.
Oh, you're gonna go? Okay. You're gonna look at cards.
Joao Paulini's playing.
Well, and
There's your one.
And Belaber's playing as well. So I'm going. Is over 3.5 just a little bit conservative, or
Over 3.5 cards. Well, if we put those two together, we're still only at 2-1 on at the minute.
Okay.
So we probably need to push it a little bit further, unless we chuck a goal scorer in there at some point.
Well, I was going to do that as my one.
I think that's
Yeah,
enough. I
over
think that's
3.5 then. Yep, that's cards. What about corners?
you like corners? You've thrown it out a couple of times. You
Yeah.
like corners?
Go on, Lee. You're the corners man here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it'll be that. It depends how attacking this is. My concern about this game is that Brighton just pass and pass and pass. But look, let's keep this. Let's push it to kind of. I think 8 corners or more would be okay, and that pushes up to over 7.5 corners in the match. You're not happy with that?
Lot.
That feels like a lot to me. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing
Does
I
feel
thought.
like a lot. Yeah, but he's
You know
gone.
what?
We've been.
No, fair enough. Fine.
Yeah.
Fine. No, you're true. You're gone. Up to you, mate.
No, I've picked mine. I said.
Yeah, no, Lee was.
Oh, sorry,
he had the shout. He had the shout.
Okay, fine.
Over 7.5, 8 corners in the match,
Okay.
and you're going to go for what?
I'm going to go for an anytime goal scorer.
Ooh,
Go on,
and
who you go
like
for?
it.
I've got 2 in mind. I'm either going to go.
I know you've got in mind.
I think I know.
I
Sorry.
know.
You got Kudus, haven't you?
You've got Kudus and Matoma. haven't you?
Yeah, obviously there were the 2. Yeah. I was going to go.
Say that.
Who are you going to say?
I thought you were going to say Ruta.
No, I don't fancy Ruta. I could see a situation where Spurs go on the counter attack and
Got it,
Kudus
yeah.
finds space down the right hand side. So I'm going to go anytime goal scorer, Mohamed Kudus.
Love that.
Yeah,
There you
nice.
go.
Those
I think
4.
that pads it out.
Yeah, so those 4 selections come to 5-1. Not the biggest price in the world. You get impact sub on your Kudus one as well. So if he goes off and someone replaces,
Oh, is that right? Oh, that's
carries,
nice to know.
Carries on the Kudus to score. So
You seem
5-1.
slightly disappointed if it's only 5-1.
No, I'm happy with that. If you
Are
guys
sure?
are happy, yeah.
I'm happy if you're right. You're the man in the chair.
Yeah, let's go with it.
You
Five-
are.
let's go,
William
5-1,
Hill's
and
answer to
we
Colin
can-
Farrell after.
We can keep a check on that throughout the afternoon.
Okay, so do you want to just read it out one more time for everyone?
it's-
What we got?
Over 1.5 match goals,
That's why it's 5-1, not bigger than that.
over 3.5 total match cards, over 7.5 total match corners, and Mohamed Kudus to score.
Can I just ask?
You guys happy with Kudus?
Can I ask? I'm happy with that. Can I ask if it was over 2.5 goals? What would that boost it to?
Oh yeah, I can probably.
Go on,
work
if
that
you-
out.
yeah.
It'd be a bit bigger, but why are we already kind of making it? Are we already changing it?
No. I'm just asking. Out of
Are you just
curiosity.
intrigued? So over 2.5 goals.
Yeah.
Over what did I say? Over 7.5 corners.
Yeah.
And
Kudus anytime. Over
Kudus
3.5 bookings.
and over 3.5 bookings.
Yeah.
Kudus anytime. Comes to. We need a drum roll. I should have kept it in. It's because I put it into the
There you go.
into the bet slip. 13-2. It's not a huge amount of difference. So
We'll keep it as is. then. Keep it as is.
Yeah.
And this is the first time we're doing this. You know.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Slow and
There's
steady wins
a
the-
couple of
wins the
other
race,
a
apparently.
couple of other goal scorers that I like in that West Ham Palace game. By the way, if you're looking at other bet builders, just a couple of records. Callum Wilson's got 3 goals and 2 assists in his last 5 against Palace, and Jean-Philippe Mateta, 4 goals in his last 3 against West Ham, including both in that 2-0 win in January. So there's a couple of
You're
other...
like William Hill's answer to Colin Farrell, aren't you? I mean, look at this guy.
He does look a bit like Colin Farrell,
He
doesn't he?
looks exactly like Colin Farrell.
What I mean,
Look, I think
Take that as a compliment.
I'm taking it as a massive... I think exactly like Colin Farrell is a bit of a stretch.
take your top off. We'll see how much exactly you like it.
And also, Bobby, good news.
When was the last time you've seen Colin Farrell?
some good news as well, because he mentioned earlier the 5-2 price that you mentioned, Liverpool to be Everton, which came in. More corners for Liverpool, which came in.
Yeah.
And he said more cards for Everton. Of course, Jack Grealish got booked, didn't he, at the end of the game?
Didn't count.
Happy day. He got booked, got a yellow card.
No, but it doesn't count. It wasn't in the 90 minutes.
90 minutes only.
No, what was
After 90 minutes.
Then what was it? I don't understand. He got a yellow card for next week's game, was it? Or last week's game?
Whistle had
Was it?
gone. Whistle had gone.
But he still got booked, though, right?
It's within.
After the 90 minutes.
It's within-
He didn't leave the pitch. So
Sam, what are you?
Oh,
Doing?
she can't get booked. You can't get booked. You can't get booked the 93rd minute, then, can you?
I like a bit of disruption here.
Like if there was extra time in the game. If there was extra time in the game, it's 90 minutes only. You don't
Lee, it's talkSPORT goals. It's just banter, okay? We're having a laugh, right? We're messing around on talkSPORT goals.
Channeling the spirit of a former talkSPORT presenter. It was just banter. I'll give you 3 reasons why Callum Wilson I don't think is going to score today. Mark Gay,
He's not very
Marcus
good.
Lacroix, Chris Richards. Okay, that back 3 is solid. I worry for West Ham going forward. When we were talking about that,
you look at that going forward. Jared Bowen, Paquetá, Somerville,
Indeed.
Wilson. It's like a good forward.
it is, but they're not firing. Maybe today, but I think that you would think, all being well, it would be a case of defence. You know, Palace's defence, can they withstand to the West Ham attack? I think Palace are so well drilled. You know, Wharton and Hughes as well in front of them. I think that I could see a conservative win for Palace.
We have to make sure we make the 3 o'clock game. So in that case, talkSPORT goals with William Hill 18+. Gamble.org. We're going to take a very quick break. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goal Show with William Hill, 18 plus, gamble-aware.org. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. Marcus Bellett to my left-hand side, Quaker Rafari also here. We're now taking you through all of the 3 o'clock games up and down the Premier League. We're going to get the quad on that screen very, very shortly so we can watch all 4 games because the games are underway in the Premier League. Lee Phelps also here from William Hill. One result then to bring you in the Premier League. Liverpool have indeed made it 5 wins from 5 in the Premier League, beating Everton in the Merseyside derby by 2-1. Everton's poor record, bad record in the Premier League Merseyside derby continues, winning just 2 of their last 30 Merseyside derbies. 4 games in at 3 o'clock in the Premier League, all kicking off right now. Brighton versus Spurs. Brighton have lost just 1 of their last 10 home league matches, are unbeaten in their last 6. Brighton entered September's international break on a high after beating Manchester City, but were brought back down to earth last weekend with a defeat away at Bournemouth. Burnley versus Nottingham Forest is also a 3 o'clock kickoff in the Premier League. Forest could win back-to-back matches against Burnley for the first time since 2003. And Postecoglou has won both of his games against Burnley while in charge of Spurs, and won 5 of his 6 matches in England against newly promoted sides, scoring 19 in the process. West Ham versus Crystal Palace. West Ham have lost 4 of their last 6 Premier League meetings with Crystal Palace. Palace have lost just 2 of their last 17 away Premier League matches. They are good on the road. Wolves versus Leeds. Wolves yet to pick up a point in the Premier League. Wolves have lost 8 of their last 9 home Premier League matches in August and September, seeing 28 goals at Molineux in the process. Leeds have won each of their last 3 league games against Wolves, last winning 4 in a row in 1971. 3 results to bring you in the Championship. There was a late winner for Birmingham at home to Swansea. Swansea suffering their second defeat of the season. Birmingham getting back to winning ways after losing 3 in a row in the Championship. Leicester 0, Coventry 0. Coventry remaining unbeaten in the Championship. QPR 1, Stoke 0. QPR have 3 wins in a row in the Championship. And in the 3 o'clock games, Blackburn versus Ipswich. Blackburn have victories over Hull and Watford on their travels, but Blackburn not so good at home, but do possess the joint best defensive record in away fixtures. They'll need their home form to improve, and they'll hope that starts today at home to Ipswich. Derby versus Preston. For Preston, after a 20th place finish last season, Paul Heckingbottom's second season as Preston manager has been...
Oh, no, Nottingham Forest!
Nico Williams.
Talk us through it. Ange Postecoglou's Forest strike early, Kwaku.
Yeah, there's a corner that comes in from Nottingham Forest. I'm not too sure how it works its way out to Nico Williams at the edge of the box, but the strike was absolutely unbelievable. We're going to see a replay here, and a great start for Ange Postecoglou, who's looking to get his first win as Nottingham Forest manager. And it's against a Burnley side that don't ship too many goals, so it will definitely open up the game a lot more. And I think that's what the game needs, an early Forest goal. But Nico Williams, who's not notorious for his ball striking ability, has given them the lead. Yeah, the ball just works its way out to him from the corner. I think Burnley struggled to get it clear. Nico Williams is lurking outside or just inside the box and just absolutely lashes it.
Takes a big deflection, Kwaku, doesn't it, on the way in?
But it was
going in anyway.
Going in.
It's going in.
So yeah, what a start then for Nottingham Forest. 1-0 up away at Burnley after a couple of minutes. Just to finish off with the Championship games, Hull, Southampton, Norwich, Wrexham, Portsmouth, Sheffield Wednesday, Sheffield United versus Charlton. League 1 results, Blackpool 1, Barnsley 0, Bolton 4, Wigan 1, Lincoln 3, Luton 1, and the 2 results in League 2, Cambridge 2, Fleetwood 1, Harrogate 2, Shrewsbury 0, Lee Phelps.
Big news, Brighton versus Tottenham. There's a corner. Corner number 1 of the 8 that we need. The bet builder, over 7.5 corners. We have a corner. That's the first.
And the corner's going to be for Spurs. It's going to be a Pedro Porro in-swinger. And the referee... Oh, here we go, Kwaku. This is my pet peeve in football. Brilliant. Referees, just stop the game and have a chat with the players.
Tell them the rules.
He's going to explain them the rules of free kicks from corners. Well done, referee. Absolute joke. Get on with the game. Corner comes, whipped in, flicked on at the near post, then headed away, and Spurs will regain possession. Lee Phelps, in terms of Nottingham Forest, you mentioned there the switch from Nuno ball to Ange ball. How hard is it going to be for Ange Postecoglou to implement his style of play, and ideally, pretty quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's I guess we saw this in midweek, though, didn't we? They got off to an absolute flyer then as well, and they scored 2 goals against Swansea, and then couldn't hold on to it. A bit like Liverpool we were talking about in the Champions League. So can they keep a lid on this, and how much will Burnley come out and actually attack Nottingham Forest? But yeah, fantastic start for Forest. I think we will see them come out. It's just whether. We said about Burnley there, like defensively, you need them to be solid. I mean, I guess that's the kind of goal where it's hard to legislate against. It was a great strike, took a massive deflection, went in. It's fairly unlucky for Burnley, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they come out and then what Forest do, and can Forest actually hold on to a lead.
Destiny Doggy's in here for Spurs. He does well. He's got a chance here, and he should do better. He did so well there down the left-hand side, starting today ahead of Jeff Spence. He went past his man. He got to the byline. He had so much space, so much time. I think he tried to pick out Lucas Bergvall, and I think it was a Brighton defender. I think it might have been Lewis Dunk that managed to read what he was trying to do. In fact, I think it was Paul Van Heck who managed to clear. But Marcus, he had so much space there, Destiny Doggy.
Yeah, he did really well. It's good to see him in the Spurs side. Obviously, a really, really handy fullback. It's an intriguing game, this Brighton versus Tottenham. As I say, Tottenham, I think there's more of an onus on them to go and show that they're the Champions League side. They're the side who have got a bigger profile and so on. And so far, that's what they're doing. They've pinned Brighton back, and Brighton, as we know now, is not an easy place to go. So, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if the next sort of 5-10 minutes, we see another presentable chance of Spurs and maybe taking it, because they look like they're in the mood. And as I say, he's
given a free kick. See the touch, by the way.
Beautiful.
This ball travels pretty much 50 odd yards. He does give away a free kick for nudging the left back. But look at this touch, Marcus.
It's an absolute peach of a touch. I mean, you were moaning. That's not a foul.
That's not a foul.
You were moaning. At the referee.
That touch
the referee, if he puts that away, it's Dennis Bergkamp-esque.
Yeah.
So I join you in berating the referee for just not letting the game flow.
Leeds having a really nice start to the match at Wolves. By the way, they were just backed in a little bit before kickoff. It was a pick-em. It was 17-10 each of 2, and Leeds got backed into 6-4. Not a huge amount, but a bit of extra money there. It's a fairly open game, this, as Wolves attack.
Yeah, Wolves was another poor touch there, but that was a decent opportunity. Chance here for Palace. Mitchell's got the ball with the back post, tried to whip the ball across goal, but Kyle Walker-Peters did really, really well to manage to clear. As Brighton are through here, Minter's one on goal. It's a high Spurs line. Minter 1-1. He rounds the keeper, and he does score for Brighton. And Wolves have scored as well. We didn't have goals last weekend on talkSPORT goals, but we got 3 goals in the opening 7 minutes. So Wolves take the lead at home to Leeds. More of that in a second, but let's do the Brighton goal first. It was a wonderful through ball. Minter went through on goal. I thought it might have been one of those where did he have almost too much time to think about it? No, he didn't. Vicario comes out. He keeps his composure. He rounds the goalkeeper, and he slots the ball into an empty net. The Wolves goal was a really, really nice piece of football. Really good patient build-up play. Goes through on goal. 1-0 there. But have a look, Quaker, at this Brighton goal. Have a look here. Look how easy it is for this wonderful through ball. It cuts through completely the Tottenham team there. Oh, is he going to be onside or offside? Is he just onside there?
My eyes ain't the best.
But you know what? I love the finish. You go through on goal, and you don't see that many players rounding the goalkeeper. But if you've got the time and the space to do it, it's such an effective thing to do. Great composure from him. Goes past Vicario, and once he's done that all day long.
Well, Spurs were though, Marcus, as to how Brighton play nice football, but they seem to cut through Spurs' midfield and defence quite easily.
Well, I mean, they did there, yeah, absolutely. The defending, I think Spurs maybe a little bit gung ho. They were on the front foot. I expected them to as I said, create a presentable chance soon enough. They're showing their superiority, but they forgot about Brighton, and they've caught them with if you can call it a sucker punch after about 8 minutes, but they have, and Brighton lead. So great start for Wolves as well, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Post finish in Molineux as well. Again, perfect, exactly what they want to do. So, I mean, really, if you look at Forest and Wolves, these are games where they're thinking, right, come on, lads, we've got a better side than these, in particular Forest. press home that advantage, and so far so good for them.
So 3 goals then in the Premier League. Nottingham Forest leading at Burnley by 1-0. Brighton beating Spurs by 1-0. Minter with the goal there. And Wolves giving Vitor Pereira a new contract a couple of days ago, searching for their first point. They'll hope points of the season, are leading Leeds by 1-0. Leeds haven't scored, Lee Phelps, since the opening day of the season. And I worked with a Leeds fan on talkSPORT too, and he says Leeds this season are going to keep teams out. They haven't today. They're going to be defensively strong. He just thinks there's not enough goals in this Leeds United team. And it's hard to disagree with that opinion.
Yeah, and we said it, didn't we, the other week, where they outscored the nearest championship team by 24 goals last season. It just shows the difference between the two divisions, and now they've got to score goals to get back into this. It was a decent finish, great ball through the middle, and yeah, Leeds will be disappointed with the defensive, but Ladislav Krejci scoring the goal. Signed from Girona, scored a couple last season, had a really good season the season before that, playing at Sparta Prague, where he got into double figures. It might be that he could be one of the answers to Wolves' problems. It's a great start to his Wolves career.
Yeah, Wolves go okay against newly promoted sides. They've won 8 of their last 10 Premier League matches against newly promoted clubs, winning each of their last 4 in a row. Yeah, Leeds' goals is the problem, and Leeds' Premier League games this season have seen fewer shots on target than any other side, just 19, with the Whites having the fewest and facing the joint third fewest attempts on target. Spurs there with half a chance. I think that was Odegaard, who gets a rare start on the left-hand side there, who had a shot which was saved at the near post by the Brighton goalkeeper. Was that a cross, was it? Apologies. I thought he tried to... Oh, he did. Apologies. Yeah, tried to go with the outside of his foot and try and pick out the run of Richarlison, but couldn't do that. So, Brighton 1, Spurs 0, Burnley 0, Nottingham Forest 1, Wolves 1, Leeds 0. The only game without a goal in the Premier League is West Ham 0, Palace 0. And of course, Kwaku, Palace is your final one standing pick. We know they had a great season last season, Kwaku. They'll have ambitions in the Conference League this season of winning it, let's be honest. What can Palace achieve in the league this season?
It's going to be tough for them. They're just them being in multiple competitions. It's going to be difficult for them to really kind of make another push for a European place unless they qualify for a cup competition. So I think their concentration should be on cup competitions. I think a mid-table finish would be great for Palace, especially with what they lost, especially with what they're going to lose as well next summer in Mark Gurhey. So I think a mid-table finish would be great for Palace. But the biggest thing for them is keeping their manager. I think there's going to be teams sniffing in and around Glasner, who's not only just shown at Palace, but previously at Frankfurt as well, where he won the Europa League. So I think that's the big thing for them. Concentrate on their cup competitions and finish mid-table in the league. One thing I do want to say, Sam, is obviously Palace are missing Ismail Assar.
Yeah,
one of the better wingers in the league this season.
Yeah.
English football's healing, right? I look at the performance of a Matoma. I look at a Jeremy Doku who started the season on fire. I look at Medwecki, like wingers who are just attacking their fullback.
Oh, it's direct wingers.
And it's like
Grealish
it doesn't work every time, right? But that's not what you want from your winger. Yeah. You don't want your winger to retain possession. You want them to try it. And in my opinion, I feel like English football is at its very best when you have wingers who attack their fullbacks and try things and try to make things happen. And with the return of long throws as well, it's like we've finally got our football back.
Yeah. Where's a Graham Souness? We've got our game back.
I didn't know you're an impressionist, Marcus, as well.
I can do a few if you want.
We have our first goal in the Championship. Sheffield Wednesday are a team in the Championship searching for their first win of the season. They are leading Portsmouth away from home by 1-0. Portsmouth had a decent start to their second consecutive season in the Championship, having lost just one of their opening 5 matches. But Sheffield Wednesday, we know they've got lots of off-field issues, which has left their manager Henrik Pedersen with a small squad. Just 1 point on the board so far for Sheffield Wednesday, but they do lead by 1-0 at Portsmouth, and the goal scorer was Barry Bannon. I wonder,
better away from home than at home, by the way, Wednesday, but still have been struggling at home. I think in front of the fans who are protesting, and Hillsborough is like empty at times. I think it's a horrible place for them to play. I've got a few mates who are Wednesday fans, but away from home, I think it gives them a bit of freedom. Not that they're going to go and win that game, but it's a good start for them at least. Yeah,
Portsmouth 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1, the first goal in our 3 o'clock games in the Championship. I wonder how Chris Wilder, Quaker, was feeling today. When Chris Wilder got the call, he was sacked a few months ago after taking them to the Championship playoff final. New manager, 5 defeats. like when you are Chris Wilder, do you think there's a little bit in your mind that's like, hang on a minute, lads. I nearly got you up last season. You sacked me. He got sacked, didn't he? Yeah. There was no mutual agreement, was there? He got sacked. You know, I know he's that club's close to his heart, but I wonder, was there part of him that thought, goodness me, you're taking the Michael here, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but he's accepted. He accepted it, and he's
probably still getting paid from last time.
Getting weighed in for it as well. So yeah, good luck to him. I can understand though, football fans are allowed to dream of more and maybe want to go in a new direction, but when you're in the Championship and you look like you're going to struggle in the Championship, the drop down to League One is a big one. So go and bring in a man that knows the club, that knows the division, and steady the ship a little bit, because under Ruben Sellers it was an absolute disaster.
Yeah, he's a top bloke, Chris Wilder, and remember him in his early days being at Halifax Town when we used to go and interview him. He was obviously playing at the Shea, which was like one of the oldest, most decrepit grounds. But yeah, top bloke, and he deserves the success he's had. And it's just a shame that managers like him don't get longer in the job. You know, we were talking about Ferguson earlier on, weren't we? If some of those managers just got the opportunity to see it through, I think you'd see it. And what they're having to do is go back and get him back in again and get him back. Just leave him in the job. Yeah. I mean,
a real niche media reason as to why I like Chris Wilder as well. He is one of the quickest managers to come out after the game and do post-match interviews. And I remember last time I interviewed him, I said, Chris, he was like, I want a pint. I want to get out. I want to get out as quickly as usual. I was like, Chris Wilder, glad to have you back, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fantastic. In terms of the West Ham Palace game, like you said, not much going on really in it. One shot on target from West Ham. That was Mavropanos, who I think he was sent off in the last game between these two. I think he got 2 yellows in the last game. But yeah, not an awful lot going on there in the West Ham game. 15 minutes gone. 0-0 in that one, so the price is pretty much the same. West Ham 9-4, the draw 21-10. Crystal Palace favourites at 6-5.
Are you're on the other Burnley game? Forest are taking an early, but Burnley have had a good 10-minute response, Quaker, where not correct. Is this in the story of Burnley season where they're just going to have not enough quality in that final third, not enough goals in that team, perhaps?
I think so. Yeah, that was just like, that seemed so simple, right? The ball was the ball on was the ball out wide, so a bit of communication, let that run, and then you're in.
Got a chance for a shot from a decent angle, right?
It's I was just having another think as well.
Go on.
I shouldn't hurt myself trying to think too hard.
I wonder why Marcus Speller was shielding his eyes, like we're still like he's playing tennis at Wimbledon or something.
It's just quite bright in here, and I thought I'd the old eyes a little.
You sound like Ray Palmer.
But yeah, I was watching the Brighton Spurs game, and this is a good Spurs team. I know losing this game 1-0. Imagine if you had Harry Kane up top with them. just imagine, because
When you getting ahead of Richarlison? Was that a good start to the season, Richarlison?
They're just missing a striker. The ball came into a box from Kudus out wide, and it was Bergvall in the box. Right, I don't know where Richarlison was. And it's just like, maybe not Harry Kane, but maybe just a world-class striker, or a striker kind of who you can rely on for goals, would add such a different dynamic to this team and make them one of not the elite of the elite, but make them a way better team than they are right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kane, he'll win another Bundesliga this season.
Come back.
And if he could win the Champions League as well, then, he might slot in there.
Yeah.
He did say, didn't he, that he may well go back, but
I think he will.
Yeah, but
get that Premier League record.
Yeah, well, there's that as well. I mean, the top strikers are really at a premium, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, Victor Gyökeres is he's a fine forward. Don't get me wrong, but there's still a little bit of a gamble from Arsenal's point of view. My goodness,
that was Zinchenko with a shot from 30 yards out?
No, I'd say that was about 40 yards.
40 yards out. He got it on target.
Yeah,
I think there might have been a save for the cameras. We probably could have just collected that.
Well, it tested the
pushing it away. Yeah, possibly.
But yeah, so what I was saying about the striker situation is, I mean, you saw the price of Alexander Isak, and Gyökeres as well. That to get the all singing, all dancing centre forward is a very difficult thing.
Yeah.
And of course, if you are a side who is trying to get into the Champions League or is not realistically fighting for titles, if you have one of those players, a la Newcastle last season, it's very difficult to keep a hold of a striker like that, because they think to themselves, well, I can put an extra 100 grand on my salary a week. I can be challenging for that Premier League title and so on and so forth. So I don't know. But in the spirit of centre forwards and number 9s, it is nice to see West Ham starting with Callum Wilson. I mean, it's a position that they've really struggled to do anything with. I said I didn't fancy him scoring because I think Palace's defence is so good. West Ham have started okay, but then we've seen them start okay. They went ahead. Did they go a goal ahead against Chelsea?
Yes.
And got absolutely battered against Spurs. They showed a little bit of something. Okay, down to 10 men and whatnot. But again, it finished quite badly for them. So big game for them today. Full crew hasn't quite fitted in. It's just that number 9 jersey at West Ham.
Cursed.
It's a funny
It's
one,
cursed.
isn't it? Them and Everton. I don't know if it's a David Moyes thing or something, but to get a forward who's firing, they've struggled a bit. But then I suppose you could say most sides of middling or lower.
Look at your lot. You're kind of the same with Jimenez and Muniz. It feels like you got lots of good players to play in behind.
Years of Mitrovic, though.
He had that season in the Premier where he get 14 or 15. Yeah. But I think with Fulham though, Raul Jimenez chips in, and so does Rodrigo Muniz. More so than I would say the strikers at West Ham, for example.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, Wilson, you want him to be playing football because he knows where the goal is. It's all about keeping him fit, of course.
Can you describe the look of expression on Karen Bailey's face, please, the London Stadium?
A look we've seen many, many times before.
and what would that look be? Despair? Anger?
Looked like she's just smelt something that she didn't want.
She doesn't look particularly happy, does she? Also, talking of kind of on-field issues, Fabian Hurtzler's glow up this season.
Yes.
I mean...
do you know what? I'm glad you said that. I've noticed
so am I.
Because back in the day, you'd have the suit manager or the tracksuit manager. And tracksuit manager...
Sorry, chance for Spurs. Bergvall got to the bar. He put an unbelievable ball, whipped across the face of goal, cleared, and now Brighton can counter. Oh, that's a really bad ball. I think that was Minter. Ruta had space to run into, and Forrest equalised! I tell you what, Burnley deserved this equaliser. Lowell Foster puts the ball in the back of the net. I don't know if it might go down as an own goal. But Quakey, we mentioned that Burnley, despite going 1-0 down really early in this game, have had lots of possession, lots of attacks. Lowell Foster, the number 9, I think it is, from close range, slots home. Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1.
Yeah, no, this is well-deserved from Burnley, and they've just shown some intent in this game. And, of course, you're going to show more intent playing at home. But let's have a look at the ball. Ball's whipped in.
Whipped in from the left-hand side. Anthony gets his head on it, goes back across goal. Forrest don't clear. And then it's the number 9, Lowell Foster. As the ball runs across him, puts it in. Zinchenko tries to go behind the goalkeeper to hook the ball off the line. He doesn't do it. He actually, when the ball comes in, it's Zinchenko who tries to head it initially. Doesn't get enough contact on it. The ball rolls to Lowell Foster, who manages to hook his foot across the ball. It goes goalwards. I'm not sure that's going to go down as an own goal or a Burnley goal, but it's on target, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely Anti's goal for me. It was a bit of a scuffed finish and a very presentable chance, of course. So he's probably quite relieved that Zinchenko didn't manage to hook it out. But what a goal for Burnley.
It's going to be an open game, this.
Well, let's see. I thought it was the hardest one to call because of the circumstances.
Again.
And Burnley are in here again down the left-hand side. Confirmation, Jane Anthony it was who put the ball in the back of the net, not Lowell Foster. Apologies there to Jane Anthony. But this, this is this... Forest just look open again, don't they? I don't know why we should be too surprised, but they're open.
They see. I mean, Forest fans will have been hoping for Postecoglou to channel the spirit of his first season at Spurs, rather than the second one. Well, if you saw them against Swansea midweek and you've seen the opening stages here, then I think you'd be quite worried that he hasn't learned the lessons of last season at Spurs, because right now Burnley slightly on top, and despite Forest's good start, you wouldn't think that the midfield that Forest's midfield is made up of a guy who in Elliot Anderson, who people think should start for England now, or certainly some people. Morgan Gibbs-White, a guy who's got ambitions to be in the England squad, and Douglas Luiz, who was just previously playing at Juventus, for crying out loud. So, work to do for Forest, and yeah.
Can I ask something? You said that Forest fans are hoping he channels the first season at Spurs rather than the second season at Spurs.
Yeah.
But if you ask
he won a trophy in the second season.
But if you ask Forest fans right now, say the top 4 gets you Champions League, but the 5th place doesn't. Yeah. If you ask Forest fans right now, would you take finishing 5th and qualifying for the Europa League?
You know what I'm going to say.
Or finishing 17th and winning the Europa League?
17th and trophy.
There you go.
That's an easy answer.
Is it?
Are you going to give Nottingham Forest a European trophy? They have to take that.
So I should very much state Premier League.
Okay.
Premier League.
I shouldn't disrespect yourself, but thank you.
A goal in the Championship. Hull have beaten Southampton by a goal to nil. Cole Joseph scoring after 22 minutes. Hull back in action in search of just their second victory of the Championship campaign after avoiding relegation on goal difference last season. Southampton had us relegated last season from the Premier League. A slow start to the Championship season following their relegation last time around. Just 6 points from their first 5 games under Will Steele, and they haven't started well this afternoon. Hull 1, Southampton 0. The only other goal in the Championship from the 3 o'clock games, Portsmouth 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Sheffield Wednesday searching for their first victory of the Championship season. The Owls have lost 4 of their opening 5 league matches, including back-to-back home defeats in their last 2 Championship games against Swansea and Bristol City. But it is indeed Barry Bannon who has scored the opening goal for Sheffield Wednesday. There's a couple of goals then in the Championship, 3 o'clock, 4 games in the Premier League at 3. 3 have goals in them. Brighton lead Spurs by a goal to nil. Wolves 1 up at home to Leeds. We have 2 goals, in fact, at Turf Moor. Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1. The only game goalless is at the London Stadium. West Ham 0, Crystal Palace 0. Lee Phelps, what's standing out to you?
Yeah, just looking there, Richarlison's had a decent opportunity, only a half chance on his left foot, just got past the defender and just slammed it into the side netting. Just looking there that Richarlison to score the second goal in that match. Brighton 1, Tottenham 0 is priced up at 6-1. I think if anyone's going to get chances for Tottenham, he's the man. Obviously, we need Kudus to score for the bet builder that we put together. But I'm just giving you some other options as well. Obviously,
that was not a foul when he took that ball down. By the way, literally with the goal at his mercy, that was not a foul.
Goal at his mercy.
It was basically a tapping.
So far on the bet builder, by the way, we've got 1 goal. We're looking for 2 goals in the match. We're looking for 4 cards, no cards yet. We're looking for 8 corners. We've had 2 corners, so a bit of work to do after 25 minutes. But the other one is Burnley Forest. I mean, I think we all think there's going to be goals in this game. I mean, it may well settle down now. It's back on level terms. But a few of the price boosts on this one, with Burnley 5-2 to win the match live, 6-5 Forest and 9-5 the draw. Chris Wood to score the 3rd goal, 6-1 if Forest start to get on the front foot again. I just wonder if Burnley might just settle in now they've got back on level terms. Will
I'm
they
not sure.
I would keep going. And
they should do, but will they?
This is the thing that you'll. I hate to labour the point, but like you know, a Postecoglou side is not going to. Unless they again play like they did in the Europa League, which it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So if you're Burnley, I think you kind of keep going.
Oh, shot from distance there from Ayari, 25 yards out. Vicario made a meal of it. Should have just caught it, but he's a pusher and a puncher, isn't he, Vicario? And ends up just sort of coming off his right arm. Remains bright. No, he's a pusher and a puncher, isn't he?
That's a lovely description.
No, he's one of those goalkeepers where he would rather. Brighton are in here again. Can they get a shot? Oh, it's another really, really good move. They work it well. Gruder has a shot with his left foot just outside the box, which goes over. He does have Minter. He could have played in down the right-hand side, but he takes on the shot. Remains Brighton 1, Spurs 0. He's that sort of goalkeeper where...
Can I just say something really quick? I really admire your eyesight because you see the player, you pick out the player straight away.
Can I just say, I appreciate the compliment. I did say that it was Lyle Foster who scored for Burnley. With But I would like to think... Oh, can we have face expression watch, please, on the TV screen on the stadium?
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Can you please describe it, Marcus, for the audience?
It's...
pensive.
Good word.
Pensive.
That's the good word. Pensive to the West Ham
owners are pensive.
The West Ham owners look pensive, don't they?
Yeah, well,
I liked your one where it said it looks like they've
smelt.
Odegaard! Oh, he should do better. Cross comes in for Spurs down the right-hand side. Picks out Odegaard at the back stick. His shot goes wide. Chance here for Forest. Oh, that is a poor ball. Could have gone back across goal from Dan and Doyle, I think it was.
There, it's sat up for him. He's what, 10, 12 yards
Barely,
out.
even that, yeah.
And he's shanked it wide. Great chance. And he knows it. Leeds might be in here. That's a great tackle.
No Xavi Simons for Spurs Kwaku today, which is it just that this time of the season where with Champions League football coming back and teams playing every 3 days, managers we didn't see Vert start today, we didn't see Simons start today. It's just about keeping everyone fit and fresh.
Yeah, 100%. That's why you build out a squad. I hope
the narrative is same with Xavi Simons. It is Florian Wirtz, please. Yeah, let's keep it consistent, please, pal.
I wasn't peddling any narrative about Florian Wirtz. I think he's going to be a fantastic player. I actually don't like the fact that people are slating him so early on into his Liverpool career. But he did also cost north of 100 million, so he's going to get more criticism. And I think Xavi Simons is a good player. I don't quite know what he is yet. West Ham,
Just on West Ham, I think Somerville back in the team. I think he's the sort of player. He's about wingers, by the way. They're quick and direct. He's one of those wingers that always wants to try and beat his man. And I think he just gives him something a little bit different on the left-hand side. A little bit of pace, a little bit of quality. So I think Somerville being back for West Ham, I think is really important for them, Lee.
I like how he's got that hand thing, hasn't he? Like, it's almost like he's always balancing. You know what I mean? When he runs.
Raheem Sterling. Did Raheem?
Yeah, the Raheem Sterling thing.
Yeah.
Raheem Sterling. Yeah, he always has his hands out like that, like as if he's kind of just balancing.
On Strictly.
Yeah, like it's like I like that kind of thing.
Like he's
How you dance if you're on Strictly.
It's
like he's tiptoeing through.
No, it's like he's walking to
It's
a
like he's
dance
tiptoeing,
floor
like
that's playing swing, and he's just kind of like, oh, here we go.
Oh, that was a really, really, really nice move from Nottingham Forest. Played really, really good one-touch football outside of the box, and in the end, it was Bakwa with a shot with his left foot, tried to go across the goalkeeper. Dubravka managed to push it away, but Marcus, really nice build-up play from Forest there on the edge of the box.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, one thing we should say is when we're critical of Ange Postecoglou is his Spurs side, even last season, scored a lot of goals. So that's what we would expect this from Forest. Yes, the back door may well be open, but going forward, they should find a bit of joy. Can they, can they balance that out with more goals than conceding? Quite possibly, but at the moment, 1-1. I want to go back to what you said about Brighton manager and his fashion sense. Sam, back in the day, you had, as I say, managers would wear a tracksuit or they would wear a suit. And tracksuit managers well, you don't have to go that far back. I mean, Frank Lampard's a tracksuit manager.
Yeah.
Eddie Howe is.
Yeah.
Thomas Tuchel would always raid the club shop, wouldn't he? When he
Oh!
It's a goal.
Dominic Calvert-Lewin has his first Leeds goal. Wolves 1, Leeds 1. Half an hour gone, and Leeds United finally have another goal in the there's another goal at Brighton! Unbelievable! What a strike this is!
I'll tell you what.
It's Brighton 2. Tottenham 0. I was critical earlier of the goalkeeper. I needed a different angle of this to see if he could have done better. But one thing's for certain, Yasin Ayari has hit this with enormous power from outside the box. It beats the goalkeeper. The Leeds goal is a great header from Calvert-Lewin. Crossing from Bogle right-hand side. It takes a wicked deflection, takes the pace off the ball. And Calvert-Lewin, sandwiched in between a couple of Wolves defenders, does really well to generate power, gets up, heads the ball into the back of the net. Wolves 1, Leeds 1. It's some hit, this, boys, on the edge of the box from Ayari. I need to see a better angle of it. Does the goalkeeper get it, or does it just beat the goalkeeper? Oh, yeah, it swivels. It moves away from the goalkeeper. I think the keeper might have got one hand on it.
He does.
Oh, he does get one hand. So it hits it with power. This angle will do it for us. It certainly moves.
It does move.
The goalkeeper just almost can't sort his feet out, Quaker. He does get one hand on it, but maybe I'm being harsh there, saying he should have done better. But so we've got Wolves 1, Leeds 1, Brighton 2, Tottenham 0.
And
I think Vicara might be a touch disappointed, but I take nothing away from the strike. Beauty.
And Marcus, big tick. You're home and
Done.
dry.
See you later.
2 goals in the match. Bet builder. Easy, isn't it?
Be maybe gone for over 2.5 goals.
Oh no, you say right now he almost certainly should have gone. Well, no, not certain.
Well, maybe there's the goals in this game.
Yeah, Kamada there. First chance I've seen in the London Stadium there.
Sorry.
Kamada with a header from a couple of yards out just goes wide. Marcus, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, he's had real big injury problems at Everton. He's got to move to Leeds. He's got a goal.
I'm pleased for him.
A popular goal scorer, yeah?
Indeed, yeah. I think a lot of people will be pleased for him. Funny, we were talking about fashion sense, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin pops up with a goal. But he needed that. And do you know what? It's a lovely goal. It's a great header, and that's one of his strengths is his heading ability. He's a striker who, in the modern era, plays as on his own up top, proper number 9. And that's perfect for Leeds, because Leeds, again, with being a newly promoted side, not having one of a squad packed full of talent, obviously good players, but some of them are new to the Premier League. What are you going to have to rely on? You are going to have to rely on scraps, just putting balls into the box. When your striker scores a headed goal like that, it gives a lot of people confidence there. None more so than Dominic Calvert-Lewin. He's been starved of goals. He came on in the cup against, was it Sheffield Wednesday when they were beaten?
Yeah, that's right.
And missed a few chances. And you thought, oof, for a guy who's had very well documented injury problems, was maybe struggling a little bit to find a club, newly promoted side, have a punt on him. To get off the mark like that in that fashion, massive goal for him.
Yeah, massive. I mean, you think back to his last double-figure season in the league was 16 goals, which was back in 2012, 2020-21.
Yeah, you go
I mean,
back.
admittedly, he hasn't had many full seasons. I think he played 17 games the season after, 17 the season after that. But then he has played like a full season in 23-24. He played 26 games, 24-25. And you start to think, well, where are the goals going to come from? If he can start scoring goals for a Leeds United side, he becomes a hero.
Yeah,
at Ellen Road. They're desperate for a goal scorer.
Well, they need someone, yeah, and that takes the pressure off the rest of the team, because if you know what it's like, again, with a team who are back up in the Premier League, you think, well, okay, we can defend, we can do our jobs, we can be organised. We've got to put the ball in the back of the net. And he's an experienced Premier League player. Other players will look at him and think, come on, son, we need something out of you.
Do you think he's a confidence player, Marcus? We know he's had injury problems.
It's hard to say, Sam, because of the injuries and so
No,
on.
but he looks like to me when he comes back from injury, he almost looks like he doesn't take... I use things like, if he gets played through on goal, there's maybe opportunities where he could take a first-time shot and he takes the extra touch. And that looks like it's a confidence thing more than anything.
I mean, I think strikers, maybe with the only exception of goalkeepers, it's the most sort of confidence, what would be the term? If you wanted someone to have the most confidence in your team, you'd probably choose your goalkeeper or your striker.
Sure.
It's a very confident, dependent position. You have to be absolutely ice cold and one of the best in the land to not let missed chances affect you, or barren spells, of course. And I mean, you could even say last season was Haaland slightly affected for Manchester City in that funny spell they had. I mean, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But so yes, confidence is a huge thing for strikers because it's such an obvious position. You miss a chance, the whole of the stadium and the whole of the watching public can see that. If you're a midfielder, you've got other things to worry about. If you misplace a pass, it can be bad, but someone behind you can mop it up. It's usually where a move ends or finishes, which is why goalkeeper or striker is that they're the most important positions with regards to confidence. So great goal for Calvert-Lewin. He'll be wanting the ball. He will now be bellowing at his wingers, give it in to me. I'm the man now. I can do it. And that bodes very, very well for Leeds United.
Yeah, and holding up the ball as well, so that gives Leeds an outlet as well. He's 7-2 now to score 2 or more in the game. Obviously, get the equaliser for Leeds United, and the goal, as we've said over and over again, the goals are so crucial for Leeds in this division. They have to find a way of scoring more goals, and that's just given them a bit of a lifeline in this match for a start.
We've had a couple of opportunities. There was a really, really good move from Nottingham Forest, wasn't there, Quakey, where, again, they played some really nice football, and Chris Wood had a chance from close range where possibly, I think he should have done better, maybe should have scored. Yeah. Elsewhere, Palace have had a decent 10-minute spell at the London Stadium, no goals yet. Final word on Calvert-Lewin, Quakey, for you. We know more often than not when teams come up, they really struggle for goals. If Leeds can get him fit for the season and, any sort of confidence in him, that's so important for the hopes of staying up.
Yeah, I just don't think you can rely on it. That's
the problem, isn't it?
I just think it'll be a bonus. But if that's what you're relying on to keep you up, then I don't know if you can.
So he's got a point to prove.
You've got a point to prove.
He was at a time.
Palace take the lead at the London Stadium. Jean-Philippe Mateta puts the ball in the back of the net. It was a corner came in. I think Mark Gakey won the original header. Good save from the goalkeeper, but Mateta, like all good centre forwards, is in the right place at the right time and scores from close range. Crystal Palace, who have this remarkable record on the road over the last sort of few months, really losing just 2 of their last 17 away Premier League matches, take the lead at the London Stadium, Quaker.
Honestly, they are a disgrace from set pieces, West Ham. They literally are the worst team I've ever seen defend set pieces. Every time a corner comes in, you think it's going to be a goal. And
Gahey has a free run onto that, Quaker.
It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. And obviously, they've changed their keeper out for this game. Hermansen out.
Oh, yeah, of course, good shout.
Keeper that I was a big fan of, and Areola in, and they still can't defend their box. It's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. And Mateta, luckily, is in my fantasy team, so both my strikers.
And you got Palace in your final one standing.
There we go, mate. There we go.
That's 5 goals in his last 4 against West Ham as well for Jean-Philippe Mateta, so loves playing the Hammers.
Yeah, as anybody would.
But I'd enjoy playing against the Hammers.
Well, do you know what's happening? So this is interesting now. What do West Ham do? Because they've started okay, but any team can start okay. It's when they concede, are they just going to crumple now? Yeah, because if
when they lose by quite a few goals, don't they?
Well, this is the thing, right? And we can say, Potter seems like a decent bloke and a good manager and all the rest of it. Well, and yeah, taking some of the jobs he's taken, I understand why he went to Chelsea, but it was a bit of a crazy situation. West Ham again. If you're a West Ham United fan now, depending on how this game goes, or maybe not even depending on how this game goes, you'd be thinking, Nuno Espirito Santo's, he's there for the taking. Again, this is the trouble. You don't want to suddenly get a couple of months into the season, you go, is this just another write-off?
Yeah.
It's the worst feeling in the world as a fan. Now, I'm not saying it is. That would be ridiculous this early in the season, but there are signs. And again, Potter, it's not like he's just been there at the start of the season. He's had time. He had a free.
And they finished last season really badly.
Really badly. I mean, people can say, oh, well, they knew they weren't going to go down and so on and so forth.
Absolutely unbelievable. With such a good free kick from Anton Stach. Wolves 1, Leeds 2 goals in the space of 5 minutes to turn this game around. I thought Goodmanson, the left footer, was lining up to take this, but Stach runs on with his right foot. He goes goalkeeper side. It's all about the power. He beats Jose Sarr. Wolves 1, Leeds 2. Lee, he hits it well, doesn't he?
Oh, it's an absolute pile driver, isn't it? A fantastic turnaround for Leeds United, trailing to Wolves and looking a little bit forlorn when they've gone one down against their who are going to be it's a relegation battle already, isn't it?
Oh,
what a strike
it's Declan Rice-esque.
Yeah, it's a beautiful strike. Yeah, fantastic. It's interesting. Before that, the Lopez was booked a little bit earlier and got himself into a bit of a mess just before this as well. I think Wolves' discipline needs to stay solid here because they look like they could be picking up bookings soon. They're going to have to come out here now, and Leeds are in a great position. 2-1 up at Wolves.
Yeah, Marcus really think that Declan Rice free kick, maybe not from as far out, but the way he curled it, sort of goalkeeper side, but kind of top bins. I don't like it when goalkeepers get beaten to their side on free kicks, but sometimes when it's hit with that pace and goes top bins, there's not much you could do. Spurs have maybe had their best spell of the half. At Brighton, they're losing 2-0, and Richarlison tried to convert a cross from the near post, but it goes wide. Forest also on the attack away at Burnley. Burnley just hanging on in the final stages of the first half. 1 goal in the Championship, haven't brought you up to speed with. Derby 0, Preston 1 in the Championship. West Ham here, Kwaku, with an opportunity. They haven't really created any chances, have they, in this game against Palace? They got a free kick outside the box on the right-hand side. Youth and Ward-Prowse are over it. It's going to be the left or the right-footed Ward-Prowse. Whips the ball in. It's such a good ball in the real dangerous area. But Mateta it was. He got himself in a really good position and headed the ball out. Are we at a point, do you think, Kwaku, with Graham Potter, where I hate to sort of ask you this question, but do you feel he's just not got it in him to turn this around now?
It's never a good sign when the TV cameras pan to the owners 3 times within the first 20 minutes. It's just never a good sign. We can't hear the commentary, but the writing's on the wall. The media's writing about it. We're talking about it. It's going to happen sooner rather than later.
Quick, let me put this to you. How many teams in the Premier League, right, especially in the lower half or even the mid-table side, would love Jared Bowen and their team, Lucas Paquetá, Somerville? Not so much Wilson maybe up front, but still, I think a few people would quite fancy him. You look at those forward players. You've got goals in that side.
Yeah.
And one or two others. He's not getting a tune. I know Paquetá has recently come back in the side. There was all the investigation and so on. And Somerville had a few injuries. So, but it's not.
Kudus! Richarlison does score for Tottenham. I thought it was Kudus for our bet builder. Kudus had a shot which was cleared away.
Gone over 2.5 goals.
And we could have done. This has been a really good game. Spurs have had a really good 10 minutes, which I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, and the build-up came down the left-hand side. A ball across goal fell to Kudus, the back post, who tried to shoot. He got his shot away. It was blocked and cleared. And then Richarlison does well from close range to slot home. Bentancur here to Odegaard, who comes back to Bentancur, to Kudus. In fact, Kudus' shot comes off Richarlison, whose first touch. I'll tell you what, Burnley with the ball across goal, nearly converted. Kudus' shot comes off Richarlison by surprise, but then he does. Well, I think he catches him by surprise. But then you're right, Mark, because he reacts well to slot home from close range. We could have gone over 4.5 goals in this game. It was end-to-end stuff. Brighton 2, Spurs 1.
Well, in all the games apart from the West Ham Palace game, both teams were scored, right? Yeah. And Lee was talking about that
Championship.
Yeah, talking about that prior. Not
honestly,
just
unbelievable.
Go back to West Ham. If you'd have said nearly half time, every team bar one will have scored in today's matches. I think you'd probably. I don't think you would go for Burnley just because of
Ange.
the Ange Postecoglou factor there. I think you'd probably say West Ham.
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
probably.
I know it's easy to say that once wise after the event, but I honestly think Potter's had the time.
Yeah.
And this is it with this Potter. We know he's a little bit more of a. He would say more sort of tactician, philosophy, all that kind of stuff in football, and I think we want to see that played out somewhere. We saw it a bit at Brighton, didn't he? Where he did very, very well. But West Ham now, you look at the side, you look at the position, and you think you need someone who's a bit more practical, somebody who is going to go in there and get more of a tune.
That's it, and I think.
I tell you, looking at Spurs game, yeah?
Yes.
Spurs have been really impressive in this last 15 minutes. Once again, ball comes in down the left-hand side. I think it was Odegaard who tries to put a ball in the box, and they just couldn't sort their feet out, Spurs, and get a shot away. But Brighton 2, Spurs 1. Brighton will be desperate to get in at half-time here.
On what you were saying, Marcus, in terms of, I think maybe 3-4 years ago, everybody wanted that progressive manager that plays certain type of football. Many people
Last season, Russell Martin.
Many people say that football is a reflection of society, and I don't want to comment too much on that. But now,
that's more for Talk TV and Times Radio.
But now people want to go back to a certain type of football that just gets you results. Oh, there's in all of these games.
Maybe you should stop speaking. It's too hard to get your words out at the moment, isn't it? Too much going on. I think you were aiming at a Wolves long throw. The long throw's back in, guys, if you didn't know. And there was an effort from the near post, which not enough contact was made on it.
You should stop speaking.
Off the bar! Oh, what a free kick!
Oh,
Have a look at this Burnley free kick. Unbelievable.
Chance for Leeds. It's 3-1 to Leeds. Well, I'll tell you something.
Okafor, wow.
Blimey.
So Wolves 1, Leeds 3. Okafor has given Leeds the third goal. I want you guys to have a look at this replay of the Burnley free kick. Trying to see who it was. An unbelievable. It might have been Hartman with his left foot. But Leeds United, how about this? We know they started the season with a victory at home to Everton, but since then, it's been pretty tough going. Their form hasn't been particularly good, but Okafor has given them a 3-1 lead. Leeds United have won each of the last 3 games against Wolves, and they look set possibly to do it again. Wolves way too open. Okafor gets played in down the left-hand side in the box. Left-footed finish, goes across the goalkeeper and into the back of the net. And gents, this would be a massive 3 points for Leeds against a relegation rival, not in great form and on the road.
Yeah, but this is the issue. We talked about this midweek, Sam, in terms of I really like Vitor Pereira, but you gave a manager who's bottom of the Premier League without a single point a new contract, and they're just about to lose, as things currently stand, to a relegation rival. And so what if they lose their next 2 or 3 games? You've just given them a new deal. I thought it was a puzzling decision.
The timing felt strange, didn't it?
Yeah, it did feel really... And maybe it was the week for Wolves to get contracts done. They got Stratton Larson done. They got Vitor Pereira done. But I just thought it was bizarre, especially when they're the only team in the Premier League without a single point.
Marcus, did the timing surprise you? You seen that free kick finally?
Yeah. Is it Chowner? I think it was Chowner who...
outside the box, right foot, unlevel whip. It just goes off the bar. Thank you, finally seen it. And you can. No one acknowledged that. I thought I made it up. Did it actually happen or not?
It would have been a beauty.
Marcus, did the timing of this? Oh, West Ham could be in. West Ham are in. It's 2-1. Somerville to Callum Wilson.
I'm sure he was offside there.
But that is terrible. He wasn't offside. The flag stayed down. I don't want to have a go at Callum Wilson, but I'm going to. Somerville plays him in, and that looked like the touch of someone that just hasn't played a lot of football in the last couple of months. He tried on his right foot to bring it back onto his left foot, and his touch was heavy. Palace did well to get bodies back in. Just lacking a little bit of sharpness there, Callum Wilson, but at least they'll take encouragement, West Ham, for the fact they did manage to cut through. Palace, but he just couldn't sort his feet out. And Palace do well to get bodies back in. Norwich 1, Wrexham 0. There were some reports in the week that Phil Parkinson, long-term position is in doubt after an indifferent start to life in the second tier. They have scored in all of their 7 matches this campaign. Kiefer Moore proving to be a shrewd addition with 4 goals from 5 starts. They're going to need a Kiefer Moore goal in the second half. Norwich 1, Wrexham 0 in the Championship. Half-time's coming in is Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1. But an open game, Quakey, at Turf Moor.
Yeah, it has. It has been a really open game. And it's unpredictable, right? And that's what you get when you have Ange in one of the dugouts. You just don't know what you're going to get. But I like what I've seen from Burnley. I like the fight I've seen from Burnley. I like the fight from all of these promoted sides, right? They've shown a bit of something, and we're not going to get what we had in previous years in terms of the 3 teams that came up go straight back down. They are showing fight, they're showing desire, and if Burnley are to stay up, Turf Moor is going to have to be a fortress. And at half time, I think they'll be fairly happy with how things have gone.
So we're at half time then in all through 4 of our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. How many goals did we have last week in our 3 o'clock games? It felt like we had a couple. We've already had 3, 5, 6, 10 goals already in our 4 3 o'clock games. Marcus Speller just brings
what I do.
The goals on talkSPORT goals. So Brighton 2, Tottenham 1. Brighton did find themselves 2-0 up in that game thanks to goals from Ayari and Minter. Richarlison pulling a goal back. Forest did take an early lead away at Burnley, who I think are good value for the draw at half-time. Wolves were cruising at home to Leeds. They scored an early goal themselves, but Leeds with 3 goals in the space of 15 minutes late in the second half. And most notably, a goal for Dominic Calvert-Lewin for Leeds United. And the only team not to score in the Premier League at half-time is West Ham. West Ham 0, Palace 1. Jean-Philippe Mateta scoring for Palace. We'll take a very quick break on talkSPORT goals, and when we come back, we will review what's happened in an action-packed, busy first half in the Premier League. Oh, right. We need to do our own show on what we talk about in the 3-minute breaks, by the way. Metabolism there from Marcus Speller was a fascinating one, even by the Speller standards, I should say. Hello and welcome to talkSPORT Goals. We're with William Hill as 18+, gambleaware.org, Sam Ellard, Marcus Speller, Quakey Wafari, and Lee Phelps with you for another hour and a half. Then it's 5:15, and it'll be the phone-in show with O'Hara and Cundy. Goals in the Premier League in our 3 o'clock games. Brighton 2, Spurs 1, Burnley 1, Forest 1, Palace winning 1-0 at West Ham. Leeds United 3-1 up at Wolves. Scores in the Championship. Sheffield Wednesday 1 up at Portsmouth. Norwich 1, Wrexham 0, Hull 1, Southampton 0, Preston winning 1-0 at Derby. All the other games are goalless. The goals in League One, if you don't know your score, is goalless. Cardiff, who start the day top of the league, are losing home to Bradford 2-0. Peterborough 1 up at Plymouth. Peterborough started the day bottom of the table. Reading 1, Leyton Orient 0, Stevenage 1, Exeter 1, Wycombe 1, Northampton 0 at 3 o'clock in League 2. Barnet 1, Grimsby 0, Bromley 1, Chesterfield 1, Oldham 1 up at Cheltenham, Bristol Rovers 1 up at Colchester, Accrington 1 up at Milton Keynes Dons, Newport 1, Gillingham 3, Notts County 1, Crawley 0, Salford 2, Swindon 0, Salford starting the day third in the table, and Walsall 2, Tranmere 1. Kwaku, what's your main takeaway from our 3 o'clock game so far?
The fight from Leeds, the fact that Leeds they're showing their teeth, and I think a lot of people had them as the team to go down. They weren't too sure about their transfer window, but people had Daniel Farke as being the first manager to be sacked, and yeah, man, they're 3-1 up at half time. There could have been more, and we'll see if they can maintain it in the second half. But I guess the marquee fixture of all the 3 p.m. ones is the Brighton versus Spurs game, and the fact that Brighton took a 2-goal lead against a Spurs team that a lot of people fancied, and the Spurs team that don't concede many
Bookies
goals.
did interestingly, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. Which was where they seem like they know what they're doing. But we've got a very exciting second half, and of course that's where our bets are as well in terms of.
Yeah. Do we have a bet builder update, please? Lee,
Yeah.
with the talkSPORT goals are done for the Brighton Spurs
How are we
game.
getting on, Lee?
So goals over 1.5.
What up, mate?
Done. You're out. You've
Well,
finished.
I mean,
You've done it. You've done it. You've done
Thank you.
it.
It was fairly conservative.
Do you know what,
but,
Mark? There's nothing wrong with conservative.
No,
Yeah, sometimes you've got to hoof it.
It's a winner. It's a winner. Corners, we went over 7.5.
Where are we at?
5 so far.
Oh, we're on. We are on.
So,
That me? No, it wasn't.
No,
that was
he
me.
was the
That was me.
corner.
That was me.
Yeah, there's the handshake.
We've got a bit of work to do on cards. We went over 3.5 cards.
Four
It's been.
cards.
I think there could have been a card or two. I think the referee's been
do I.
quite
Yeah.
lenient.
You've been hard done by Quaker.
How many have
We
we
need
got?
cards. 0.
Oh.
So we need 4 in the second half. And kudos to Score. Had a great effort.
Well, yeah.
I think we're alive.
Charlton didn't get the
We're
bloody
okay.
way. He would have
Well,
scored.
To be
It
honest,
could be much worse.
I think we're done. I think we're all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think we're done?
No, I didn't. We're not done. I think.
What do you mean?
I think we're still alive. I think we're going to do it.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go crazy. I think this game. I think this Brighton Spurs are going to get spicy, and I think there's going to be. I think it's going to be 4 bookings, so that'll be fine.
I hope so. Will Kudus score?
And I think Kudus will get an important goal late on. From a corner, and I think it's all going to.
Tottenham.
There'll be a booking as well. Yeah, we'll take his top off. Yeah.
Stop off. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, it seems a long way back from Tottenham, but 9-2 to win the game from 2-1 down, 5-2 for the draw. Leeds are 12-1 on to win from here, 3-1 up, obviously, and it looks like they will. The draw, by the way, Wolves-Leeds, which we all predicted before the match, is now 9-1. West Ham 9-1 to win that game against Palace. Palace 4-11, 16-5 the draw, and Burnley Forest. What's the result of that one? It's 16-5 for Burnley to win it, 7-5 the draw, 13-10 Forest. Who knows?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like I said, the hardest one to call. Mind you, I thought Wolves would beat Leeds United by the odd goal.
Yeah.
Leeds, man, what a first half they've had.
Unbelievable. To say that we were all saying where are the goals coming from. Suddenly get 3 in one game.
Well, and as I say, I mean, don't want to go on about it too much because there are other players playing. He's only got one of them, but Calvert-Lewin scoring for them is big. Seems to have given a bit of confidence all around the squad. I mean, the free kick was an absolute beauty. 3-1 up though, and Wolves, I did worry for them. But I actually predicted them to go down this season. Again, early days, but. You look around that team, they do miss Strand Larsen up front a little bit.
Yeah,
And
that
Cunha.
focal point. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
And ain't Nuring and Semedo, yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Wolves, like I said before, in the first half. If the discipline does start to creak, we could even see more cards for Wolves and maybe even a red. There's been a couple of really rash challenges, which I think the referee Taylor probably could have handed out another yellow or two to Wolves just before the Leeds free kick. That was probably a yellow card. He didn't give it, so I think he handed out a red and 6 or 7 yellows in Europe in the week. Handed out 6 yellows in his last Premier League game, so he's been pretty lenient this match. But I fear for Wolves, especially if they go a man down.
So we'll take one more quick break then, and then when we come back, we'll be watching the second half games at 3 o'clock. It feels like a big 45 minutes to Graham Potter. Losing at home to Crystal Palace. Leeds United, 45 minutes away from their first victory on the road back in the Premier League. Can Spurs get back into it at Brighton? Will Ange Postecoglou in his first game as Forest manager? All this before United-Chelsea, by the way, at 5:30. And the Spellmeister he's got his limousine waiting for him at 5:30, and he's straight to the cottage for Fulham versus Brentford this evening. Glass of champagne on arrival?
I would hate that because I don't drink.
talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes' time then. Hello, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Gold with William here, Waiting Plus. Excuse me, GambleAware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Quakey Wafari, and the Marcus Speller with you until around 5:15 this evening when the phone show takes over, taking your calls on all of the day's football. Plenty happening at the moment. 03717 223344 is the number to call if you want to get involved in that show a little bit later on. Thank you so much for joining us on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. We have had lots of goals in an action-packed set of 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. Brighton 2, Tottenham 1, Brighton were 2 up. Spurs pulled a goal back before half-time. Spurs have lost in both their last 2 league visits to the Amex, but they have never suffered 3 consecutive away defeats to Brighton. Burnley Forest is an opening game, and at half-time it's Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Burnley have the highest expected goals against total of any side in the Premier League this season, but are giving a pretty good account of themselves after Forest took an early lead. The pressure was on Graham Potter before today. It's going to be on him even more at the end of this game if they don't turn things around West Ham pretty quickly. West Ham 0, Palace 1 is the score at half-time. Jean-Philippe Mateta scoring for Palace in the first half. West Ham have conceded 3 or more goals in 3 of their 4 Premier League games so far this season. So when they lose normally pretty convincingly. And perhaps maybe the shock score, a little bit of a shock score, is that Leeds are 3-1 up away at Wolves. They were a goal down, Wolves taking an early lead, but Leeds 3-1 up, having beaten Everton 1-0 on the opening weekend. Leeds have failed to score in their last 3 Premier League games. Today, though, that is not a problem. They are 3-1 up. Half-time scores in the Championship from the 3 o'clock games: Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0. Preston's good start to the season, continuing leading 1-0. Leading 1-0 at Derby. Hull 1, Southampton 1, Norwich 1, Wrexham 0. Sheffield Wednesday could have their first win of the season. 1 up away at Portsmouth. Sheffield United first game back for Chris Wilder. Goalless at home to Charlton. Quakey, what happened at Turf Moor?
Yeah, Burnley made a rapid start to the second half. Through on goal. Keeper makes a good save. The ball comes in. Oh!
Blimey.
Wow, they've come out the traps flying.
There for the taking.
It is there for the taking. Tangible. So it's who they are, mate. And they're going to give them opportunities. You see the replay of it. But I don't know what Forest are doing trying to play out. They just lose possession. The ball whips into the box.
I think Lyle Foster makes a run, doesn't he? Across
It was Anthony with the first effort that we. This is the Anthony effort, which he should have done better.
Palace hit the bar as well, by the way, from a corner coming in Lacroix, from literally a couple of yards out. Guess you said they can't defend from corners.
Shock.
He gets his head on the ball, literally a couple of yards out, and his header came off his shoulder. Maybe comes off the bar. Yeah. Jürgen Strand Larsen, by the way, won 3 substitutions for Wolves, and we have our first booking in the Brighton Spurs game, which is we need a Kuda's goal. We haven't got a Kuda's goal. No. We have a Kuda's card.
Yes. Yeah, Kuda's card. Yeah, so we need 3 more cards. 3 more cards. But it started. It started.
Oh well, I wasn't worried. I wasn't panicking.
We're on the road to victory.
Yeah, 100%. You must be nice there for you, Marcus, knowing that you're over 1.5 goal. You're just relaxing. You've done your bit. You did your bit within the first 35 minutes, didn't you?
Well, indeed, yeah. That's what I do. I do my bit.
Nice to get it done nice and early.
Remember the game at the Amex last year between these two? I think Spurs
were 2 up, weren't they?
2-goal lead and reversed. So looking to reverse those fortunes today, and they've got a good chance, right? They've got 45 minutes. They've got good players on the pitch who can find the back of the net. Hopefully for us as Kudus, but there's more goals in this game. There are so many more goals in this game.
Kwaku, a big 45 minutes for Graham Potter at West Ham, it feels like.
Yeah, huge. Absolutely huge. This is just a poor West Ham team with a manager that seems to have lost his identity, lost the heart, and I think he's going to lose his job in short order if they don't turn things around in the second half. They do have him in the corner, though.
Do you think that victory at Forest kept him in the job? Because the classic thing, international breaks coming.
Yeah.
And at the time, Jose Mourinho was available, and I thought, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. But he's gone back to Benfica, so no longer an option. But again, you would imagine the hierarchy at West Ham and not sitting there going, oh, well, we have no... I was about to say they have no contingent plan. Maybe West Ham fans might say, wouldn't put it past them. Yeah. But again, I know he's just left the job and maybe he wants a little bit of time off or whatever. But in Nuno Espirito Santo, I know there are other managers out there.
Oh, West Ham do score, though! Right on cue. West Ham 1, Crystal Palace 1. Who else other than Jared Bowen? Talk about West Ham being poor from corners, defending it. I'm not sure what Palace do here. Malik Diouf whips in a ball with his left foot, and Bowen almost just is able to pull away from the pack inside on pretty much the top of the goalkeeper. Unmarked, free header into the back of the net. West Ham 1, Palace 1.
And now every team has scored in the 3 p.m. kickoffs in the Premier League.
Yeah.
See, the circle is complete. It's a good header from Bowen, but yeah, a soft one for Palace, who are normally much better drilled there. I think, is it Mateta who's just sort of let him go? I mean, striker defending a corner. But yeah, it's a big goal for West Ham. I mean, like we sort of was saying there, that I wonder if the win at Forest kept Potter in the job.
And lost Nuno's job.
Perhaps, well, yeah, I think the writing was already on the wall with that one. But, you do think, don't you, every game they play now, if West Ham get beaten, and if they get beaten heavily, as we've seen them do against Chelsea and Spurs this season, you do go, is that it for Potter? So these goals, you know, it seems unlikely that Potter's going to turn things around and do something significant, but you never know, to try and squeeze some benefit of the doubt. Goals like that are, you know, very important because it could keep the manager around for a game or two longer. But still plenty of football to be played today.
Sheffield Wednesday looking for their first league win of the season. Perhaps the team they wanted to play was Portsmouth. They've avoided defeat in their previous 7 competitive games against Portsmouth and have picked up maximum points from their last 2 visits to Fratton Park. And Sheffield Wednesday have a second goal away at Portsmouth. George Brown is the goal scorer. Portsmouth 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2. Some relief that would be, wouldn't it, for Henrik Pedersen, Marcus, given that Sheffield Wednesday, we know, massive football club, lots of off-field issues, small squad. To get that first win would, I'm sure, just calm some nerves around the football club.
Yeah, it would be a teensy little salve to the wound, but I mean, nothing's going to start to heal until old Chansiri sells up.
Yeah, no, of course. I know
just
bigger things.
You know, I can't say what I want to say because there's a microphone in front of me, but for crying out loud, man, sell up.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, Boston, I think we all echo those opinions. Wrexham have a goal at Norwich. Norwich 1, Wrexham 1. Josh Windass has equalised for the travelling side. And Ipswich, who've had a tricky start to life back down in the Championship, are down to 10 men in their game away at Blackburn. Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0. Justin Graves has been sent off early on in the second half. Ipswich have just 6 points from their first 5 games. No wins in the first 4. The international break, no doubt, came at the right time for Ipswich, returning last Friday, or week just gone Friday, with that big victory for Sheffield United, which was the end for Ruben Selles at Sheffield United. So Brighton 2, Spurs 1, Wolves 1, Leicester, Leeds 3, West Ham 1, Palace 1, and West Ham are on the attack with Bowen. Ball across goal for Wilson, just can't get on the end of it, and Burnley 1, Forest 1. I'm intrigued, Kwaku, by this game at Turf Moor.
Yeah, no, it's there seems like a lot of them lying for Ange, even though it's only his 3rd game in charge. A loss against Burnley.
But it seems more of the same.
Yeah,
this is a thing. Like when you say, like, you think, okay, well, can he produce that kind of feeling and good vibe that he did in his first season at Spurs? It's early days, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But when you see patterns emerging, and you don't see again of any way out of it, you think, you know, I mean, it seems utterly ridiculous that he's 2 games in, but also when you hear that quote from Marinakis about Ange, where he said he speaks fluent Greek. We had a lovely chat, and when he won the Europa League, it was a really good advert for Greece. You kind of go, is that why he got the job? Yeah. Is that it? You know what I mean? Like, what? Because it just seemed such an odd gear change. I know that they had to act because clearly he had to choose between Edu and Nuno, and the relationship had gone. So, you know, these things happen. But I was surprised they went for Postecoglou. I suspect in the manner in which it happened, maybe they didn't have a contingency plan, and I think maybe you could forgive him for that because it did seem a bit weird how it kind of sort of soured and whatnot. We don't know exactly the details behind the scenes, but you know, it's a huge gear change, and like already we're looking at Forest and thinking, blimey, they're now. Other than that result against West Ham, which seemed a bit of an anomaly, Forest seemed to be sort of doing okay, you know, off the top of my head. And, you know, as I always like to look at the bigger picture, aka England, I now worry for Elliot Anderson. Yeah. Because he was playing in a good side, operating really, really well at a high level. And people saying, well, maybe he could start for England in the same way Adam Wharton at Crystal Palace going for a similar position. Different players, of course. You're now thinking, is this Ange Postecoglou tactics? Is that going to mean that Elliot Anderson's chance of playing for England is reduced? It seems silly, but...
Well, one of the things that we do have to give Marinakis, who's a very interesting character, credit for is that the team that he...
Careful here, Kwaku.
The team that he took over... And where he's got Forest right now, the decisions he made. Because I remember when he sat Steve Cooper, Forest fans were not happy at all, especially with the prospect of bringing in Nuno, who had failed at Spurs. He had gone to the Middle East, and he was not necessarily the most attractive prospect. But brought him in, unfancy, he'd done a very good job. And so I think Forest fans are offering their own. Oh, good save!
Good noise.
That
was Gary Neville-esque.
I've never heard a Kwaku screech like that before.
There's so much happening. Yeah, good save in the Wolves-Leeds game. Leeds are trying to maintain their 2-goal lead. Ball comes in from a corner. I don't think he gets to say on it. Sam got better eyes than I have.
Yeah, back post header. The goalkeeper does really, really well to
Burnley on the attack again against Forest as well.
That game,
into it.
it shouldn't be any surprise given
No.
everything we've just said, but it really, really is an end to
Chance for West Ham.
I think the ball's just...
Just gone out.
Was that you again? No, I like it, Quaker. I like these noises. They make it more fun. It really is all. I think the ball had gone out anyway before that shot.
The way our
came in.
TVs are aligned.
Oh, don't blame the TVs.
It's just a wave of claret going forward at the minute.
Yes.
And West Ham. I'm looking, going, which one's which?
Yes.
But
yeah. If only Aston Villa were playing, that would be absolutely remarkable, wouldn't it?
Well, they wouldn't be going forward.
There's only one Lee Phelps.
Did you see
one Lee Phelps?
Did you see the Chris Wilder stat?
No.
So since he left Sheffield United and came back, Villa haven't scored in the league.
Oh, very good. Very good. Let's hope Sheffield United score today, so that stat becomes even funnier. So 55 gone then. Where are we looking here? Another West Ham corner. We've seen Henderson manages
They've
to punch
started the
away.
second half really well, actually.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they got the equaliser, and you're right, they're on the front foot. Somerville, the ball into the box. That's Paul Owen over here. So West Ham 1, Palace 1, Wolves 1, Leeds 3, Brighton 2, Spurs 1, Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1. The 5:30 game today is United versus Chelsea. Chance there for Forest, ball whipped across the face of goal. Wood watch. There was no Chris Wood. Where was Wood there, Kwaku? On Wood watch. The game at Turf Moor could be any scoreline, couldn't it, boys?
Yeah, it could be. It could go either way. It's a game finely balanced. Wolves have started the second half well at home against Leeds. They need to get the next goal right. That if they don't, it's a game
4-1 feels hard, doesn't it?
yeah, almost impossible. For a team rooted at the bottom of the Premier League table, yeah, I think 4-1 might just be a bit too much of a mountain to climb.
Quaker, we've got some team news coming out very shortly, in a minute's time, and you can bring us the Chelsea team in a minute's time. But before we get official confirmation, a good time for me to ask you now, is Alejandro Garnacho going to start for Chelsea against his former club?
I think he will.
Do the right thing, Enzo.
Do the right thing, right? And he talked about Garnacho in his pre-match press conference. I think the reporter was trying to bait him into, because basically he was asked, can he handle the pressure of returning back to Manchester United? Will he fit into your plans at Chelsea? A player that had some off-the-field issues. And he said his head's in the right place, and if he does start against Man United, I expect him to be ready. I would love him to start because he'll have the bit between his teeth. And let's not forget the player he was a year and a half ago, right? A player who scored a goal in the FA Cup final, a player who won the goal of the year in terms of that overhead kicker at Goodison Park.
Yeah, that's 2 goals in 18 months, Kwaku.
He was a teenager. Think about
Goal in an FA Cup final.
he did.
My goodness.
He did. He did score a goal in the FA Cup final. Him and Kobe Mainoo.
Mainoo. I remember the Mainoo goal. Yeah, that was a nice
It's funny
finish,
that,
wasn't
isn't
it?
it?
Yeah, but he's a man that he's very, very young still. But he's an Argentina international. He's a player that has done a fair bit in the Premier League already. I know that Sam's not having him, but
I just don't think he's anywhere near as good as he thinks he is.
He's accomplished way more than Cole Palmer accomplished by the time Cole Palmer joined Chelsea.
I don't care. Cole Palmer,
He's
you can't compare the two, can you?
No, but when Cole Palmer signed for Chelsea, what did you think? You didn't think he was going to turn into a world-class superstar, did you?
No.
And there's more evidence that. Oh, good save!
From Darlow.
Going off
Cole
the
Darlow's
Wolves
made
are pushing, aren't they? But Darlow's keeping them at bay.
Yeah, that's another really, really good chance there for Wolves, and Cole Darlow's made 2 really good, strong saves in this second half. So Wolves 1, Leeds 3. It's caught a go on, Marcus.
Well, I was going to say, Garnacho's clearly a player. You know, that's why Chelsea wanted him. He's obviously a wide forward as well, and Chelsea love them. But you know, when Enzo Maresca, he was asked, you know, could he deal with the crowd at Old Trafford on his return? Well, I mean, you know, the crowd giving him a bit of stick at Old Trafford, I think he's well versed in
Nothing
that.
new, is it?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So I think, and also as well, if you are a professional footballer from Argentina, then you're already, you know, you've got a bit of robustness and you like a bit of the so-and-so housery. So, I really hope he starts today.
Wait, could give us the news after all that build-up.
He's not even in the squad.
Yeah, he's got a hamstring injury.
He doesn't start.
Oh, what a shame. He's on the bench. Is he on the bench?
He's on the bench.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the starting 11, obviously Sanchez in goal. Back four of Reece James, Trevor Chalobah, Wesley Fofana, and Mark Cucurella. In midfield, the usual duo of Moises Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez. Esteval starts for Chelsea, who Chelsea fans will be very excited to see play from the off. Cole Palmer in the 10, Pedro Neto out wide, and João Pedro leading the line. I think that's, with everybody available, that's
they got strongest team?
Chelsea's strongest team.
I tell you what, mate, I know that Chelsea don't have a good record at Old Trafford, but I think Cole Palmer might have the keys of the Old Trafford today.
I think the space he's going to get in those
I think
pockets.
he could have a lovely time. I really do.
You can see Caicedo and Fernandez winning that midfield battle and him just moving into pockets of space. George, couple of chances. a couple of substitutions. Callum Wilson been taking off. Fulkrug's on for West Ham, and Javi Simmons is about to come on for Tottenham as they look to try and get themselves back into this game. Kwaku, overall, Chelsea starts the season. Have you learned anything new about Chelsea in the early stages of the season?
That the world champions tag is a bit too much?
No, I just what I have learned is that there is a fair distance between Chelsea and Liverpool and Arsenal. They are the two kind of.
You learned that? Did you know?
I've learned.
You didn't know that before the season?
The man was in America when they won the.
No, I'm not. No, but this also is a very smart and intelligent man. And given the business Liverpool and Arsenal have done in the summer, I'm surprised you thought you were even in the same conversation as those two
I understand that, Sam. But football, people think again because we're in the world of projects and people need time. But if you look at the 22-23 season, when Arsenal made that jump, they jumped from 5th to really should have won the Premier League the season after. They were on 50 points after 19 games. And so I looked at Chelsea, I looked at how they played in the summer, I looked at the unbeaten run Chelsea run as well, looked at the good teams that Chelsea had beaten, and I thought to myself, why? I'm not saying we're going to win the league, but I thought we'd be a little bit closer than we are to the teams that have been the pick of the class for the last, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
And it takes something as well to impress Donald Trump, which is clearly what that Chelsea side did in the summer.
I agree with you
and look, the trophy that they won is taken pride of place in the Oval Office as well.
Yep.
So that's what you were dealing with going into this season, a Chelsea side who had impressed.
And obviously, it goes without saying, if you want more on Donald Trump's busy week, make sure you download the talkSPORT app. You can listen to Times Radio, you can listen to Talk on all of the latest going on with the American president, right?
What a company.
That's not a great company plug. I don't know what is, guys.
Do you want to get some Man United team news?
Yeah, well, what's it? You get that up. I'll tell you about 2 goals in the championship. Blackburn taking the lead against Ipswich. They've made a habit in recent seasons of picking up the majority of their points from games played at Ewood Park. This campaign, however, both their wins have been on the road, but so far at home, Blackburn doing the job. It's a Todd Cantwell penalty against an Ipswich side that are down to 10 men. And Wrexham have turned things around away at Norwich. Norwich 1, Wrexham 2. Man United team moves quick. Calvert-Lewin's in on goal. Leeds could have a fourth here. Oh, it's a really, really good. That's Mosquera with an amazing last-ditch tackle. Ball got played through to Calvert-Lewin. As soon as he's about to pull the trigger, Agbadu with a brilliant last-ditch tackle. Wolves 1, Leeds 3.
Huge chance there. They just need to see this game off, really, Leeds. I feel like this 3 points would be absolutely massive for their season.
It would be.
Huge game. Man United team news. Bayern Deer in goal, as expected. The back three persists with the system. The back three of...
I didn't need that confirmation, by the way.
De Ligt, Maguire and Luke Shaw. Mazraoui and Mazraoui and Dorgu start in the wide areas for Manchester United as wing-backs. Midfielder Bruno Fernandes and Casemiro. Mbeumo and Ahmad behind Sesko, who leads the line for United. I think all things considered, especially with the injury... Oh, clearance off the line.
Yeah, West Ham started the second half really, really well on the stadium. Juice now down the left-hand side. Ball to the back post. Henderson does really well to claw it away to Ward-Prowse. Walker-Peters inside the box. He shoots. The keeper does well to get down and collect. But West Ham, bad start to the season. Struggled in the first half. Equalised early on in the second half. And really in the last 10-15 minutes, they are... all over Palace. And Kwaku, your final one standing there is potentially Ayari, by the way, who's got a wonderful strike in the first half for Brighton. Just had another effort from outside the box, drilling a low shot, which just went past Vicarious left post. Lee, come to you, by the way. Is there any odds, any bets you've seen come in on the 3 o'clock games that have stood out to you?
No, nothing in terms of what's coming in live. One thing just on the Man United Chelsea game I wanted to bring up was probably one of the bright sparks for Manchester United is Mbeumo. 3 goals, 3 assists in his last 7, against Chelsea, which I think he's got a decent record. Whether he gets the chances today, I'm intrigued to see that. I think Chelsea, and I know you're kind of reluctant to talk about it because it's been such a long time since you've seen them win at Old Trafford, but I think this is, if they win at Old Trafford, that's another pointer that Chelsea have separated themselves away from the rest, and they are part of that top 4 conversation. It's them, it's City, it's Arsenal, it's Liverpool. I think they need to go and win at Old Trafford. I don't think a draw is good enough for Chelsea.
Oh, no way. No way, because off the back of drawing against Brentford, off the back of getting turned over by Bayern Munich midweek, it can't be 3 games, all competitions without a win for Chelsea, and they will be looking at this as a must-win. A draw at Old Trafford is not good enough, especially with the state of Manchester United. But as a Chelsea fan, like you rightly pointed out, Lee, I'm reluctant to say that Chelsea are definitely going to go there and win because I'm 32 years old and I was a teenager the last time we won there. It's been way too long. Juan Mata scored for Chelsea.
And then that was before he joined Manchester.
That was before he joined Manchester United. Alex Ferguson was still the Manchester United manager. It's been way too long since Chelsea won.
Crazy that, doesn't it? Especially in sort of more recent
He's
seasons.
been really bad for the last 12 years. What have you guys been doing there?
Honestly, we just can't
You've
win.
not won
there.
one game.
I remember Lampard's first game in charge of Chelsea. He lost 4-0 there.
Was that opening day of the season?
Yeah, opening day
Yeah, I
of the
remember
season.
that.
And he wasn't wearing a tracksuit. He was wearing a suit, and he changed shortly.
Well, that was poor
Oh,
for him,
well,
wasn't
there
it?
you go, you see, yeah.
Xavi Simons had a shot for Spurs from outside the box, which just went wide. Wrexham 3-1 up away at Norwich. And Hull 2-0 up at home to Southampton. Will Steele was having a tricky start to life in the Championship as Burnley continue to come forwardly. Go on.
That Hull score is crazy. Hull 3-1 to be relegated before play today. Southampton 2-1 to be promoted. I mean, that's just the Championship, isn't it?
I had Southampton in my acca.
Yeah.
Honestly, I am terrible.
Yeah,
mate.
well, I had.
What, both teams are scoring all 12-30 games.
Well, let's say I was hoping Sheffield Wednesday would lose, and look what's happening in that game.
Oh, really? One of those ones.
I mean, that was
one of them. Just incidentally, in terms of the, we've been keeping
Is this a good day for the bookie so far, do you think, or not? Or hard to tell at the moment?
Well, both teams to score is never particularly good because everyone likes to have those both teams to score accas. But I mean, in terms of these results, I mean, there were no heavy odds on favourites in these games that we're watching. But obviously, Liverpool winning would have hit us hard, and Liverpool winning both teams to score. People like that bet because rather than backing them at 4-9 to win a game that they should win, if you put both teams to score, and suddenly it takes it into odds against, and it's a very backable price. So yeah, any time you get those kind of results in, it's never a good day. But yeah, both teams to score will be hurting. Here comes.
Oh yeah, Xavi Simons made a big difference since coming on. He got the ball played into his feet. Looked to play a first-time ball into Lucas Bergvall, but Van Heck does well to come across and clear. Brighton 2, Spurs 1, Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1, West Ham 1, Palace 1, Wolves 1, Leeds 3. Lee.
Corners. Tick 8 corners in the Brighton Tottenham game.
Go.
So we've got goals in, we've got corners in, we've got one card.
So we need 3 more cards than a Kudos goal.
Yeah, that's all we need.
What's more likely, a Kudos goal or 3 cards? I think maybe a Kudos goal.
But Kudus on the book and he might come off a little bit.
Yeah, whoever comes on carries the bet on it.
Oh, brilliant. That's what we like to hear.
As long as he doesn't get sent off. He has to be substituted. Let's not get him sent off. But it's interesting here we are. We often get to this stage, don't we, on talkSPORT goals. You've got 25 minutes to go in these games. What's going to happen? Burnley Forest, are they going to go and try and win this game? You'd think so.
I think both sides are trying to win that game.
West Ham Palace, both teams are still trying to win these games, and you've still got decent prices about these results happening, rather than just as we get closer and closer to 90 minutes, the draw gets shorter and shorter in these kind of games that are already 1-1. Palace with a chance.
Oh, they could score!
What a strike!
Right on cue! And it's a goal scorer. You don't see this fella scoring too many goals, do you? And with his right foot as well. It's Mitchell, the left wing back, Tyreek Mitchell, who's being pushed over to celebrate with the away fans. West Ham 1, Crystal Palace 2. Lovely, lovely volley. Yeah. And you got Palace. Is that why you're smiling? Yeah. And your fantasy team as well?
No, I've got Munoz. I've got Munoz.
Oh, you got Munoz. It's a lovely, wonderful finish. A cross comes in from the right-hand side. West Ham don't clear it. The ball seemed to... Wharton whips it in. I think Walker-Peters gets his head on it. The ball seems to be in the air for a long time. And Tyreek Mitchell, obviously left-footed, isn't he? Left wing-back, Marcus. Takes it first time with his right foot. Lovely volley finish.
I'm going to say that was Zinedine Zidane-esque.
I like it.
Steady.
Do you know what I enjoyed most? He just had a massive smile on his face.
Yep.
It's like, yes, I've scored an absolute belter there.
Yeah. So it's a lovely goal. I mean, obviously it was a chance because he's close to goal and the ball drops to him. But look, eye on the ball. Eye on the ball, and absolutely smashes it in. We've seen a lot of goals today for West Ham, though,
because they've been the better of the two sides the second half.
Getting the better of it, and you know what it's like when you're on top and then you concede, and you just think, "What have we got to do?" It can be demoralising. I said it before. How are West Ham going to respond to going a goal down? Are they going to just crumble like we've been seeing them do? They've got 20 minutes now. 20 minutes.
Quickly, we both oohed at each other at the same time because Xavi Simons picked up the ball on the left-hand side. Good dribble in field, had a shot which nearly beat Bart Verbruggen at his far post, but the Dutch keeper made a really good save. But Xavi Simons, he just looks the way he glides with the ball like he's a top player.
He's a good footballer. It's just about working out where to play him in the Spurs team. But yeah, he's a good footballer. I was disappointed that Chelsea missed out on him.
You signed Garnacho, you should be happy with that, shouldn't you?
How many wide players or that kind of thing?
Don't forget Buonanotte.
Just accumulate. The Buonanotte one is I can't say what I want to say. But yeah,
Why not?
I don't know, liable.
Are you that angry about the Buonanotte signing that it's libel?
It just doesn't make any sense for yeah. Anyway.
Oh, I see where you're going.
Yeah, it just doesn't make
okay.
That's why you don't get they're not on Inside Chelsea anymore. They're scared of libel claims from Quaker on a friendly, nice show about the Chelsea. Unbelievable, eh?
A friendly, nice show about Chelsea.
Yeah,
We've yet to see one.
That's the tagline. That's the tagline on the show. The friendly, nice show about Chelsea.
Yeah.
Coming to you on talkSPORT's YouTube channel every single week. Well, when are we going to get an Inside Fulham show, Marcus Speller? That is the big question. Marcus Speller, John Norman, and Tech Op Dom. That's the show that people want to see, right?
I'll chuck in Hugh Grant there as well.
If you can book Hugh Grant on this show, you will get an Inside Fulham show. I can promise you that right now. Wolves 1, Leeds 3, Brighton 2, Spurs 1, Burnley 1, Forest 1, West Ham 1, Palace 2. Let me run you through the latest scores in the Championship. Blackburn leading Ipswich by a goal to 0. Preston, who came into the afternoon with a good start to the season on 8 points despite losing at Portsmouth last weekend, are 1-0 up. Kudus coming down the right-hand side. Chance for Simmons. Oh, he should score. Mohamed Kudus, really dangerous down the right-hand side. He finds space on the right-hand side. He puts a dangerous ball back across goal. And I spoke about Xavi Simmons' quality, Kwaku. He's unmarked. He's got lots of space, and he drags this finish wide. He should score. He should certainly hit the target.
Yeah, he should hit the target there. A player of his quality should be doing better there. Really good from Kudus. Gets the ball in to the box with his weaker right foot. Picks out Xavi Simmons, who, yeah, he'll be kicking himself. Should definitely be challenging the keeper from that distance and that opportunity. But Spurs are pushing.
They are pushing out there.
They look the more likely, but you saw in Simmons' face there that he knew that it was a great opportunity.
Yeah, it's Richarlison's been great without getting any more absolute cast iron opportunities. He's 17-2 to score the fourth goal in this game. 2-1 Brighton with 20 on the normal clock. I was just looking to see if we had any prices on Simon scoring, because he just looks that kind of player who could just pick something out of nothing.
Definitely.
Like you said, he just looks disappointed in himself.
He should have scored.
Yeah, should have scored. The prices on that match, by the way: Brighton 2-5, the draw 14-5, Tottenham 10-1. Don't mind the draw in that game.
I'm worried.
I'm
worried because Brennan Johnson's coming on for Spurs, and I tell you what, I think Mohamed Kudus looks Spurs' most dangerous player, but I feel like that feels like for like. Could he take off Richarlison and play one of them two? Oh, he's the impact sub. I keep thinking about the impact sub, isn't it? But I still want Kudus to score to justify my decision, though.
But Brennan at the back post, though.
Oh, it's not. It's Odegaard. Odegaard. Yeah, Odegaard. That's the most likely one. Yeah.
Just watching this Burnley Forest game, I feel sorry for these Forest defenders. They've probably never had to do this much running in their whole entire life. The whole time watching, just sprinting back. It's like I feel for them, because under Nuno they were sitting deep they're having to do some things that they're not familiar with doing, and it seems uncomfortable for them after 72 minutes in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a look back. There's a raking ball which was just well overplayed, and Hudson-Odoi just looked back as if to say, "What was that?" You know.
Whoa! 3-0 up at home to Southampton in the Championship. That's an unbelievable scoreline. Did we just have, by the way, our first awkward silence on talkSPORT Goals in 18 months there, where we had a second and a half?
It was just a breath.
Was that an awkward silence, or was that just off? Yeah, we needed a breath, didn't we?
I couldn't believe what was said, and then Sam made a noise as if they've just sold out the pie of the day at the pub. Come on.
I don't think I've ever been to the pub in Marcus Speller yet, which we need for a Diet Coke. We need to make that happen, don't we?
Wolves' chance.
Hull 3 up against Southampton. Southampton 18th in the table at the moment. Have won just one of their first 6 games down in the Championship. There's a booking there. Is that right?
Second booking.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Gomez book.
There we go.
I haven't seen. Have you seen Lee? A lot of the Wolves-Leeds game in the second half, because Leeds 3-1 up at half time. No goals in the second half, but Darlow's made a couple of really big saves, hasn't he?
Yeah, Wolves have been pushing on, as you'd expect them to. They're at home and they're training 3-1 to one of the promoted sides, so they are pushing on. But
you think though that it's more likely Leeds would get the fourth?
Yeah, on the counter.
Moments where Wolves in that pushing, the old cliche, leave the back door open.
Interestingly, Leeds to win 4-1 is priced up at 5-1, which I agree. I could quite easily see Leeds hitting on the break. Leeds have had three shots on target, and in that first half, and scored with all of them. So it's not like they're going to get loads and loads of chances. They were just very clinical.
Do you know what's also nice? When you look behind the glass and one of the lads is supporting a team that's playing at 3 o'clock. Bill is a Spurs fan. And I could
Rocking
just see,
from side to side.
see Bill literally pacing up and down the control room. The look on his face when Xavi Simons dragged that shot wide was brilliant. Just one shock result in League One, a later score, not result I should say. Cardiff 0, Bradford 3. Cardiff started the day top of League One, and the team that started bottom of League One, Peterborough, are winning 1-0 away at Plymouth in League One. Wolves continue to ring the changes. So we've got Wolves 1, Leeds 3, West Ham 1, Palace 2, Burnley 1, Forest 1, Brighton 2, Tottenham 1. Where is the next goal going to come? I think it might come in that game at Turf Moor. Forest are going to make plenty of changes to see if they can find this first goal. Chris Wood is coming off Douglas Luiz, and you don't often see Woodwatch being substituted.
Well, it's happened quite a bit recently, and this is why I'm concerned for Woodwatch. I said to her,
what's the alternative to Woodwatch?
Oh, I don't know. Can we say it on radio?
We're not on radio, by the way.
On YouTube, sorry. With Chris Wood.
Oh, I think I know what you mean, though.
Yes.
Very good.
But with him, in recent weeks, especially on the Ange, he's been coming off even when they're chasing games. It doesn't really make much sense.
But I also like the Ange kind of type of striker, like is someone that just would run, press. Chris Wood doesn't strike me as that kind of mobile, in-your-face, pressing striker.
He's not.
No.
Which is why Nuno got, well, he isn't, is it?
No, I mean, so I was right.
Yeah, well done you. It's all coming up Sam Ellard again. Because of the tactical approach of Nuno is perfect, suited his game, which is why under Nuno, Chris Wood played the best football of his career so far.
And that's why Jimenez was great under Nuno. Those kind of strikers, but it doesn't seem like an Ange striker. And the Woodwatch total for this season was 14 league goals. Obviously got off to a flying start against Brentford.
14, yeah.
In the first game of the season.
Generous, doesn't it? What did he get last season?
20.
I think if he gets double, he can double figures.
He gets double figures most seasons he plays.
Yeah.
If he's starting.
But yeah, well, he's not going to score today because he's been substituted. Spurs have a free kick, which they work short to Kudus. We need Kudus more inside the box. Ball whipped into the back post. That's a really, really good defensive header from Brighton, who, by the way, in the last 50 minutes are camped inside their own half, aren't they, Lee?
Yeah, really.
It's all Tottenham.
Yeah, they're trying to hit on the break. Just made a couple of substitutions. Welbeck's on. For Minter, of course, who scored the goal.
What, counter-attack here?
Now.
He's going to shoot.
Yeah, he's going to shoot. Yeah, he didn't look anywhere near quick enough there, did he? Not, was that, I don't know if that was Gomez. Is that Gomez? Yeah, it was Gomez, who isn't the quickest of players. And I don't think he fancied trying to carry that ball and run through. And yeah, he did try a long shot, which doesn't go in. So yeah, still waiting for some more. God, we've had a lot of goals, haven't we, in this second half? We had maybe too many too early. West Ham are going to make a substitution. Crescencio Somerville is going to come off, as is Mateus Fernandes, the new signing from Southampton, as they try and work their way back into the game at the London Stadium. Forest have possession outside Burnley's box on the right-hand side. Burnley at the moment looking with a pretty good shape. Wolves yet to score in their second half. They need 2 goals to get a point at home to Leeds. The keeper there, Dubravka, makes a good save at Turf Moor, Kwaku.
Yeah, it was really, really good save. Dubravka's another man in my fantasy team. So
it's not all about your fantasy team, by the way.
It is.
You know that.
It is.
It's not.
It's a great save.
Partly is Sam's show, I think.
Well, you can drop it in here and there. Maybe they're not every player.
Well, I'm only bringing up the players who are in my fantasy team, and Dubravka made a great save there. It's very, very good keeper, Dubravka.
Dubravka's in your fantasy team?
Yeah.
The Burnley goalkeeper in your fantasy team?
Because he saved a few quid.
No, but he's my substitute keeper. Well, now you're interested. He's my he's my substitute keeper normally. Sanchez is normally my number 1, but today, just because I don't really trust Chelsea at Old Trafford, I switched them around.
Oh, that was silly.
The way you said that reminds me of my dad.
Dear me.
Well, that was silly.
You silly boy.
Very
what were you doing?
Not big, not clever. You think I'm a big man, did it? Anyway, carry on, Sam.
No. I'm not really sure where to go from this. Maybe we should make this whole show about your fantasy team, Kwaku. And
no, you know what?
Who's your captain?
What you should do? Finish your Hurtzler.
Oh yeah, his sartorial choices. So
it's better be good, by the way.
So to give everybody a recap, back in the day, when I was a lad, all those years ago, you'd have the tracksuit manager, you have the suit manager, and the tracksuit manager, if he got to a cup final, would maybe put on a suit.
Yeah,
that was it. And then Pep Guardiola came along and started wearing a hoodie, right? Yeah. And then you'd have the sort of Mikel Arteta quarter zip and all that sort of thing. Hertzler has taken this. I think the trousers he's wearing look like they're kind of got the little ties in them. They look like sort of relaxed summer type trousers.
Yeah.
The jumper is of the same colour or a variation. I think he looks good, but it's to me it's pushing the boat out even that bit further. But I'm a man who wants to stay on the shore, and I think that if you're a manager, tracksuit or suit, you can do the smart casual thing. Like a lot of managers do. Like Hansi Flick does that a little bit. I'm trying to think of others. Yeah. To me, I like to see you in some sort of. If you're wearing the suit, fair enough, you've gone smart. But if not, then put a bit of the club badge on and the colours, like Vitor Pereira there in a big.
I agree. He looks like a well-dressed man in slugging lettuce. Like he doesn't look like a football manager.
A well-dressed man in the slugging lettuce. Yates is
yeah.
I don't think you get men like that in fucking letters. I'm not sure about that.
Some parts of the country.
He's gone for a nice brunch. I think he's
gone for a nice
brunch. He looks well-dressed, right? If you saw him, but he's not a football manager. I agree completely.
If I worked in football, I would spend all of my time just in the club tracksuit. They give you tracksuits. They give you all, and also
Eddie Howe does that, right?
Yeah,
literally.
you have to think about it.
They will give you all sorts of tracksuits: jumper, jacket, t-shirt, trackies.
Oh, Forest, another chance.
I'm trying to do this.
You're on for a bonus point here. All those saves.
What a substitution, you silly boy! Martin Dubravka has had a really, really good second half.
You silly.
He's talking about fashion markers, distracting us from a great game of
Brighton.
Brighton are in here. Matoma down the right-hand side. He needs help. Oh, he doesn't get the help. But the back post to Kupia, who's just come on, can't meet his cross. That was could have been a second goal for Nico Williams. A volley which he hit into the turf, raining in Burnley. And Dubravka, that's why Kweku put him in his fantasy team. Fair play, got down low to his right-hand side, managed to push the ball away.
Forest have come on strong here. Forest are coming on strong. I mean, Burnley making substitutions now, but that substitution, was it a triple substitution that Forest made?
Yeah, it was.
Has really made a difference. 5-1 it is for Forest to win this game. 2-1. They're 7-2 just to win the game. Igor Jesus, is it Jesus?
I think so, yeah.
He scored 2 in the week, didn't he, in the cup? And it was his header that was saved by the keeper just before that latest chance. But if anyone's going to win this game, at the moment, it is Forest who are pushing on.
Half a chance there for Richarlison, had the ball in the box on the left-hand side, tried to just open up his body and kind of curl it, move it into that far corner.
He's a master. He's a master at the disgusted look at himself, isn't he? After Richarlison.
Yeah, he is.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Always looks like, do that.
Yeah. He does look a bit annoyed.
He must have that look on his face all the time then with some of the decisions he makes as
come on, he's had a good start to the season, isn't he?
Yeah.
Has he scored since the first? Oh, he scored today, didn't he? Yeah, probably has then, to be fair. Yeah.
Up until today.
Up until an hour ago. No, I think Spurs will be a better team once Dom Solanke's fit, right? And Dom Solanke gets back into the team. I think so.
I think you've got a healthy competition now.
Yeah.
Which is...
and they need that this season, don't they, with European football, right? Lee, you're right. Forest have had a really... Elliot Anderson from outside the box. Really good play. Oh, he did well to work the room for a shot there. He's still got Elliot Anderson inside the Burnley box. He crosses! Chance! Oh, cleared!
Man. What a chance.
Was that back where he had the shot at the back post? It bounced off a Burnley player. Goal! Yeah, it's an own goal. Spurs have been hammering the door down at the Amex, and Spurs do equalise. It's a cross on the right-hand side. It missed the Spurs. I think it might have been João Palhinha who made the run across the defender. It came off Van Heck. It went into the back of the net. And you'd have to say, Kweku, was that coming? We don't get it. I think it's a Mohamed Kudus assist, which means nothing for our bet builder. But they worked it out to the right-hand side. And Kudus is so good at this. On the left foot. He whips in a delicious ball. João Palhinha might have got something on the ball. But the last touch, it does come off Van Heck. Not much you can do about it. Brighton 2, Spurs 2, boys.
Yeah, here we go. We might get a reverse what happened last season where Spurs turned it around at Brighton. But we're in the witching hour of all these games now. Last 10 minutes of Premier League games, weird things start to happen. And most of these games, barring maybe the Wolves-Leeds game, are in the balance. But for Spurs, that's a huge goal.
And on that Wolves-Leeds game, by the way, every time I do look at that bottom left-hand screen, Wolves are on the attack. Wolves probably should have had a second goal. They're checking a handball here.
Not created that much. I mean, there's a few. Darling's made a couple of good saves, to be fair. But I think Leeds are still looking all right. I mean, if that's a handball, it would be a
That's
very...
not a handball. It comes off his almost left pectoral, doesn't it?
Do you see some handballs in the Champions League? Like
the one at Juventus.
That was absolutely insane.
Disgrace.
He's on the floor.
I couldn't believe it. He's on the floor, like propping his body up, and his hands are tucked in. I could not believe that the Dortmund were giving it.
Yeah, it was mad. It was mad.
Chance for Brighton. Then.
Oh yeah, that was Minto. Welbeck, who did well outside the box. He moved it onto his left foot. And then he did try and get a shot away, but it took a deflection. But now Spurs are on the attack with Kudus, but Brighton win the ball back. So as Kwaku says, we are nicely poised as we enter the final 7-8 minutes plus at a time. Brighton 2, Spurs 2. Spurs coming from 2 goals down to level. Burnley 1, Forest 1. Surely there's one more goal in that game at Turf Moor. Kwaku, his final one standing picks a good one so far because Palace 2-1 up away at West Ham. Wolves did lead Leeds by a goal to 0, but Leeds scored 3 goals in 15 minutes before the start of the second half to go 3-1 up. Latest scores in the Championship: Blackburn 1, Ipswich 0, Derby 0, Preston 1. How about this for a scoreline? It's Hull 3, Southampton 0 in the Championship. Southampton will still only with 1 win so far this season in the league. Hull looking to their second victory of the Championship campaign after avoiding relegation on goal difference last season, barring something ridiculous late on in that game. They should get that. Spurs want a penalty for a push on Xavi Simons. Gentlemen, he gets leaned off the ball. No pen there, we say. Norwich 1, Wrexham 3. Portsmouth 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2. Sheffield United 0, Charlton 0. So Chris Wilder's first game back at Bramall Lane, yet to have a goal in that game. They're checking for this penalty. For this, are we going to call it a push? Or does he edge him off the ball? For me, it's no way a penalty. Nowhere near enough contact for that to be given as a foul.
No,
that's never a penalty.
That's not a foul.
No chance.
If it is, it's got to be a card as well, isn't it?
and Kudus takes the penalty, yeah?
Actually, yeah. Come on, referee, help us out.
Palace on the attack. Munoz to... Oh, he should have played in Mateta. That's a really bad ball.
Yeah, poor for Munoz.
For a player of his quality, he somehow ends up... Was he trying to clear the ball there? Almost out the wall.
He can get his foot to it. Move. I tell you what, Munoz, what a player galloping down.
You should put me fantasy team, Marcus, really, shouldn't you?
He's in my fantasy.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
And Quakers.
We know what we're doing over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No clean sheet points today.
No.
Speaking of, fashion and all that, Crystal Palace's away kit, one of the most impressive sights in the Premier League for me. I'd say Mateta, but more Mark Gay. When the kit gets a little bit wet and it shows that six-pack and those rippling muscles through that away kit. Oh, my giddy arms. Might I say. Might I just say.
Can we save this chat for the break?
Ooh.
Just didn't think that was going to come out, Marcus Speller. I have to say, your love of Gay Mateta six-packs.
Credit where credit's due. You were impressed with Kirkers' last season, if I remember.
No, that was magnificent, I have to say, by the way.
All right.
I remember him just ripping off his t-shirt.
That got him his
never
move,
seen.
mate.
Huh?
That got him his move. Like,
You reckon that six-pack?
Because it was the goal that I think it was at Newcastle.
I thought you meant the six-pack got him the move.
Yeah.
Another six-pack in the league.
Another sartorial point. I'm not sure about Ange in this Mac. He keeps crossing to him. You look at his opposite number.
Yeah.
He looks resplendent. It all fits him well. You look at...
Oh, leave the man alone. Come on.
He's got an oversized coat on. It just looks... It's giving me kind of, Wally with the brolly vibe.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's giving you a magic.
I know what you mean.
Vibe,
yeah, with the hood up.
Yeah.
But at least it's a club jacket.
Yeah.
I'll give him credit there. Yes, indeed.
Do we have a winner then? So we've got 3 games. 3 games where a goal separates the sides. It's West Ham 1, Palace 2. 2 games are level, Brighton 2. Spurs 2, Burnley 1, Forest 1, Wolves 1, Leeds 3. Again, United Chelsea is the 5:30 game. Do you see a winner, Kwaku, in the game at the Amex between Brighton and Spurs?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You sure?
Whatever you say, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I do.
Which way?
It's just I don't know which way it goes.
Yeah,
that's difficult to
That's
choose.
one.
I think that this game's got another goal in it, definitely. I think that Leeds will see it out at 3-1.
Yeah.
I don't think West Ham will find an equaliser. Burnley, Forest.
It's starting to look like Forest are just knocking it around at the back a little bit. Like there seems to be a little less impetus. But by the way, it's 2-1 for a fifth goal in that Brighton Tottenham game. So you have to pick the winner. It's 2-1 just for a fifth goal if you do think there's going to be a goal in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is open, this Burnley Forest game. But
who's the more unlucky manager though, Parker or Ange? That's what I'm trying to work out.
Well, at the minute it's Burnley. They get to this stage, don't they? And then they concede late on.
I think Burnley are going to find a winner.
Liverpool. Okay.
I think they're going to find a winner.
The due one.
It could be here down the left.
I think they're due a bit of luck or a last minute something. So let's. I hope
But we're starting to get nervous. If you're a Burnley player now, you're starting to get a little bit nervy out because you've done this against United. You've done it against Liverpool.
Yeah.
Do you think that they settle for the point and just sort of? I think that would be a mistake. But you can see the dynamic of the game, as you say, that Forest are kind of showing their superiority. That's a yellow card.
Yeah, Romero.
For Romero.
Oof.
Yeah.
So we're
3. We need one more yellow.
We need one more yellow card, and Kudus
to score the winner.
Come in,
Yeah.
Kudus goal.
The roof's going to come off the studio if he.
Kudus goal takes your shirt off.
get sent off.
Yeah,
He's
go.
already on a
No,
booking.
if he scores this late, you're into the crowd.
booking.
Yeah.
Oh yes, he is. He is.
But he would have scored though, so it's fine, right?
Yeah, it'd be okay.
Yeah,
Who cares if he scores?
but he's not going to take a shirt off if he's already in booking, is he?
Well, you never know.
He could.
He might have
He
forgotten.
could end up going to the crowd.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's hope he gets that goal first, shall we?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I tell you something. Another damning thing for West Ham. Despite there being 7 minutes of injury time, look at all those empty seats.
Yeah,
at the
there's-
London Stadium,
there's-
and look,
there's a
they're
few.
only 2-1 down. I say only 2-1 down, considering what they've done there this season. But I just look at the situation at West Ham, and you just think,
Yeah.
where do you go? I know they tried something different with Lopetegui.
Chance for Forest, the back post. Oh, goodness me! A ball goes whipped into the back post. It was met at the back post. And should he have done better there, Marcus?
I didn't actually quite see
You
it because I was
didn't
looking
see
at
it.
West Ham Palace.
A cross came in from the left. It was met at the back post by a Forest player. I think it was Dan Ndoye, was it?
Coming on again here.
Yeah, they got another chance. Williams, a cross goal. And Burnley managed to clear. But yeah, another chance for Forest, who are finishing a better of the two sides.
Yeah, they are, and you know, they know that they're the favourites for this game, and playing against Burnley, who now maybe look like they're just going to settle in for the point. I mean, the onus is on them.
Yeah.
But going back to West Ham, look at those empty seats. They're still in the game.
What does that say, Marcus?
Well, I think people are just. I think they are a bit disillusioned.
Chris Wilder is back at Bramall Lane, isn't he?
He is.
Championship playoff final, lost, sacked. Ruben Sellers, in you come. 5 games, 5 defeats, sacked. Chris Wilder comes back. His first game at Bramall Lane is ending in a bad way because Charlton have scored in the 91st minute. Sheffield United 0, Charlton 1. And I'm fairly certain to say, Lee, I believe Sheffield United were one of the sort of top 4 or 5 favourites to go up from the Championship. 6 games it's going to be, 6 defeats. Charlton are minutes away, moments away from their second victory in the Championship after being promoted from League One last season. Sheffield United 0, Charlton 1. Another remarkable afternoon for Sheffield United in the Championship. As Forest once again pour down now. Down their left-hand side, shot comes in. Once again, it's blocked. We got 5 minutes of time added on at the Amex.
Burnley
5
are
at
chucking
Burnley.
everything in front of this, blocking, diving in front of balls. It's like they're trying to hit on the break here, but they look absolutely out on their feet. Burnley, when they get forward, they're not able to break with enough pace. And like you guys said earlier on, the Forest defenders are having to kind of run back further than they've ever had to run back before. It's very open, but it only looks like one winner in the game if there's going to be a winner in Burnley Forest, and that would be the Forest team.
It's a good play from there. I forget who it is, the Burnley player winning a free kick.
Jack Harrison?
It was Harrison, was it? Yeah. I mean, it looked very, very soft indeed, but just takes a bit of pressure off the Burnley backline, so maybe they can launch one forward with these final few minutes. Well, I say launch one forward. It's a very crossable position, actually. And the rain is hammering down there.
That time of year, have you got a theory, Quaku, with kind of, whether, the
Weather.
well, not the weather, yeah, whether the conditions are sort of like, dark early and...
No, I might have just, it's just times. It's just fixture.
Burnley have got a free kick. It's some distance out from the right-hand side, but an opportunity for Hannibal, who's just come off the bench with 2 minutes to go, to whip this one in and possibly give Burnley an opportunity of making something happen. Ball whipped in with pace, and Forest...
Go.
Forest don't clear it. And is that Esteve, who nearly scores from close range? Ball comes in, it ricochets off a couple of players. I think it's Ekdal, who ends up having an effort from close range, self-saves it, then bounces back off him and goes out for a goal kick, but possibly they're a lucky moment for Burnley, for Nottingham Forest even, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. It was all about getting it in the box. Bit of pinball in there.
Yeah.
Can you get your foot on it?
And now Forest have got a chance, do they, down the left-hand side? But once again, really, really good defending there from Kyle Walker. Fair play, really strong. And a nice moment here, Quaker, at Molineux, because Dominic Calvert-Lewin is coming off to a wonderful reception. We know he's had a horrible, horrible few years of injury and some poor form, but that goal, that victory, that reception from the travelling fans will mean a lot to him.
Yeah, 100%. Like you've mentioned, it's been a difficult few years for Calvert-Lewin. Whether he can stay fit for the remainder of the season remains to be seen, but a nice moment for him. And it was such a Calvert-Lewin goal, right? Ball just lofted in there and he just got his head on it and put it into the top corner, and hopefully...
Oh! Mohamed Kudus has a shot from about 30 yards out. It takes a wicked deflection. And he hits it with some power, some pace, and it just goes over the bar. Oh, goodness me. I think it comes off dunk. And it just goes over. And that is centimetres away from going into the top corner. So 90 seconds left. But Spurs have got a corner at Brighton. Forest got a corner at Burnley. Burnley clear their corner. Kudus isn't going to score because he's going to take this corner. Unless he scores from the corner, of course. Where are we looking here? We look at the
Wolves fans are piling.
Wolves fans are going. Yeah. That'll be 5 games, 5 defeats.
Oh my God! I thought for a minute.
You thought that was West Ham going through, didn't you? This is possibly the last chance of the Amex. Spurs have got a corner. Kudus in Twinger. Bodies on top of the goalkeeper. Can Spurs come from 2 down and win it? Oh, it's a really good defensive header. Comes back out to Richarlison. Can they get the ball back in the box? Richarlison, go back. Throw it. He does throw it to Brennan Johnson. Oh, my goodness me. That touch is embarrassing. That is pathetic, honestly.
Looks like that will be the last.
Yeah, and the West Ham fans, the few that are remaining at the London Stadium are... and you're right, Mark, because they're not 3-0 down. Yeah. You can understand it. They're the one goal out of the game, and not many of them are here to see the last minute or so.
In the late running here. Looks like you bank a 3rd goal for Palace rather than an equaliser.
Yeah, and you're looking at West Ham fans, Wolves fans streaming out of their respective grounds, and those two could well be right in the mix as far as relegation goes. You've got Leeds United.
Shot to Gibbs White! Oh, long ball gets diagonal, gets put into the box. Forrest win the first header. Gibbs White takes it down on his chest. And the left-footed shot is into the hands of Dubravka. Another save for Dubravka. And that is full time. Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Ange Postecoglou's wait for a first Forest victory is going to continue. Defeat Arsenal, defeat Swansea in the Cup, and now a draw at Turf Moor.
Yeah, I think Burnley will be fairly happy with that. I mean, again, all things considered, Forest are a better team than Burnley. I know they... today we felt it was more of an open game and could have their chances. But the way Forest were piling on the pressure at the end, I think, a point, considering Burnley have lost last-minute goals and that's cost them. All things considered, I think Burnley will be fairly content with that.
So Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1 is a full-time score. Also a full-time score at the Amex Stadium. It finishes Brighton 2, Tottenham 2. Brighton started really well. Minter and Ayari giving them a 2-goal lead after half an hour. But Richarlison and a late Van Hecke goal give Spurs a point at Brighton. Is that a fair result, Quakey, would you say, possibly?
Yeah, no, I would say that, if you look at the balance of play, the first half I had everything, and the second half was a little bit more tempered. But I think Spurs deserve a point from that game. But they won't necessarily be the happiest, right? This is a Spurs team that won the Champions League in midweek. They're on a decent run, and they couldn't get over the line in the second half. But they were the team pushing. They were the team in the ascendancy. And I think by the end of the game, Brighton were just hanging on a little bit.
What a victory for Leeds United. Their first victory on the road this season. They were 1 down away at Wolves. The 3 goals, though, right before half-time gives them a 3-1 victory. Wolves 1, Leeds 3. Wolves yet to pick up a point in the Premier League this season. West Ham 1, Palace 2. We're going to run you through all of bring you immediate reaction to the games in the Premier League very, very shortly. But I'm just going to run you through some results in the Championship. In fact, some of these are latest scores. Blackburn 1, Ipswich 0. That game's been suspended, so we've still got some time to go in that game. Preston, seconds away from another victory on the road this season away at Derby. Derby 0, Preston 1. The shock result is the Hull, except for their second victory of the Championship season at home to Southampton. Hull 3. Southampton 0. Southampton with just 1 win this season under the management of Will Steele after being relegated from the Premier League. Well done to Sheffield Wednesday. Their first victory of the season. They went to Portsmouth and they picked up a 2-0 victory. Norwich have pulled a goal back at home to Wrexham, but they still lead Wrexham. Norwich 2, Wrexham 3. Sheffield United's Chris Wilder's first game back at Sheffield United boss ends in a home defeat. Sheffield United 0, Charlton 1. So Sheffield United played 6, lost 6 in the Championship this season. The 3 full-times from earlier. QPR made it 3 wins in a row, beating Stoke, who lose for the second time this season. QPR 1, Stoke 0. Another draw for Coventry, 3 draws in a row, but they remain unbeaten. Leicester 0, Coventry 0. And Birmingham City back to winning ways after 3 defeats in a row. They beat Swansea by a goal to 0. Run you through the full-time results in the Championship. These are the 3 o'clock results. Top of the table, Cardiff losing at home to Bradford by 3 goals to 1. AFC Wimbledon win 2-1 away at Doncaster. Huddersfield Burton's a draw. Peterborough starting the day, bottom of the table, win 1-0 at Plymouth. Port Vale 2, Mansfield 1. Reading 2, Leyton Orient 1. Stockport win at Rotherham by a goal to 0. Stevenage 2, Exeter 1. Wickham beat Northampton, managed by Kevin Nolan, at home by 2 goals to 0. And the results from the 3 o'clocks in League 2, a comfortable home victory for Barnet, beating Grimsby by 3 goals to 0. Lee, your thoughts as a Grimsby fan?
Bad day at the office.
Thank you. Barrow 1, Crewe 0. Bromley 2, Chesterfield 2. Oldham win 3-0 away at Cheltenham. Colchester 1, Bristol Rovers 1. MK Dons 1. Accrington Stanley 2. A comfortable, convincing home victory for Notts County, beating Crawley 4-0. Gillingham win at Newport. Salford were 2 up at Swindon. Went back to 2-2. They score a last-minute win at Salford. They beat Swindon by 3 goals to 2. And Walsall beat Tranmere in League 2 as well. But let's now talk, shall we, about West Ham United. Because when Graham Potter came in towards the end of last season, they didn't go particularly well. They stayed up, but the West Ham fans simply weren't having him. It felt like they had to get off to a quick start to life in the Premier League this season. They started, though, in the worst possible fashion, losing at Sunderland by 3 goals to 0. 5-1 defeat home to Chelsea. Out of the cup to Wolves. They bounced back with a win at Nottingham Forest, winning by 3 goals to 0. And then, since then, after the international break, home defeat to Spurs, and today they lose at home to Crystal Palace. West Ham 18th in the table, losing 4 of their first 5 games. Graham Potter's day's number, Kwaku?
Yeah, I think this might be it. Especially when you just hear the talks ramp up about people possibly replacing him. It's just, and the fans were streaming out when it was 2-1. They were still in the game, and I think the fans had seen enough. And West Ham fans notoriously do vote with their feet. Seen games where they've left at half time, but they were suffering heavier defeats than this. And I just can't see him turning it around. And in the season where we've seen Leeds just win today, we're seeing the promoted teams put up good fights. Burnley put up a great fight today in their game. There's a risk of these teams going down, right? Like Wolves and West Ham are...
How refreshing is that, by the way, that we have this? It's not just the usual 3 teams we think are going down.
Well, look at the 3 teams in the relegation zone. Wolves, Aston Villa and West Ham. They are 3 established Premier League sides, and just above them, Manchester United, which makes incredible reading. So, these are teams that... Well, Wolves are just giving the manager a new contract. We feel like Villa's season will turn around when they do start scoring goals. But for West Ham and Manchester United, they're sides that need to change their manager if they want to change their fortunes.
Marcus, Kwaku is pretty doom and gloom about the possibility of Graham Potter staying in a job and turning this around. Can you put forward any argument as to why he will be given more time?
Not really, no, because he has been given time and it's been very drab. And, that result at Forest seemed to be a bit of an anomaly. I mean, the way the game went in that afternoon, Forest had West Ham sort of pinned back, and then they scored a few late goals. Fair play to them that they did that. But Forest, as we know, were having a bit of a funny time, and they lose their manager. So that seems to be a bit of an anomaly, an odd one, but still. And I think with West Ham, it just looks tepid. I think that's one of the really troubling things that you see in this West Ham side. Very vulnerable from set pieces. They look weak. They look soft. They look like you can carve them open. I mean, Palace are very, very good on the road, but Palace themselves, we said before the game, they didn't have 1 or 2 of their key players like Sarr, for example. But ultimately, when all's said and done, Palace win the game. And West Ham didn't look like bothering the goal too much. Bowen scores. Okay, Bowen will do that. But with some of the players that they have, you've got to get more of a tune out of them. And Potter, it just does not look like he's going to do that. And when the fans are streaming out before the game, the fans are basically saying, we're not going to turn this around. We've lost faith. That's really bad. And as Kwaku said earlier, when the broadcasters keep panning to the board of directors and the owners and whatnot at West Ham, It's only going one way.
We didn't have the sound on, do we, in the studio? But the whole stadium chanted, "You don't know what you're doing," and you're getting sacked in the morning at Graham Potter after he took off Fernandes over James Ward-Prowse. And when the fans start chanting against your own manager, that's a pretty tough position to be in, right?
It really is, and I feel for the guy. Like, nobody wants another human beings to have that. But look, that goes without saying. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, the life of the Premier League manager is, it's a very, very difficult task, and it's cutthroat. It's school of hard knocks and all those other cliched kind of things. And I'm afraid that Potter seems like a decent bloke. Seems like he's we saw at Brighton all those years ago. Now that he can manage in the Premier League, but you wonder the wisdom maybe of taking this West Ham job. I mean, it's a big club,
and then the other one in between was also Chelsea as well. And we know that Chelsea don't give you much time,
is a huge. I think there's more of a free hit, if you like. Whereas West Ham, I think it's been so poor that his personal brand has been damaged. And bearing in mind, he was reportedly offered the job at Ajax and at AC Milan previously, so again was well respected. I mean, it seems surprising, but that's where people hold him. And again, he will still be offered jobs. The man can manage a football club, okay? That's
he showed that at Brighton, didn't he?
Of course.
His Brighton teams are well set up.
Exactly.
Wait, you're not having that. You're putting a face. His work at Brighton was impressive.
No, but I live in Brighton. I talk to Brighton fans, and they tell me De Zerbi was miles better than him as a coach.
They do say that, to be fair. But, you respect somewhat what...
Miles better?
So I would look at the job he done. I'll look at the job he done at Swansea. I'll say, he done a decent job. Didn't get him up. And then you look at, obviously, before that was Ostersund's. And so, he can manage a football club, but can you manage a Premier League club? I don't know.
I know what you mean. I think that, bearing in mind before he took this job when he was out of work and the England manager job came up, there was little chat that he may get it. People held him, I think, in high esteem, because I think in this country there's such a dearth of top quality English managers that you really are kind of clutching at straws. Sure. And maybe he gets more of a pass from people. I think at the moment, it's damaging. I can't, as Quaker said, maybe that's his last game in charge of West Ham. He might limp on a couple more games, but really, again, with the chance of maybe getting Nuno in if he fancied it, I tell you what, I'd bite your hand off.
I'm not sure how true this was, boys, but there were some pictures. Seen the picture circulating on social media yesterday of Nuno apparently being seen out with Karen Brady and David Sullivan. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure if that's 100% true, but that always adds fuel to the fire, doesn't it? When those sort of things get posted on social media. But do you think that with Nuno out there, Lee, looking at the great work he's done at his time at Wolves, don't forget, obviously more recently at Nottingham Forest, could that be a safer pair of hands to try and shore up this West Ham side? Or because, I thought you made interesting, you sort of listed, Marcus, earlier, some of West Ham's players, almost sort of saying they have got good players.
Yeah.
I mean, Bowen's a good player, but,
Paqueta's a good player.
Yeah.
Somerville is.
Yeah. I
don't think it's brilliant.
I think Graham Potter has, if you'd have said to me before a ball was kicked this season, where do you think that based on squads, where is that West Ham going to be? I would have them around 15th, 16th. I'm not sure there's too many worse squads than that in the league.
Yeah, but you would have had Forest
above
15th, 16th when Nuno first came in.
No, that's true. No, I definitely agree with that.
When you look at players through a different lens with a new manager, then also Ola Aina all of a sudden looks like one of the best fullbacks in the country.
So you're saying this is purely on Graham Potter's coaching, the West Ham are in this position?
Well, Lee, I remember me and Lee talking a few weeks ago, and he was going through the West Ham team. He's like, they're not actually that bad. Some of these players with a different type of coach, all of a sudden you say, oh, they're actually decent. Diouf looks like a decent signing. So I don't know.
My point is, though, I think that a lot of managers can set up a team well defensively. I think that is... it's no mean feat, but I think that is the side of the game where, if you think about it, you take over a side who are down on their haunches a bit and not particularly great. You think of those who are newly promoted sides as well. What's the archetypal thing? Get your defence sorted out, be solid, be hard to beat. And then what you want on top of that is some players who can score and create. And a lot of teams lack that. They lack that bit. West Ham don't lack that bit. So if you can sort it out and make them organised and all those cliches, then you'd got a chance with a player like Bowen and Paqueta. Most teams in the Premier League, or a lot of teams, would bite your hand off for those players. And the defenders, is their back line much poorer than 5, 6, 7 other teams in the division? I take your point about them being 15th or 16th.
Around that sort of mark.
Yeah. But you want to make sure that you get 15th or 16th. You don't want to be relegated. It's such a damning thing financially and so on for the club. I think now the owners... Are they going to blink? And at first, Nuno was sacked, but that was not to do so much with performance. who's going to blink first?
And also, just before the game as well, while we're criticising Graham Potter, and he obviously the manager, thousands of West Ham fans have protested against how the club is run and called for Chairman David Sullivan and Vice Chair Karen Brady to step down. That was before the game, by the way. So, Quakey, West Ham fans, while they might not be having Graham Potter, they're also letting their feelings knownly on what's happening above Graham Potter. Because, David Moyes had success there, but think like the Pellegrinis have been in, and lots of other managers have been there, have money to spend. It hasn't worked out.
It's a tricky place to manage, though, isn't it? Let's be honest.
The board have been criticised for a long time.
It's difficult. I mean, like before the games today, Graham Potter was 4 to 6 favourite to be the next Premier League manager to go. Obviously, that'll be cut. But yeah, so let's say Nuno's out there and he's up for it. You've got to go into West Ham, which is a difficult club to manage, I think.
Yeah.
You've got to adopt the West Ham way, first of all, which we've talked about. But that is a thing, because how do you play the game? Then fans never seem to be happy with how each manager is, managing the club. Even if they win things, they don't seem to be that happy with how it's being managed. So it's a difficult club to go in and manage, I think, at the moment. But I think Nuno would probably say yes, wouldn't he?
Well, I think if you're Nuno, you would say, like, contract to the end of the season, see how you get on, because he doesn't want to stick around too long if it's not going that well. And I think
Nuno might be thinking, given the great work he's done at Forest, he might think there is going to be a better offer coming up in the next couple of months, right?
Indeed. And also, the situation he found at Forest wasn't hugely dissimilar, say, to West Ham.
True.
So, that would be my thoughts as a West Ham. I'm not a West Ham fan, but if was.
You were. So, West Ham losing at home to Palace today. West Ham in the bottom three. Another team in the bottom three are Wolves, who have 3 points less than West Ham, yet to get a point in the season. Lost at home to Leeds today. And, of course, it's like something a bit different. They gave their manager a new contract earlier on in the week. But what about Leeds United? Their first win on the road this season, going to Wolves, winning 3-1. They were a goal down. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, one of the goal scorers. And once again, Lee, we've seen a new promoted team. All three look stronger, don't they? But for Leeds to go to Wolves and get a win, how big is that?
That is huge, I think. I think the goals are huge. Getting 3 goals at Wolves, we saw a bit of money before the match for them on the 90 minutes. We've talked all season long, haven't we, today? But Burnley drawing, Wolves losing to Leeds obviously getting the 3 points, and West Ham, I think we'll see a bit of a shake-up in that relegation picture. Leeds will get bigger.
Yeah.
And so they should have to scoring 3 goals at one of the relegation rivals.
Yeah,
it's a big 6 pointer, that.
Yeah.
It is. And a crazy time to give Vitor Pereira a contract.
What did you make of
Wait
that?
till after these games.
Yeah.
Wait till after these games, because
Didn't they give Gary O'Neill a new contract, and then he was sacked not too long after that kind of dreaded vote of confidence?
Yeah, it's a tough position. I know these men who's ingratiated themselves with the fan base, and I really do like Vitor Pereira, but I don't know. That situation seems a little bit difficult. Kept Shan Larson, but they lost so many of their other key players. And out of all the established Premier League teams, I know that we're pouring in and piling in on West Ham, but I think Wolves look like the worst team in the division.
Okay, I'll talk about squads and quality in that squad.
No quality.
Wolves. I did, before a ball was kicked this season, I did just go boring and go for the 3 teams that come up to go back down, but I then did have Wolves as the next team to struggle. The contract, Marcus. The owners are going to have themselves. If I just have a look at Wolves' next games coming up before the next international break, they are still in the cup, but league-wise, they've got to go to Spurs, and then they've got Brighton before the international. They could possibly go into the international break. 7 games, 7 defeats, and it just leaves them in an awfully tricky situation.
Well, it does, yeah. And I think with Wolves, you would be worrying now a little bit. I mean, there's a reason why. They just said to Morgan Strand-Larsen, "You're not going anywhere." I mean, because the guy had a good season last season, and they'll need a proper striker who can score goals in the Premier League. Newcastle were spending, willing to spend upwards of 50 million or whatever it was for him. And it shows you that he was as close to priceless as a footballer can be because of the situation at Wolves. They've still got some decent players and whatnot, but again. Every squad in the division have decent players. The Premier League. That's why they're in the Premier League. Vitor Pereira, he came in as a bit of a firefighter and got everybody going. And as you said, the fans liked him first, the points, and then the pints. He said, and all that kind of stuff. It's difficult, but we're saying all these teams, and I think rightly so. Only 3 of them can go down. It's now a game of risk for the owners of these football clubs. Who blinks first? Who goes, right, do you know what? No, it's going far too one way than the other. I think with West Ham, because of the sample size you've got, and the same with Manchester United, by the way, it's not going to turn around. With the quality of players that Manchester United have, if they have to get more of a tune. With Wolves, and I think with Pereira, I still think he's got a bit of goodwill in the bank. I mean,
Yeah, that's
they are
true.
bottom of the league, which
They won 6 in a row, didn't they, last season when he came in?
yeah, and it's not good. And they would probably think, okay, today, Leeds just kind of hit us with the old 1, 2, 3. That can happen. I think Pereira's probably good. I wouldn't have thought he would come under too much scrutiny. Yes, if they lose the next 2 games, which they won't.
Possible.
Yeah, that they'll be second favourites in both of those games, you would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Come the international break, the owners might be thinking, okay, should we start to look around a bit? I think Pereira's probably okay till Christmas, barring an absolute disaster if they've got no points on the board. Whereas I think other managers, particularly Potter, are under much more pressure.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I would wait until November for Amorim, because that 12-month period where, after that 12-month period with contracts and so on, the payout is a little bit less after that. Then I think we may see him part ways.
From a Leeds point of view, though, Kwaku, I mean, to get those 3 points on the road was an incredible victory.
Yeah, absolutely huge for them. And we saw one of the best free kicks this season so far, isn't it? It was absolutely beautiful. And yeah, I'm happy, because the thing about how harsh it is, Leeds in the Championship were actually one of the best Championship sides I've seen, just in terms of the football they played. And Daniel Farke was the orchestrator of that. And imagine going into the season and people questioning your job after you got a team promoted.
That's unique, isn't it?
So that is a really unique situation. And I could almost understand it, because you look at his track record in the Premier League previously, but it was a different situation. And he described how different the situation was at Leeds and at Norwich, in terms of the players that they brought in and the inability to really spend, and the fact that Leeds have actually gone out and bought some players that he fancied. And with these newly promoted sides, I want to see them do well. I want to see it be competitive. And this result away at Wolves is absolutely massive for them. And it's their second win this season?
Yep, first on the road.
First on the road after beating Everton in the first game of the season. So
and first goal since that first game of the season, by the way, as well.
Which is important, and the fact that Dominic Calvert-Lewin got on the score sheet as well, massive result for them. And I'm actually very, very happy for him.
And there'll be hope, won't there, now at Leeds, and for Dominic Calvert-Lewin, that he's fit.
Yep.
He's got that goal.
Yeah.
Can he go on a run? Can he keep himself fit, Marcus?
Exactly.
Because, just for him as a human being.
Totally.
You don't want to see a guy constantly getting injured game in, game out, do you?
No, you don't. And Farke will have almost certainly put a challenge to him this season. Go on then. Get me 10 goals this season.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? Like something like that. I think that would be a pretty decent return. Go and lead the line for this club and be a big part of keeping us in this league for next season. That win and the goal and whatnot gives them all a huge boost. And Ellen Road is going to be a real fortress for Leeds this season.
Yeah, they've got 3 of the next 4 games at Ellen Road as well. Not easy games. Bournemouth, and they've got Tottenham, then they've got an away game, then they've got West Ham. So they've got 3 big games at Ellen Road, and that's where it's going to tell, isn't it? Same with Sunderland.
Have you seen much change in the last 20 minutes or so in terms of prices for relegation?
No, I think they'll come in. They're not quite available yet, but I think what we'll see Wolves get shorter. Burnley probably stay around the same.
Yeah.
Leeds and West Ham, that's the interesting one. Leeds and West Ham are both around the 2-1 mark to go down. Now, will West Ham replace Leeds? Will they be a touch shorter than Leeds to go down? Yeah. I don't think so, not quite. I think because you've got to factor in the idea that West Ham can command a new manager and a new decent level manager.
If West Ham get Nuno tomorrow morning, you can't
then
see that team
changes
going
everything.
down.
So you can't quantify that. Whereas, can Leeds? Well, maybe Leeds can command getting a new manager. And if they ended up getting rid of Daniel Farke, we'll see. But I think that's the interesting bit. Burnley, Wolves, Sunderland are the 3 favourites. And then where do West Ham and Leeds sit at the minute? I think Leeds just a little bit bigger than West Ham, probably.
Brentford possibly. People have been talking about Brentford, haven't they?
Yeah,
go to your boys tonight, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, not so much of late. I mean, they've started okay. I think for
they've looked better than people thought they were going to look in the.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't think that they would be. I mean, again, it was all about the manager. Can Andrews go in there? It's a huge ask for him. Pretty inexperienced. So far, reasonably so good for Brentford. But I think that the loss, Wolves' loss today, West Ham's general form, although, as you say, Lee, you can't imagine that continuing and them not changing the manager. But the Wolves loss, that gives all the promoted sides a real boost. Sunderland will be going, oh, I tell you what, it's open this season.
You know, I can just see Kwaku, as much as Kwaku loves talkSPORT goals. I know Kwaku obviously is a Chelsea fan. He's looking at that clock, isn't he? He's thinking, how much longer are we going here for? You'll be happy to know we're going in a couple of minutes' time because we are handing over to the full-time phone-in show in a few minutes' time with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cunley. So just a roundup then of the results in the Premier League. Liverpool 2, Everton 1. Feels a long time ago now, that, doesn't it? Yeah. Brighton 2, Spurs 2, Brighton with 2 up, Burnley 1, Forest 1, West Ham 1, Palace 2, Wolves 1, Leeds 3. And both your teams are in action this evening. Marcus Speller is off to the Cottage, Fulham Brentford. Kwaku, where are you watching the half-5 game this evening?
I'm torn, so I'm supposed to be going... I'm supposed to in my track.
He's not dressed well enough for that, is he? What are your 2 options?
So I'm supposed to be going out in Brighton later on. So if I stay in London to watch the game, then I'm going to be late for going out. And if I go now, I'll have to watch the first half on my phone. So it's just not.
First half on your phone, pal. Get down there.
There he was 2 months ago in Times Square with Cole Palmer, and now he's watching games on his phone on the train. Unbelievable. Confident for tonight, Marcus? Briefly.
Yeah, reasonably. Fulham have had a okay start to the season. Need a few more goals down there, but I tell you what, young Kevin, the Brazilian, on the way.
He's going to start tonight, yeah?
He looks dynamite. If I was Marcus Silva, I'd be very tempted.
You'd make him captain, wouldn't you? You just get him in there, right?
My final one, standing pick, Fulham. Come on, Kev.
By the way, also, can we Kwaku 5 from 5, right? Yeah. Kwaku is still in final one standing, which is incredible. Gents, it's been an absolutely brilliant show. Good stuff. Again, if you are watching on talkSPORT's YouTube channel or on your smart TVs, in around 10 or so minutes' time, Jamie O'Hara, Jason Cunley with the full-time phone show. They'll be taking your calls on, anything you really want. I'm sure West Ham fans are going to be dominated. You can go if you want, Kwaku, by the way. Look at me. What time training have you got? West Ham fans, I'm sure, will be dominating the airwaves after another defeat. Wolves fans, be fascinated to hear Wolves fans' thoughts on where they're at with the new manager. Are they happy with the new contract? Liverpool fans, it's 5 wins from 5. Liverpool absolutely cruising at the top of the table. I'm sure some Leeds United fans on the way back up to Leeds from Wolves. That's right, isn't it? My geography is not particularly good. Warner have their stay after picking up their first win of the season. There'll be regular updates as well on Manchester United versus Chelsea. And Fulham versus Brentford again is the 8 o'clock kickoff as well. After him, Sheffield United fans, how they're feeling after another defeat this season in the league. 6 games, 6 defeats, which is absolutely remarkable. And Sheffield Wednesday as well, picking up their first victory.
2 Worksop 1, Kidderminster 2.
And I tell you what, Wrexham, Marcus, needed that victory, didn't they, as well, because Phil Parkinson was under a bit of pressure, and he felt with Wrexham
City 0, South
job getting them there. Yeah. We know they've got big ambition, so you can always see a bit of a harsh sacking because they'll be like, hey, bad start, we don't care, we've got big ambitions.
Yeah, well, I mean, they want to make another documentary, presumably, so,
Stephen Gerrard be that sexy fit for that new documentary?
No, I just, because, look, it was a good win for them, and that was always a chat, wasn't it? It's, the jump from the Championship to the Premier League is obviously enormous, but League One to the Championship is big as well. For a side like Wrexham, who have caught the attention for the obvious reasons, made some couple of canny signings, maybe what they're going to do. So, yeah, big win for them today.
Yeah, big win for them today. Again, Sheffield Wednesday as well, also picking up a victory in League One as well, in the Championship as well in League One. Cardiff, who started the day top of League One, losing at home to Bradford. Yes, Lee Phelps.
Hot off the press.
Oh,
relegation prices. Burnley.
I thought Potter been sacked there.
Burnley 1-3 as they were. Wolves clipped in 4-6 to 4-9. Sunderland 6-5 out to 11-10. Leeds United were 13-8, now out to 12-5, and West Ham into 11-8. So quite a big difference between those two teams. Bigger than I thought there would be. Brentford still 5-2, and Forest 6-1 to 4-1. Forest been clipped in 2 points to be relegated.
I can't believe Forest that short to be relegated. I mean, I just do not see a situation in which Forest finished.
I think that's fascinating. West Ham now 11-8, and Leeds pushed out to 12-5. So that's a big change.
Yeah, that's quite a big jump.
Yeah,
for how you guys
that will change when Nuno comes in for West Ham.
Oh, is Nuno's coming in? Is it? Have you heard that?
Well, let me tell you something. Some people are saying that the West Ham owners are already sounding out replacements, and Nuno is one of them. But Slaven Bilic, his name has been mentioned, and Gary O'Neill.
It's 2025.
Yeah.
Can't be linking Slaven Bilic to the West Ham job in 2025.
It'd be lovely to see his face again.
It would be.
For us neutrals.
Yeah. It would be, but I don't know about that.
Will Graham Potter survive? West Ham fans, 03717 23344, the number to call to come on talkSPORT phone in and have your say. say on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. Lee, thank you so much. I've been your host, Sam Ellard. Marcus, enjoy the cottage tonight. Quaker, enjoy the Chelsea game on your phone, on the train on the way home. talkSPORT Goals is back next Saturday. The phone-in show is next on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and your smart TVs.
Love you, Sam Ellard. Sport.